as the opening visual card slowly fades to darkness. Allow your mind to quiet, your breathing to slow, and your body to settle deeply into the comfortable stillness of the night. There's no hurry here, only the soft, unhurried rhythm of time carrying us gently backward into the calm depths of human memory. Across tens of thousands of years, across every continent, valley, and desert shore, human beings have paused at the threshold of life to offer quiet care to those who came before. Burial and remembrance are among our oldest and most deeply felt traditions, gentle acts born from affection, respect, and a quiet longing to connect the living with the quiet cosmos beyond. Long before written records or grandiose stone monuments were crafted, early communities laid their departed to rest with tender intent, surrounding them with simple meadow flowers, red ochre pigments, and carefully chosen keepsakes. To study the history of death and burial is not to dwell on loss, but rather to observe the profound warmth, artistry, and tenderness with which humanity has sought to wrap its loved ones in peace. As the dark silence of the evening embraces you now, we begin our peaceful exploration of these ancient rites, listening to the soft echoes of reverence that reach out to us from across the millennia, reminding us that care and love have always survived the passage of time. Along the fertile banks of the Nile, where the sun rose and set with unyielding harmony for thousands of years, the ancient Egyptians looked upon the transition into rest as a sacred journey through the quiet hours of night toward an everlasting dawn. In their world, every detail of preparation was undertaken with deliberate patience and profound affection, treating the body not merely as something past, but as a vessel awaiting eternal peace. Craftspeople and artisans spent countless quiet days in dedicated workshops, carefully selecting materials that held sacred meaning and enduring beauty. With steady hands and quiet devotion, craftspeople assembled intricate netted shrouds woven from thousands of tiny, glazed blue faience beads placed over linen, representing the calm, starry night sky under which the sleeper rested for eternity. These thousands of shimmering blue beads, glistening like a canopy of distant stars, formed a protective web of quiet light over the soft, woven fabric beneath. Faience, crafted from crushed quartz and fired to a glossy turquoise shine, carried the soothing hue of life-giving river waters and the deep, silent vault of the midnight sky. To place such a net over the resting traveler was an act of profound comfort, an assurance that even in the deepest shadow of the tomb, one was forever blanketed by the gentle embrace of the cosmos, resting beneath an unchanging sky where no disturbance could ever interrupt their quiet slumber. This gentle desire to offer comfort and protection to those who sleep forms a universal thread that weaves through the entire history of human culture. In every era, the rituals surrounding rest have reflected a profound wish to bring peace both to those who have departed and to those who remain behind to remember. As we journey together through these chapters, we will explore the quiet sanctuaries of prehistory, the silent stone chambers of the ancient Mediterranean, the serene garden tombs of Asia, and the peaceful, shade-dappled churchyards of medieval Europe. We will witness how different cultures translated their deepest hopes into tangible acts of beauty, carving stone with patient care, weaving delicate fabrics, lighting small oil lamps, and planting evergreen bowers that bloomed across the changing seasons. Each tomb, each rite, and each act of remembrance speaks in a low, gentle voice, reminding us of our shared human warmth and our timeless search for peace in the quiet dark. As you rest comfortably in the quiet darkness, let these ancient visions of peace and care wash over you like a calm evening breeze. The blue faience sky of Egypt, the quiet earth of ancient burial mounds, and the soft silence of memory all invite you to rest deeply tonight. There is nothing more for you to do, no tasks remaining in your day, and no place you need to be. The story of human remembrance is a long, soothing lullaby that stretches back through time, wrapping the world in a quiet, protective mantle of stillness. Breathe softly, close your eyes fully, and let the gentle tides of history carry you into a peaceful, unbroken sleep as the night settles around you. Long before written history began to record the names of leaders or the rise of ancient cities, early human communities sought quiet, peaceful places where their departed could rest undisturbed. High above the coastal plain in what is today Israel, the opening of Remembrance Cave on Mount Carmel caught the soft breeze of the Mediterranean, casting long, peaceful shadows along its cool limestone walls. Around 12,000 years ago, in Remembrance Cave on Mount Carmel in Israel, Natufian communities prepared subterranean burial niches lined with soft beds of aromatic mint and flowering sage, leaving microscopic plant phytoliths embedded in the hardened mud plaster. Imagine entering that ancient cave chamber in the quiet twilight hours of an age long past, where the sharp, clean scent of fresh herbal leaves filled the still air, softening the cold hardness of the stone floor and offering a soft cushion of natural fragrance for those being laid to rest. The choice to gather these specific plants was neither accidental nor purely practical. It was a deliberate gesture of deep human tenderness, a meaningful way to wrap the finality of passing in the living beauty and gentle warmth of the natural world. As the moisture in the mud plaster dried and settled over passing centuries, the fragile organic leaves gradually withered away. Yet the tiny silica structures of the plants remained securely trapped in the hardened soil, preserving the physical memory of those green, fragrant blankets down through the millennia. This simple, quiet act reveals that even in the distant dawn of settled human life, the instinct to soothe, to comfort, and to surround the resting place of a loved one with gentle, pleasant sensations was already deeply woven into our shared spirit. As centuries turned into millennia, and human culture blossomed into rich traditions across the Mediterranean basin. This deep association between rest, fragrant flora, and subterranean sanctuary continued to evolve. In 4th century BCE Taranto in southern Italy, Greek artisans sculpted delicate terracotta figures of Hypnos, the soft-winged deity of sleep, resting on carved beds of wild poppies, and placed them gently inside subterranean tufa tombs to safeguard quiet dreams. To look upon such a figure is to understand how intimately the ancients entwined the concept of death with the gentle, healing nature of slumber. Hypnos was not viewed as a harsh or frightening force, but rather as a calm, merciful presence who brought relief from the burdens of waking life, floating quietly on soft wings through the twilight of existence. By depicting the deity reclining among poppies, blossoms long renowned for their soothing, sleep-inducing properties, the artisans of Taranto sought to ensure that the journey into the unseen world was wrapped in peaceful visions and undisturbed stillness. The soft terracotta, painted and sculpted with delicate precision, served as an enduring guardian over the subterranean chamber, keeping watch through the long, quiet centuries, while the world outside continued its endless rhythm of season, sunlight, and shadow. Within the cool, dark sanctuary of the tufa stone, the terracotta spirit of sleep remained steadfast, keeping silent vigil over those who slept beneath the earth. When we look back across these vast stretches of human history, a common thread of gentle reverence connects the herb-lined cave niches of Mount Carmel to the sculpted terracotta guardians of Taranto. Though separated by vast distances of time, culture, and technique, both traditions shared a profound desire to make the resting place a sanctuary of peace, fragrance, and comfort. The placement of aromatic mint, flowering sage, and carved poppy beds speaks to an enduring human hope that the transition beyond this life should be met not with dread or cold emptiness, but with warmth, dignity, and quiet beauty. Plants that brought comfort, aroma, and medicine to the living were offered to the departed as a final gift of care, bridging the realm of light and growing things with the silent embrace of the earth. These subterranean spaces, carved into limestone or soft tufa stone, served as quiet cradles where loved ones could lie sheltered from the elements and the relentless passage of time. In the stillness of these ancient chambers, we find a timeless and comforting truth about humanity, that from our earliest days, we have sought to frame the mystery of death in the familiar, reassuring language of sleep, surrounding our lost companions with soft leaves, sweet herbal scents, and peaceful artistic symbols to ensure their eternal rest remains calm, gentle, and forever protected. As human societies gradually anchored themselves to the fertile soil, their relationship with the space around them acquired a profound and enduring intimacy. In the rolling plains of the ancient Near East, early agricultural communities began to construct enduring homes out of sun-dried mud brick, forming compact, interconnected settlements that stood quietly against the expansive horizon. Within these early dwellings, the boundaries between the world of the living and the quiet realm of the departed were soft, porous, and filled with deep domestic comfort. Life was measured by the natural, unhurried rhythms of sunrise and sunset, the seasonal planting of wheat, and the gentle gathering of wild herbs along the riverbanks. As families shared the quiet shelter of their earthen rooms, the presence of those who had passed away was not set apart in distant, isolated fields, but kept remarkably close to the hearth. The home was not merely a shield against the nighttime cold or the passing elements. It was a sanctuary of memory, where the warmth of daily life continued to rest upon the very ground that safeguarded the memory of generations before. Night after night, as darkness settled softly over the sun-baked plains, families lay down to sleep in the soothing knowledge that their ancestors lay quietly beneath them, folded gently into the foundational soil of the house itself. This profound closeness between the living and the dead found one of its most peaceful expressions in the ancient settlements of the Neolithic world. Around 6500 BCE, at Saddle-Huruk in central Anatolia, villagers smoothed clean white plaster beneath their home sleeping platforms, gently interring loved ones with polished obsidian mirrors and small woven rush baskets filled with dried chamomile flowers. The careful application of lime plaster created a smooth, pristine surface that sealed the resting place beneath, allowing daily household routines to resume without disruption, bathed in a sense of enduring sanctity. The objects placed alongside the departed spoke of tenderness, quiet affection, and a soft desire to provide comfort for the journey beyond. The dark, glossy surfaces of obsidian mirrors, painstakingly ground from volcanic glass gathered from nearby mountains, captured the muted light of hearth fire and quiet reflection. Beside them, the humble rush baskets, carefully woven by hand from river plants, held the gentle fragrance of chamomile, a flower cherished for its calming properties and faint, sweet aroma that lingered beneath the pale plaster floor. In this quiet sanctuary of earth and stone, the physical remnants of love and remembrance were laid to rest with minimal disturbance, turning the domestic sphere into a place where life and memory coexisted in serene, everlasting harmony. Sleeping directly above the resting places of loved ones fostered a unique sense of safety and continuity within the prehistoric home. Far from evoking sorrow or unease, this close physical presence offered a reassuring sense of protection, as if the wisdom and guardianship of ancestors remained woven into the very structure of the building. Generation after generation lived, grew, and rested in these multi-layered homes, adding fresh layers of plaster to the walls and platforms over decades of continuous habitation. The scent of wood smoke, the murmur of evening conversations, and the rhythmic, comforting sound of grinding grain filled the rooms above, while below, the ancestors slept in undisturbed stillness. This tender arrangement reflected a world where death was understood not as a total separation, but as a quiet shift into another form of presence within the family lineage. The physical house itself became a living monument, a sacred repository of family history, where the passage of time was recorded in smooth coats of white plaster and gentle burial rites. As the night wind drifted across the vast Anatolian plateau, carrying the cool scent of damp earth and wild meadow grass, the ancient village of Saddle Huruk rested in deep, unbroken silence. The stars moved slowly across the wide sky above the flat rooftops, casting a faint silver glow over the peaceful settlement. Within each sun-dried home, beneath the soft wool blankets and woven mats resting upon the pristine white platforms, living families drifted into quiet sleep, anchored by the profound stillness beneath their feet. In this ancient space, memory was not carved into towering stone monuments or distant tombs, but was held gently within the warm heart of the home, where the living and the remembered rested together in quiet, eternal peace. Long before written words recorded the names of kings, human communities looked to the sky and soil to understand their place within the quiet rhythm of existence. High atop the rolling green hills of Ireland, ancient people gathered massive stones to fashion monuments that would outlast generations, creating peaceful sanctuaries that anchored the living to the gentle cycle of the earth. These passage tombs, constructed with remarkable precision and deep reverence, were far more than simple resting places for those who had passed beyond the threshold of life. They were carefully designed sacred spaces where the boundary between the living world and the cosmos softened into a seamless harmony. Walking through surrounding valleys today, where cool breezes brush across quiet grass, one can feel the profound stillness that guided early builders. They did not view death as an ending to be feared, but rather as a quiet returning, a peaceful transition into the eternal embrace of nature and memory. Working with patient determination, they shaped dark corridors, extending into the cool heart of the earth, where the departed could rest in undisturbed stillness, while seasons turned silently above. Among these sacred places, the hilltop cairns of County Meath offer a glimpse into how deeply ancient builders understood both the movement of the sun and the sanctuary of the tomb. At the 5,000-year-old passage tomb of Loughgrew in County Meath, Ireland, stone carvers aligned the central chamber so that during the autumn equinox, the gentle amber light of the rising sun softly illuminates carved sunburst patterns on the back wall. As dawn breaks on those quiet September mornings, a single golden beam pierces the shadowy length of the narrow stone entryway, slowly creeping across the cool floor until it arrives at the innermost recess. There, against ancient upright stones, complex petroglyphs awaken in the soft, warm illumination. for a brief and calm window of time, the cold interior of the tomb is bathed in a serene, golden glow, linking the resting places of ancestors directly to the renewing light of the morning sun. This extraordinary alignment reveals a delicate harmony between human hands and the vast, predictable movement of the stars and seasons. Stone carvers crafted a space where stone, shadow, and sunlight met in quiet, perfect synchronicity once every year. The arrival of the autumn equinox carried deep significance for early farming communities, marking the moment when day and night shared equal length before the earth leaned toward the quiet dormancy of winter. As the harvest ended and leaves began their slow fall to the earth, the illumination of the tomb provided a gentle reminder of continuity and rest. The light touching inner stones did not linger long. It faded softly as the sun rose higher into the sky, returning the inner chamber to its cool darkness once again. Yet in that subtle moment of connection, the living were reminded that even as the world grows cold, light always returns in its appointed time. The tomb was not a place of permanent gloom, but a quiet chamber waiting peacefully for the inevitable return of dawn. This cyclical view of existence offered comfort to those who mourned, framing human life as an integral part of nature's endless, rhythmic breath. The departed rested within the earth like seeds sleeping beneath the autumn frost, held safely within a structure that honored both their memory and the grand celestial clock governing all living things. Today, as evening shadows lengthen across the hills of Loughgrew, the quiet cairns remain standing, silent sentinels watching over the landscape beneath the fading sky. The wind whispers softly through the grass, carrying a sense of timeless peace that has endured for thousands of years. Standing near these ancient stones, one can feel the burdens of daily life slowly dissolve into the vast expanse of time. The stones require nothing of us now. They simply rest, calm and unshakable, holding memories of an ancient people who found comfort in the predictable return of the sun. As night descends and evening stars begin to glimmer, the hills settle into a deep, restful calm. The tomb rests patiently in the dark, ready for the slow turn of the year and the promise of another morning. In this quiet space, where past and present rest side by side, we too are invited to let go of our waking thoughts, allowing our minds to settle, our breathing to slow, and our spirits to sink into a peaceful, unbroken sleep. As twilight yields to the quiet breath of night, our journey moves through the rolling hills of ancient landscapes, where early human communities sought to bind their deepest memories to the steady rhythms of the earth. Long before written records captured the passing of generations, communities gathered upon high ridges and inside quiet valleys, using earth, timber, and massive stones to construct sacred spaces that could bridge the mortal world with the vast, patient sky above. In these early monuments, death was not conceived as an abrupt end, but rather as an integration into the grand, repeating cycles of nature, from the rising and setting of the sun to the turning of leaves and the shifting of seasons. To step back into this distant past is to enter a world of deliberate stillness, where the weight of heavy stone offered a permanent sanctuary against the fleeting nature of human existence. The act of burial was an expression of care, hope, and connection, a way for communities to remain tethered to those who came before them, while honoring the unseen forces that governed their world. Across grassy crests and misty fields, these stone chambers were carefully arranged to catch the light of specific days, ensuring that even in the darkness of the tomb, a promise of warmth and return remained folded within the earth. High upon the crest of Slieve na Kaliog stands the ancient site of Loughgrew, a place where stone and sky have shared a quiet conversation for 5 millennia. Here, among weathered cairns overlooking the soft emerald countryside, Neolithic builders demonstrated a remarkable understanding of astronomy and sacred architecture. Inside the quiet chamber of Cairn T, the atmosphere is cool and still, preserved in enduring shadows that seem removed from the passage of time. Yet this darkness is not absolute, for the builders constructed the entrance and long passageway with extraordinary precision. At the 5,000-year-old passage tomb of Loughgrew in County Meath, Ireland, Neolithic builders aligned the stone corridor of Cairn T so that during the autumn equinox sunrise, a single beam of soft sunlight glides across interior sandstone petroglyphs carved with radiant wheel patterns. As autumn arrives and day balances perfectly with night, that golden thread of morning light illuminates the mysterious carvings, revealing spirals and sunburst motifs etched into rock with patient hand tools. For a brief, magical window of time, the cold interior of the tomb is touched by gentle fire, linking memory to the renewal of the celestial calendar. This delicate interplay between light and shadow reveals how deeply early societies associated remembrance with the cosmic order. The petroglyphs carved into the sandstone of Cairn T were not merely decorative elements, but symbolic expressions of continuity, transformation, and the cyclical nature of existence. The wheel patterns, bathed in the soft glow of the equinox sun, served as visual hymns to the repeating journey of life and rebirth. In many prehistoric traditions, the tomb was viewed less as a place of finality and more as a womb of the earth, a serene threshold where ancestors slept while remaining guardians of the living world. The effort required to move such massive structural stones, to shape them, and to align them precisely with the distant horizon speaks to a profound collective devotion. Communities worked together over generations to ensure that their predecessors were housed in monuments capable of enduring through centuries of wind and change. When we contemplate these ancient rites, we are reminded of the universal human desire to be remembered, to lay down our burdens in a peaceful place, and to remain part of a larger, harmonious pattern. As the sun recedes and the stone corridor returns to its silent shadows. A deep calm settles over Loughcrew. The winds blow gently across the slopes, carrying echoes of a time when humanity lived in harmony with the sky, soil, and stars. The cairns remain as silent guardians, holding their ancient secrets and peaceful occupants in eternal repose. To lie down to rest tonight is to participate in that same unbroken tradition of seeking peace, entering a space of quiet reflection where the noise of the world recedes into soft stillness. Just as the morning beam of the equinox sun reliably returns to touch the sandstone wheels year after year, so too does the rhythm of rest bring renewal and peace to the weary mind. Underneath the vast, starlit canopy, the earth holds us gently, inviting us to close our eyes, let go of the day's cares, and drift into a deep, uninterrupted slumber. Long ago, in the calm embrace of the Mediterranean basin, early human communities sought out the cool depth of the earth to create peaceful resting places for those who came before them. Beneath the gentle, sunlit hills of Malta, ancient builders carved deep into the living rock, shaping three-tiered levels of underground chambers that felt both vast and protective. Carved into soft Globigerina limestone around 3600 BCE, the subterranean hypogeum of Hal Saflieni on Malta features an acoustic chamber decorated with delicate red ochre spirals, where low-frequency sounds echo softly through smooth, rounded stone alcoves. When one steps down into these subterranean spaces, the air carries a soothing stillness, suspended far beneath the warm sunlight of the world above. The smooth walls, worked carefully over generations, using tools of antler and hard stone, curve seamlessly into domed ceilings and rounded niches. Traces of ancient red ochre remain visible upon the pale rock, painted in graceful spiraling patterns that resemble curling tendrils of flora, or the gentle ebb and flow of quiet tides. In the quiet sanctuary of the acoustic room, even a soft spoken word or a deep, slow breath can resonate with a rich, comforting tone. The natural acoustic properties of the Globigerina limestone seem to absorb sharper frequencies, filtering every sound into a warm, low resonance that lingers gently in the cool subterranean air. For centuries, people descended into this quiet sanctuary to honor their departed loved ones, wrapped in an auditory environment that felt like a continuous, soothing lullaby. The earth held the sound close, cocooning the space in a comforting atmosphere of perpetual calm, where the living and the dead shared a timeless, peaceful silence. Far to the north, along the windswept and tranquil shores of the Scottish archipelago, another ancient culture turned their devotion toward the majestic movements of the sky and the enduring strength of stone. On the mainland of Orkney, amidst rolling green hills and quiet lochs, stonemasons constructed cairns that stood as quiet guardians over the landscape. Built around 2800 BCE in Orkney, Scotland, the stone chamber tomb of Misho was engineered so that during the winter solstice sunset, a single beam of soft golden light reaches down a 30-foot sandstone passage to gently illuminate the rear wall of the quiet central hall. Across the long, shadow-filled days of northern midwinter, when the sky remained cool and gray, this hidden interior rested in total darkness. Yet on the shortest day of the year, as the sun dipped toward the horizon, its low, amber rays aligned perfectly with the narrow entrance threshold. The golden light traveled slowly down the long sandstone corridor, piercing the dark to touch the interior walls with a warm, fleeting radiance. This delicate engineering alignment was not merely a feat of technical skill, but a quiet promise that light and warmth would always return, even after the longest night of winter. Inside the central hall, slabs of flagstone stood tall and silent, enclosing a space designed for quiet reflection. The arrival of the annual solstice sunbeam transformed the tomb into a sacred bridge between the earth and the heavens, offering a moment of gentle warmth to the silent chamber before the light slowly receded once more into evening stillness, though separated by vast distances and centuries of time. These two ancient places of rest share a deep, quiet reverence for the natural rhythms of existence. Both the acoustic depths of the Mediterranean hypogeum and the solar-aligned passages of the Scottish cairns reveal how early societies sought comfort in the enduring harmony of the natural world. They did not build their tombs to be places of fear or grief, but rather quiet sanctuaries where sound, light, and stone converged to honor the passage of life. In Malta, the soft, reverberating tones within the limestone alcoves provided a soothing backdrop for sacred rites, allowing human voices to merge peacefully with the structure of the living rock. In Orkney, the annual arrival of the solstice sunbeam brought an ethereal radiance into the heart of the mound, reminding all who gathered of the cyclical nature of time, rest, and natural renewal. As the centuries drifted quietly past, both sites remained cool, dark, and still, preserving the memory of those who built them and those who rested within their quiet walls. Today, as we look back across the millennia, these ancient stone monuments continue to invite us into a state of peaceful contemplation. They remind us of humanity's long-standing search for comfort and meaning, showing how our ancestors used the raw elements of the earth, limestone and sandstone, ochre pigment and solstice sunlight, breath and silence, to create timeless spaces of gentle repose, where the memory of the past rests softly beneath the peaceful sky. In the quiet, fertile plains stretching between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, early human civilization found its natural, soothing rhythm beneath the vast and untroubled canopy of the evening sky. Here, in ancient Mesopotamia, the end of earthly life was approached not with dramatic grief or hurried anxiety, but with a patient, reverent stillness sought to ease the soul's transition into the silent realm beyond. The Sumerian people viewed the afterlife as a soft descent into a peaceful shadowland, a tranquil realm where the spirit rested beneath the earth, surrounded by the calm memory of loved ones and long ancestor lines. In this subterranean quietude, extraordinary care was taken by family members and skilled craftspeople to ensure that the final journey was met with dignity, gentle comfort, and quiet beauty. The tombs constructed deep within the sun-dried earth were built as lasting sanctuaries, insulated from the scorching heat of midday and the whispering winds of the riverlands above. Within these cool, sheltered spaces, the living placed objects of profound personal significance, items that spoke of harmony, melody, and simple nourishment, creating a comforting domestic haven for the eternal night. As darkness gathered over the mud brick walls, quiet canals, and palm groves of the ancient cities, these subterranean chambers preserved a deep, unbroken hush. They carried the timeless human hope that memory, art, and affection might follow the departed into their uninterrupted rest, softening the boundary between the living world and the quiet unknown. The depth of this gentle devotion is preserved with remarkable clarity in the subterranean chambers of the ancient city of where death was met with extraordinary artistic refinement and tender solicitude. Around 2600 BCE, at the royal cemetery of in southern Mesopotamia, Sumerian artisans placed wooden lyres inlaid with blue lapis lazuli, mother of pearl, and golden bull heads inside subterranean brick tombs, surrounding resting royals with small clay bowls of sweet dried figs. These exquisite instruments, carefully fashioned from cedar and soft boxwood, held strings that had once vibrated with soothing melodies during sacred ceremonies designed to calm the heart and honor the memory of the fallen. The deep, luminous blue of the lapis lazuli brought along ancient trade routes from distant mountain mines, reflected the serene twilight sky, while the gleaming mother of pearl caught the flickering light of oil lamps like soft stars held within the earth. Sculpted with serene and noble expressions, the golden bull heads represented divine protection and steadfast strength, standing silent sentinel over the sleeping royals. Placed thoughtfully around the resting places, the modest clay vessels holding sweet, dried figs offered a gentle reminder of life's simple, nourishing comforts. Every element within the chamber was arranged with tender intentionality, transforming the cool brick vault into an enduring sanctuary where music, color, and sweetness lingered long after the heavy entrance was sealed and the living walked back into the evening breeze. To reflect upon these ancient Mesopotamian rites is to recognize a deeply soothing continuity that binds humanity across thousands of years of shared history, quiet hope, and tender emotion. The desire to provide sweet food and peaceful melody for someone entering the quiet dark reveals that early societies met mortality not with cold detachment, but with deep tenderness, masterful craftsmanship and quiet grace. The Sumerians understood that music possesses a gentle, subtle power to transcend physical boundaries, offering solace to those who remained in the golden daylight, while extending a calming cadence to those entering eternal rest. The rich lapis inlay, resting quietly in darkness, held the enduring color of the night heavens, ensuring that even deep beneath the soil, the beauty of the cosmos remained close. Through these thoughtful offerings, the living reached gently across the threshold of loss, reassuring their departed that they were cherished, sustained, and perpetually remembered. As centuries turned to millennia and ancient empires rose, flourished, and faded into quiet dust, the small clay bowls and silent golden lyres remained protected within the cool earth, preserving their quiet, unwavering testimony of human love across generations. Tonight, as the night sky turns silently above our own modern world, the peaceful, timeless memory of invites us to rest deeply, comforted by the timeless truth that human care, art, and gentle remembrance have always illuminated the quietest paths of sleep. Across the sun-warmed sands of ancient Egypt, where the Nile flows like a gentle ribbon of silver through the quiet twilight, the transition from life into memory was met not with fear, but with an enduring desire for tranquility. During the Middle Kingdom, those who prepared their final resting places sought to preserve the serene moments of their earthly existence, creating sanctuaries intended to shield the soul from the turbulent currents of time. In the cool darkness of underground chambers, tomb builders did not simply store provisions for the journey beyond. They crafted entire miniature landscapes that mirrored the calm, reassuring rhythms of a well-loved home. These quiet offerings were built with deep care and patient craftsmanship, turning simple blocks of wood and painted plaster into soft echoes of light, water, and greenery. In these shaded resting places, the boundary between the present moment and eternity softened into an unending afternoon, where the whisper of a soft breeze through leafy branches could echo quietly across thousands of years, offering quiet comfort to all who looked upon the horizon of rest. Among these thoughtful creations, few capture the gentle human desire for perpetual peace quite as tenderly as the treasures prepared for a high-ranking official named Mercator. In Middle Kingdom, Egypt around 1980 BCE, the noble Mercator was buried with an elaborate miniature wooden model of a tranquil walled garden, featuring 20 tiny carved sycamorphic trees surrounding a painted copper pool designed for peaceful eternal rest. Placed within a secret, hidden recess of his tomb near the rocky cliffs of Thebes, this delicate artifact preserved a complete world in miniature, sealed away from the harsh desert winds and the noisy passage of centuries. The small wooden enclosure offered a sanctuary of absolute calm, with its high perimeter walls ensuring privacy, shade, and stillness. At the center lay the shallow pool, rendered in beaten copper coated with soft turquoise pigment to mimic the clear, reflective waters of a quiet sanctuary garden. Around the water's edge stood the tiny trees, hand-carved with meticulous devotion, their green branches providing an everlasting canopy of shade. In the quiet darkness of the tomb, this model stood as a silent promise that the noble soul would always have a cool place to rest, sheltered from heat and weariness forever. The choice of the sycamore fig tree within this tiny painted sanctuary carried a profound sense of comfort for the ancient mind. In Egyptian tradition, the sycamore was associated with divine protection and gentle shelter, its wide, spreading leaves casting deep, inviting shadows under the bright desert sun. To rest beneath its branches was to be held in safety, to draw breath slowly, and to feel the cool night air settling gently over the earth after a long day. The painted copper pool reflected this same deep longing for stillness, serving as a symbolic source of pure refreshment that would never dry up, turn stagnant, or fade away with the seasons. For Mercator and the skilled artisans who carefully shaped every tiny wooden leaf and painted every ripple on the copper pool, eternity was not envisioned as a cold or intimidating realm, but as a familiar, quiet courtyard bathed in late afternoon light. Here, in the realm of remembrance, the soul could walk along the edge of the water, feel the soft breeze rustling through the wooden leaves, and find a restful pause that extended infinitely into the peaceful night. As the centuries drifted silently past, these miniature worlds rested in total darkness and undisturbed calm, preserving the gentle hopes of their creators long after the busy cities above had quieted and transformed. When modern hands eventually opened the hidden chamber and brought the small garden gently into the light, its painted surfaces remained almost as vivid as the day they were sealed away. The tiny carved trees still stood around their painted copper pool, holding their quiet vigil in perfect balance and timeless peace. Looking upon such a quiet sanctuary reminds us how deeply rooted the human spirit has always been in the search for rest, comfort, and safe harbor. Across all ages and cultures, our rites of remembrance reflect this soft, universal wish to settle into a peaceful, protected space where all burdens are laid down, to breathe easily in the cooling dusk, and to rest undisturbed beneath the gentle shade of eternal peace. Across the long, quiet spans of human history, the act of saying goodbye has so often taken the form of shaping small, tranquil worlds where the living could anchor their deepest wishes for a loved one's unending peace. In the soft light of antiquity, long before the rushing rhythms of modern life, ancient communities devoted countless hours to fashioning places of quiet beauty for those who had journeyed beyond the horizon. In Egypt, around 1980 BCE in Thebes, Egyptian artisans crafted delicate wooden models of tranquil courtyard gardens with quiet lotus ponds and tiny sycamore fig trees, placing them inside a concealed chamber in the tomb of Chancellor Mercator to cultivate perpetual peace. These masterfully painted wooden scenes were far more than simple grave offerings. They were physical prayers for stillness, capturing an idealized realm frozen in perpetual harmony. Within the dark, cool silence of the hidden chamber, the painted blue waters of the lotus pond would never dry up or grow muddy. The carved green leaves of the sycamore trees offered eternal shade, and the surrounding portico kept out the harsh glare of the desert sun. Every tiny pillar and wooden stem was carved with patient precision, ensuring that the chancellor's spirit would always awaken to a scenery of cool breezes, soft colors, and serene solitude. By embedding this miniature oasis deep within the earth, far beneath the shifting sands, the living provided an enduring refuge where soul and memory could rest comfortably, undisturbed by the relentless march of centuries outside. Far across the continent and deep into the arid interior of Central Asia, another ancient culture expressed its reverence for the departed through an equally tender, intimate craftsmanship designed to withstand the vastness of the desert. At the 4,000-year-old Zio cemetery in the Tarim Basin of Xinjiang, resting loved ones were cradled inside boat-shaped poplar wood coffins wrapped in soft wool felt, accompanied by tiny hand-woven baskets filled with fragrant ephedra sprigs and dried wheat grains. In this quiet landscape, where sandy dunes stretch beneath an open, endless sky, every element of the burial ritual was chosen with profound care and soft affection. The smooth poplar wood, hollowed and shaped into the gentle curves of a river vessel, offered a symbolic boat to carry the traveler smoothly across the quiet currents of eternity, while the thick layer of hand-spun wool felt provided cozy warmth against the bitter cold of desert nights. Nestled beside the sleeping figures, the small, intricate baskets held the earthly comforts of home. The subtle, herbal fragrance of dried ephedra sprigs and the golden promise of dried wheat, bringing the nourishing memory of green fields and springtime harvests into the silent realm of rest, preserved by the dry desert air and the gentle shelter of the sand. These simple yet beautiful offerings remain unchanged across thousands of years, offering a quiet window into a moment of human love and gentle care. When we look across these distant eras and geography, we find a shared thread of profound human tenderness that connects the tomb in Thebes to the quiet burial mounds of the Tarim Basin. In both places, the living did not view the end of life with fear or dramatic grandiosity, but rather as a quiet transition requiring comfort, familiar scents, and beautiful surroundings. Whether carving a miniature courtyard pond filled with lotus blossoms, or weaving small willow baskets filled with grains and herbs, ancient hands sought to create a gentle bridge between the world of the living and the eternal quiet that follows. These rites remind us that to honor those who came before is to offer them rest, wrapping them in soft fabrics, surrounding them with green growing things, and shielding them from all disturbance. as the night grows late and the evening air turns still, we can draw comfort from these timeless gestures of peace, allowing our minds to settle into the same restful quiet that preserved these ancient gardens and wooden boats through the long, peaceful centuries. Across the sun-warmed hills and turquoise coastlines of late Bronze Age Crete, the Minoan people held a view of passing that was deeply entwined with the natural rhythms of their island home. As breezes swept through silver-green olive groves and brushed against quiet limestone cliffs, the ancient islanders sought ways to shelter their departed with dignity, grace, and tenderness. Death was not treated as a dark or abrupt severance, but rather as a quiet passage into a tranquil realm of rest, mirrored by the perpetual cycle of the tides and the seasonal blooming of coastal plants. In the soft light of the Aegean, family members gathered in community to honor those who had completed their earthly journeys, creating sacred spaces where memory could linger like the warm evening air. Within rock-cut chamber tombs carved into gentle hillsides or modest stone vaults built near quiet villages, the physical remains were laid away with great reverence, wrapped in an atmosphere of quietude that shielded them from the rush of the living world. The surrounding landscape, with its distant horizon where sea met sky, provided a serene backdrop for these eternal resting places, offering a gentle reminder of life's interconnectedness and the enduring stillness that waits at the end of all effort. Central to this tender tradition of remembrance was the skill and devotion of local potters, who used the very earth of Crete to fashion enduring vessels for the dead. Working with rich, supple terracotta, craftspeople shaped rectangular chest coffins designed to protect and cradle the departed in an eternal posture of rest. In 14th century BCE Minoan Crete, artisans placed resting loved ones inside terracotta chest coffins called larnates, painting the smooth clay sides with soft ochre illustrations of swaying papyrus fronds, quiet sea waves, and soothing lotus blossoms. These delicate painted scenes transformed the rigid clay containers into visual poems of serenity, surrounding the resting figures with the soothing elements of water, air, and plant life. Earthy pigments, gathered from local clays and mineral deposits, were applied with fluid strokes to capture the gentle motion of the natural world. The swaying papyrus recalled riverbanks and tranquil marshes, while stylized wave motifs mimicked the rhythmic lull of the sea that surrounded the island on every side. Lotus blossoms, dipping gracefully above still waters, carried associations of quiet rebirth and everlasting peace, ensuring that the final view of a loved one's resting place was one of beauty, harmony, and gentle natural grace. When these painted larnates were carried into their final resting places, they were positioned within cool, subterranean chambers where the temperature remained constant and the air was still. Families placed small grave goods alongside the terracotta chests, such as delicate ceramic jugs for libations, small stone bowls, and simple clay figurines, each item chosen to accompany the traveler on their peaceful journey. The soft ochre and reddish hues of the painted designs glowed faintly in the flickering oil lamp light before the tomb doors were sealed, leaving the painted waves to roll silently in the dark and the lotus flowers to bloom in unending stillness. Unlike the monumental and intimidating tombs found in some neighboring ancient cultures, the Minoan larnax reflected an intimate, human scale of grief, one that prioritized personal connection, aesthetic calm, and a profound respect for the departed. Inside the darkened chamber, protected by thick walls of clay and stone, the larnax held its quiet charge, preserved through centuries of changing light, shifting winds, and falling rain on the world above. To reflect upon these ancient Minoan chest coffins is to recognize how long humanity has sought comfort in art and nature when facing the mystery of final rest. By surrounding their loved ones with painted fronds, quiet waves, and gentle blossoms, the people of ancient Crete offered a gentle answer to loss, weaving sorrow into the eternal beauty of the earth. The soft lines of the larnax remind us that remembrance can be a peaceful harbor, a quiet sanctuary where memory is kept safe and undisturbed. As night settles softly over the ancient island paths, the memory of those distant artisans and their quiet devotion remains, offering a timeless invitation to rest, to let go of the day's cares, and to slide into the deep, restorative calm of endless peace. Across the mist-shrouded landscapes of Bronze Age Northern Europe, the gentle rhythms of daily life were closely interwoven with the quiet sanctuary of the ancient forests. In these early agricultural communities, the transition from life into memory was met with a deep, deliberate tenderness that reflected both reverence for the land and a profound care for those who had departed. Rather than constructing massive stone monuments, many communities turned to the enduring warmth of the forest itself, shaping serene burial places from the heavy trunks of native trees. As generations tended their fields and watched the slow, peaceful turn of the seasons, they developed burial customs that sought to protect the physical form while surrounding it with the familiar, comforting elements of the natural world. The earth of these northern barrows, rich in organic minerals and sealed from the harsh winds above, held these quiet offerings in a suspension of time. In contemplating these ancient resting places, one senses an abiding stillness, a soft pause where human affection, hand-woven textiles, and freshly gathered flora converged to create a tranquil threshold between the living community and the quiet darkness of the earth. One of the most remarkably preserved expressions of this gentle care was discovered in the landscape of Jutland, where unique soil conditions preserved a quiet moment frozen in time for over 3,000 years. Around 1370 BCE at Egtved in Denmark, Bronze Age craftspeople laid a young woman to rest inside a hollowed-out oak log coffin, cradled on a soft bed of sweet-scented yarrow blossoms, flowering chickweed, and wild thyme wrapped in a fine woven wool blanket. The preparation of this final resting place required patience, skill, and deep intention. A single robust oak tree was selected from the surrounding woods, felled, and split down its center to form a protective vessel. Inside this wooden shell, soft layers were meticulously arranged so that her body would rest comfortably upon summer greenery. The presence of tiny, delicate blossoms tells us that she was laid down during the warm midsummer months when the meadows were ablaze with flowers, and the air was filled with the subtle fragrance of wild thyme and yarrow. The fine woolen blanket, carefully woven on a warp-weighted loom, wrapped around her with soothing warmth, preserving the quiet dignity of her presence long after the wooden lid was lowered and the earthen mound was raised overhead. The delicate organic materials preserved within the Egtivid burial provide a quiet glimpse into the daily life, aesthetic elegance, and emotional warmth of Bronze Age society. Environmental analysis of the preserved botanical specimens reveals that each plant had been gathered with clear purpose at the peak of its bloom, creating a bed that was both visually peaceful and pleasantly aromatic. The acidic water table beneath the mound created an anaerobic environment inside the sealed oak coffin, slowing natural decay and allowing fragile leaves, flower stems, and fine wool fibers to endure through thousands of years. Beyond the floral mattress, the burial included items crafted from birch bark, bronze, and wool, each object laid gently alongside her, as if preparing her for a quiet journey. The careful weaving of her clothing and blanket demonstrates a mastery of textile creation, where raw wool was spun into fine threads and constructed into supple garments designed to offer comfort and protection. Such elaborate preparations suggest that her community held her in great esteem, surrounding her rest with the finest creations of their hands and the gentlest offerings of the summer fields. As the centuries dissolved into millennia, the green mound at Egtivid stood silently under open northern skies, holding its peaceful secret beneath layers of soft turf and peat. To reflect upon such a burial is to be reminded that the desire to offer comfort, beauty, and honor to those we lose is an ancient and universal human thread, long before written records captured the names of individuals. Human communities expressed their deepest feelings through the quiet language of gathered herbs, crafted timber, and woven wool. The soft scent of wild thyme and yarrow, sealed within an oak log under the cool earth, bridges the immense span of time, offering a gentle whisper of human compassion from a distant summer afternoon. In the quiet darkness of the barrow, surrounded by the peaceful embrace of nature's elements, the young woman was left to sleep in perfect serenity, cradled by the earth and remembered through the gentle work of those who loved her. As we journey across the quiet expanse of human history, we find that across every age and landscape, the act of laying a loved one to rest has been carried out with quiet, tender care and deep reverence. In the damp, verdant clearings of northern Europe, the rhythms of life were attuned to the slow turning of seasons, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the quiet return of organic life to the soil. Beneath skies softened by passing clouds and coastal mists, ancient communities honored the departed by surrounding them with the comforting textures and fragrances of the natural world. The oak tree, standing strong and enduring against the elements, offered its heavy trunk to form a protective vessel, carefully felled and hollowed to cradle a human form. In Bronze Age Denmark around 1300 BCE, resting loved ones were laid inside hollowed oak trunks, cushioned with soft beds of wild yarrow blossoms, meadowsweet, and fresh birch leaves, wrapped gently in woven wool blankets before being placed beneath quiet earthen mounds. These botanical cushions, gathered with intention from woodland edges and sunlit meadows, released their subtle herbal aromas into the dark timber chamber, creating a soothing sanctuary of natural fragrance. The soft wool, painstakingly spun and woven by hand, held the quiet warmth of human effort, shielding the body from the chill of the surrounding soil. Above these hollowed logs, layers of turf and earth were piled with deliberate care to form low, rounded barrows that mirrored the gentle curves of the surrounding hills. Over the years, wild grasses, mosses, and heather took root upon these mounds, blending them seamlessly into the quiet horizon. To walk past such a mound on a peaceful evening was to feel a deep sense of stillness, knowing that within the heart of the oak, someone was cradled in timeless tranquility. Far to the south, along the sun-warmed banks of the Nile, another ancient culture cultivated its own unique traditions of eternal rest, guided by a vision of warmth, light, and everlasting harmony. In the workers' village nestled within the dry desert hills, skilled craftspeople spent their days carving and painting the grand resting places of kings and nobles. Yet, in their own subterranean chambers, they poured equal devotion into crafting personal visions of quiet peace. Around 1250 BCE, at Deir el-Medina, Egyptian artisan Sennacherib was buried in a subterranean chamber, painted with peaceful turquoise skies and golden wheat fields, surrounded by small alabaster jars of sweet cedar oil and woven palm leaf baskets of dried dates. The plaster walls of his underground home became a vivid, eternal landscape where the sun always shone softly, and the fields yielded a perpetual harvest under a calm blue sky. The air within the sealed room was enriched by the warm, resinous scent of cedar oil, preserving a delicate fragrance that lingered in the cool shade for centuries. The baskets of dates, woven with patient craftsmanship from the fronds of riverbank palms, offered a tangible connection to the simple sweetness of earthly life, ensuring that comfort and sustenance accompanied the spirit into the quiet realm beyond. every painted detail, from the birds flitting among the stalks of wheat to the smooth, cool surfaces of the alabaster vessels, reflected a profound faith in the continuity of life and a desire to make the transition into sleep as comforting as possible. Though separated by vast distances, different climates, and distinct spiritual traditions, these ancient burial rites share an undeniable thread of human tenderness that echoes across the centuries. Whether resting beneath a green earthen mound cushioned with meadowsweet, or sleeping beneath painted turquoise skies filled with golden wheat, the departed were always surrounded with beauty, fragrance, and tokens of lasting affection. These early tombs remind us that remembrance has never been merely about loss, but about extending care and dignity across the threshold of existence. The gatherers who picked wild yarrow in northern clearings, and the painters who mixed turquoise pigments in desert workshops, were guided by the exact same gentle impulse to soften the passage of time, to buffer the quiet sleep of their companions, and to leave behind an enduring mark of love. As night falls over the modern world and the stars trace their slow, silent arcs across the sky, we can take comfort in knowing that human hands have always sought to create peaceful sanctuaries where memories rest undisturbed, inviting us to release our own worries and sink into a quiet, restorative rest. Across the rolling hills and dense forests of Iron Age Europe, the passage into the quiet realm of sleep was often marked by deep reverence, quiet craft, and a profound desire to provide comfort for the journey beyond. In the lands of the early Celts, particularly during the Hallstatt culture of the 6th century BCE, the burial of a revered leader or chieftain was not merely a farewell, but an act of creating a sanctuary for eternity. Deep within the earth, skilled builders constructed solid timber rooms fashioned from heavy logs of oak, building structures designed to withstand the weight of time and shelter the spirit in peaceful darkness. These subterranean halls were crafted with meticulous care, mirroring the warmth and security of the living home, ensuring that the transition into silence was wrapped in familiarity and dignity. Outside, the winds moved softly across the tree canopy, but within the subterranean timber room, an absolute calm prevailed, untouched by the changing seasons or the turn of the centuries. Communities gathered their finest materials, soft textiles, polished metals, and aromatic provisions, bringing together the fruits of their collective labor to honor the one who had guided them. Every beam laid and every textile hung served as a testament to the enduring human wish to keep loved ones safe, warm, and surrounded by beauty, even as they rested beneath the quiet earth. This tender attention to detail is nowhere more beautifully preserved than in the rich earthen mounds of southwest Germany. In the 6th century BCE, at the Celtic Hochdorf chieftain's burial mound in southwest Germany, craftspeople lined the inner oak chamber with woven wool hangings and cushioned a bronze couch with soft badger pelts beside a large bronze cauldron of sweet thyme mead. The visual and tactile harmony of this sacred space reflected a deep sense of stillness and gentle luxury. The woven wool hangings softened the dark wood of the oak walls, dampening sound and creating an atmosphere reminiscent of an intimate domestic hall. Upon the bench of bronze, intricately worked with small figures and rested upon wheels, lay layers of plush badger fur, offering a place of extraordinary comfort where the chieftain could recline as if in a peaceful, uninterrupted slumber. Beside this couch stood the grand cauldron, imported or crafted through extraordinary exchange networks, filled to its brim with a golden, aromatic drink infused with the herbal sweetness of thyme and honey. The scent of wild herbs and fermented nectar would have filled the enclosed air, creating a serene sanctuary suspended between the memory of earthly banquets and the silent promise of eternal rest. Every item chosen for the chamber spoke of care, tranquility, and the gentle preservation of dignity. The presence of sweet thyme mead was not merely an offering of sustenance, but a symbolic gesture ensuring that the host of the hall would never know thirst or scarcity in the long night ahead. Thyme, with its soothing herbal essence, imparted a gentle fragrance that softened the heavy silence of the earth. The badger pelts, carefully gathered, tanned, and arranged upon the bronze settee, offered a softness that rivaled the finest beddings of antiquity, demonstrating that the community viewed the afterlife not as a shadowy realm of loss, but as a place deserving of the utmost physical ease. Craftspeople spent uncounted hours weaving the woolen draperies that covered the timbered walls, creating patterns that brought warmth and color into the subterranean darkness. Through these thoughtful preparations, the living sought to buffer their leader from the cold, unyielding nature of physical decline. It was an act of quiet love expressed through material artistry, where bronze, wood, fur, and honey combined to form a cocoon of lasting peace. As the final earthen mound was raised over the inner oak chamber, sealing the subterranean sanctuary beneath layers of clay and stone, the world above continued its slow, rhythmic cycles. Sunlight filtered through the forest leaves. Winter snows blanketed the quiet hills, and generations lived and passed along the river valleys of Central Europe. Yet deep beneath the soil, the Hochdorf chieftain remained in unbroken rest, surrounded by the soft badger pelts, the serene woolen hangings, and the sweet aroma of thyme mead. In looking back across thousands of years to this quiet burial, we glimpse an enduring human instinct, the quiet longing to surround our departed with warmth, fragrance, and softness, transforming the grave into a place of gentle repose and timeless remembrance. In the gentle countryside of ancient Attica, where silver-green olive trees cast long, quiet shadows across the sun-warmed earth, the landscape has long served as a silent guardian of human memory and reflection. Down winding dirt paths that meander softly toward the Aegean coastline The ancient rural deme of Myrhinus rested in peaceful harmony with the seasons, surrounded by low, rolling hills, fragrant meadows, and the steady, comforting rhythm of agricultural life. Here, during the mid-6th century before the Common Era, the sacred rituals of burial were deeply entwined with a natural desire for quiet remembrance, creating serene spaces where the living could pause, breathe slowly, and pay tribute to those who had passed beyond the horizon of earthly existence. Unlike the grand, monumental tombs erected in urban centers to declare political dominance or martial triumph, the private grave markers scattered across the Attic countryside spoke in a far softer, more intimate register. Families sought to immortalize their departed loved ones, not through expressions of overwhelming grief or dramatic loss, but through enduring stone that captured a sense of eternal composure, poise, and tranquility. As twilight gathered over the surrounding fields and the ambient heat of the day began to cool, these modest earth mounds anchored the memories of cherished daughters and sons to the landscape, allowing their names to linger like a gentle breeze moving through the leaves of ancient cypress groves. The air in these rural sanctuaries carried the faint, soothing fragrance of pine resin and wild thyme, offering a restful haven where sorrow was slowly transformed into lasting affection, preserved under the vast, darkening sky. It was within this tranquil sanctuary of memory that a deeply moving monument was crafted to honor a young maiden whose life concluded before she reached adulthood. Around 550 BCE in Attica, Greece, the Parian sculptor Etruscan carved a serene marble maiden statue known as the Phrasyclea Cori, decorating her flowing gown with soft, painted lotus rosettes and placing a single unopened pomegranate bud in her quiet hand to stand above a peaceful grave mound in ancient Myrhinus. Chiseled with delicate precision from radiant Parian marble that seemed to gather and hold the soft light of evening, the statue stood in an upright, poised posture, her countenance illuminated by the slight, gentle smile characteristic of archaic Greek sculpture. The lotus rosettes delicately rendered across her flowing robe evoked themes of rebirth and perpetual renewal, while the unopened pomegranate bud held close to her chest served as a quiet, poetic symbol of youth frozen in time, a flower destined to remain in bud, undisturbed by the rustling winds of the passing years. Etruscan's artistry deliberately avoided any depiction of physical decay or painful parting. Instead, he presented an idealized vision of timeless maidenhood, standing as a graceful guardian over the earthen mound where her physical form was laid to rest. For decades, travelers walking along the quiet pathway near Myrhinus would see her luminous figure rising gently from the grasses, a peaceful sentinel looking out across the landscape with serene eyes. The soft pigment applied to her dress, rich hues of red, yellow, and ochre, added a subtle, lifelike warmth to the polished stone, weaving a quiet bridge between the vibrant world of the living and the peaceful sleep of the earth. The statue of Frasiclea offers a quiet glimpse into how ancient communities sought comfort when confronting the delicate fragility of mortal existence. By transforming individual grief into an enduring work of art, the inhabitants of Myrhinus ensured that memory remained a comforting presence rather than an unyielding weight upon the living. As dusk settles deeper across the Attic hills and the first stars begin to glisten overhead, the statue's motionless poise invites a quiet meditation on the enduring bonds of affection that transcend the passage of time. The maiden's calm stance and tranquil expression reflect an ancient aesthetic that valued balance, order, and inner stillness, reassuring those who visited that their loved one rested in absolute harmony. Though centuries of accumulating soil would eventually envelop her marble form, shielding her painted details from the elements, until modern archaeologists uncovered her untouched beauty. Her core purpose remained unbroken across the millennia: to stand in silent, unhurried guard, holding her unopened blossom against the quiet march of centuries. As complete night descends upon the ancient Attic countryside, the image of this calm maiden standing over her mound brings a profound, restorative peace, guiding the mind into a gentle, restful quietness. As we journey through the quiet landscapes of antiquity, the ways in which human beings honored their departed began to soft focus into intimate, painted sanctuaries hidden beneath the earth. Away from the cold monuments of open stone, ancient artisans sought to construct subterranean rooms that felt warm, welcoming, and suspended in a gentle, eternal moment of comfort, descending into the cool bedrock of central Italy. One finds a world where the boundary between life and rest was blurred by luminous pigment and tender artistry. In 5th century BCE Tarquinia, Etruscan painters decorated subterranean limestone tombs, like the Tomb of the Leopards, with serene frescoes of banqueters, reclining on soft turquoise cushions beneath ceilings painted with small terracotta checkerboard patterns. These subterranean chambers were carved directly into the soft tufa and limestone, offering an enduring shelter insulated from the changing weather and passing centuries above. Within these quiet spaces, the atmosphere was deliberately designed to soothe the spirit, filling the shadows with warm earth tones and gentle scenes of harmony. The painted banqueters rest upon their couches with a sense of quiet ease, surrounded by musicians playing double pipes, whose melodies seem to linger softly in the still air. Above them, the rhythmic geometry of the terracotta grid creates a visual balance, mimicking cozy woven awnings. Every stroke of pigment was applied to transform dark stone into a radiant sanctuary where memory could rest in peace. The Etruscan approach to mortality reflected a deep reverence for life's everyday graces, treating the final journey not as a sorrowful descent into darkness, but as an elegant transition to an eternal gathering. The artists used pigments derived from native minerals, blending crushed ochres, copper greens, and iron oxides to bring light into the subterranean realm. Soft lamplight flickered across the painted plaster walls. The figures seemed almost to move with a gentle, breathing rhythm, inviting visitors to feel a comforting continuity between life and memory. The turquoise cushions offered a soft contrast to the warm hues of the surrounding stone, conveying a sense of physical ease and restful dignity. In these quiet underground dining rooms, the dead were preserved in a state of perpetual warmth, surrounded by symbols of abundance and gentle companionship. The simple checkerboard patterns across the ceiling gave order to the vast mystery of the afterlife, creating a protective canopy beneath which the soul could sleep undisturbed through the turnings of time. Farther east, nestled in the fertile valleys of central Bulgaria, another ancient civilization expressed a similarly tender vision of remembrance within the rounded curves of brick and mortar. Here, the Thracian people constructed vaulted tombs covered by grassy mounds, creating hidden domes that echoed the soft shape of the sky. At the 4th century BCE Thracian tomb of Kazanlak in central Bulgaria, ancient artists decorated the circular brick dome with soft frescoes depicting a seated royal couple quietly holding hands at a peaceful farewell feast beneath a painted canopy of swaying laurel leaves. The dome of Kazanlak rises in a graceful cylinder, drawing the eye upward into a quiet swirl of color and subtle movement. At the center of this painted sky, the noble figure and his consort sit side by side, their hands joined in a light touch that communicates affection, mutual respect, and quiet acceptance. Around them, servants bring forward gentle offerings, while elegant horses move in a slow, solemn procession that feels devoid of anguish. The laurel leaves above sway softly in a painted breeze, offering a symbol of honor and eternal quietude that wraps the couple in a peaceful embrace. Across both of these ancient traditions, from the painted limestone chambers of Tarquinia to the rounded brick dome of Kazanlak, a unified thread of quiet devotion joins the hearts of these distant cultures. Instead of decorating their sacred burial spaces with frightening images of judgment or harsh sorrow, these ancient artists chose to paint moments of quiet affection, shared meals, soft music, and tender handshakes. They understood that the physical tomb was more than a resting place for mortal remains. It was an artistic sanctuary designed to hold human love safe from time. The soft turquoise cushions, the terracotta checkerboards, the seated couples, and the swaying laurel branches all speak across thousands of years in a low, gentle voice. They remind us that human beings have long sought to soften the mystery of death with beauty, warmth, and quiet fellowship, turning cold shadows beneath the earth into places of eternal rest, calm contemplation, and lasting light. As twilight settles softly over the low, rolling hills of central Italy, ancient landscape of Etruria slumbers under a blanket of quiet starlight. Long before the rise of imperial Rome, the Etruscan people developed a deeply soothing relationship with the memory of their departed, viewing the final resting place not as a cold vault, but as an enduring extension of the domestic hearth. To walk through their quiet cities of the dead is to experience a gentle philosophy written in stone, where the boundary between daily life and eternal rest was softened by craft, care, and familiar comfort. The earth itself was invited to wrap around those who had passed, shielding them from the passing of centuries in rock-cut chambers designed to resemble the very rooms where they once dreamed. Here, amidst the gentle rustle of Mediterranean pines and the soft whisper of the evening breeze, the living constructed tranquil cities for their ancestors, carving whole streets, doorways, and interior sanctuaries into the soft, dark rock beneath the soil. Every entrance was crafted with tender intention, ensuring that the journey into rest felt like a natural return to a familiar room at the end of a long and satisfying day. Among the most evocative of these ancient resting places is the sweeping landscape of servitory, where quiet subterranean streets wind beneath mound-like earthen tumuli. In the 4th century BCE Etruscan necropolis of Banditaxia at Servitory, subterranean tombs were sculpted from soft volcanic tufa to mirror cozy domestic bedrooms, complete with stone headrests, carved ceiling rafters, and small niches for glowing terracotta oil lamps. The artisans who shaped these spaces worked with a material that was remarkably yielding yet enduring, translating the intimate carpentry of everyday homes directly into the living rock. Above the resting benches, stone ceilings were painstakingly shaped into peaked roofs, complete with central beams and cross rafters that echoed the wooden architecture of contemporary Etruscan houses. Stone couches and beds were smoothed out of the tufa, featuring raised pillows and contoured headrests designed to cradle the head in restful alignment. Along the dark walls, small niches were carved out to hold clay lamps, whose flickering flames once cast a warm, golden illumination across the room, softening the shadows and filling the subterranean air with the gentle scent of burning olive oil. In every carved curve and recessed shelf, there was a conscious effort to banish the cold isolation of the grave, transforming the underground realm into a welcoming sanctuary where the spirit could rest in perpetual ease. This practice of mirroring domestic spaces reflected a belief system anchored in comfort, family, and peaceful continuity. Within these carved stone bedrooms, families gathered their loved ones in shared, tranquil spaces, placing them side by side, just as they might have slept under one roof during life. The walls were frequently decorated with bas-reliefs, depicting everyday household objects, woven baskets, kitchen utensils, sandals, ropes, and even the likenesses of faithful domestic pets resting beneath stone benches, creating an atmosphere of quiet home life preserved forever in rock. when relatives descended the stone steps to perform gentle rituals of remembrance, they found a serene image of their own living spaces, bathed in the soft glow of memory and devotion. The physical form of the tomb offered a reassuring message to both the living and the departed, that death was not an abrupt ending or a journey into unknown terrors, but a quiet, rhythmic settling into a familiar domestic calm. As centuries drifted past, the cool tufa rock maintained a constant, comforting environment, holding the memory of those within like a soft lullaby echoing down through time. To contemplate these ancient Etruscan chambers today is to be reminded of the universal human desire for shelter, warmth, and peace at the end of life's long journey. The subterranean bedrooms of servitory stand as silent monuments to an enduring tenderness, showing how human hands can transform volcanic stone into places of deep, restful comfort. The quiet stillness within these tufa rooms has remained undisturbed for over 2 millennia, carrying a calm that seamlessly transcends the noise of the outside world. As the night deepens and the surrounding landscape settles into sleep, the gentle vision of the Etruscans offers a peaceful perspective on rest, a reminder that falling asleep is simply a matter of stepping softly into a safe, familiar room, resting one's head upon a gentle pillow, and allowing the quiet darkness to wrap around in timeless peace. As dusk settles gently over the rolling hills of central Italy, the landscape carries a quiet stillness that has endured across thousands of years. Long before the rise of imperial Rome, the Etruscans inhabited these fertile lands, building cities of soft volcanic stone and cultivating a peaceful, deeply intimate relationship with the passage of time and the memory of their ancestors. Rather than viewing the end of earthly life as a dark or foreign abyss, Etruscan communities imagined the afterlife as an elegant, perpetual continuation of the domestic sanctuary, a warm space where familiar comforts remained untroubled by the passage of hours. In their subterranean necropolises, cut directly into the soft earth, they crafted resting places designed to echo the familiar proportions and soothing rhythms of daily life. Walking through these silent stone corridors beneath the earth, one feels a sense of profound calm, as if entering a quiet home whose lamps have been turned low for a long, restful night. The rock itself seems to hold the gentle warmth of the surrounding soil, shielding the memory of those who lived within a protective cradle of enduring serenity. In the 4th century BCE, within the ancient necropolis of Servitory in central Italy, Etruscan masons expressed this domestic reverence when they carved the subterranean asterisk tomb of the reliefs from dark tufa rock, sculpting precise stucco reliefs of soft resting pillows, folded linen towels, and quiet woven sandals along the stone walls to recreate the serene comfort of a home. Every surface within the sacred chamber was carefully shaped to mirror the familiar environment of a family residence, transforming cold bedrock into a sanctuary of enduring warmth. Pillars carved directly from the living stone rose gracefully to support a simulated timber ceiling, while along the perimeter, low couches cut from the tufa were fitted with painted stucco headrests that appeared as yielding and plush as real fabric. Arranged neatly upon the walls, as if laid out for an evening routine, were detailed representations of domestic life, kitchen utensils, gentle household pets, ropes, and everyday implements, all rendered with a tender precision that made the solid stone soft to the eye. Among these sculpted household items, the folded towels hung flat against the plaster, while the sandals rested quietly near the base of the stone couches, suggesting that those who rested here had simply stepped out of their footwear at the close of a long day to sink into uninterrupted ease. This gentle philosophy of burial reflected a belief that memory and comfort should remain inseparable, offering a peaceful bridge between the realm of the living and eternity. The soft, porous tufa stone, easily worked yet remarkably durable over time, allowed Etruscan craftspeople to turn an underground tomb into a tableau of tranquil domesticity, where the boundary between living spaces and final resting places dissolved into a soft continuum. By surrounding the departed with the exact likeness of their most cherished, everyday belongings, the community created a physical space where grief was softened by the gentle presence of the familiar. The absence of harsh imagery or triumphant declarations left only a profound sense of domestic peace, inviting visitors and descendants alike to contemplate death not with fear, but as a quiet return to a familiar room. The subtle colors painted onto the plaster, warm ochres, muted reds, and soft earth tones, mimicked the glow of hearthfire against plaster walls, casting a gentle atmosphere that preserved the warmth of human affection deep beneath the quiet Italian soil. As the centuries passed, and the quiet hills of Etruria folded into the broader tapestry of history, these carved subterranean rooms remained preserved in dark, undisturbed silence, keeping watch over a long-forgotten age. To descend into such a space today is to experience a timeless invitation to rest, surrounded by the silent reminders of human care, artistic devotion, and thoughtful design. The carved pillows of tufa and stucco remain unindented, the linen towels forever folded in quiet repose, and the sandals forever resting beside the stone beds, waiting in eternal stillness. In this quiet subterranean world beneath the ancient hills, time seems to slow to a complete standstill, leaving only the reassuring weight of the earth above, the soft textures of ancient art, and a profound, lingering calm that settles gently over the mind like a soft blanket at the end of a long and peaceful day. As evening settled over ancient Attica, a calm stillness descended upon the roads leading outward from the heart of Athens. Beyond the city walls, where the dust of daytime commerce settled into the grass, lay quiet avenues dedicated to memory and soft reflection. In the 5th century before the Common Era, the honoring of the departed was not marked by grand ostentation or terrifying spectacles, but by gentle, intimate rituals that wove remembrance seamlessly into the fabric of daily domestic life. Relatives would journey past stone boundary markers into the quiet city of the dead, carrying small tokens of affection that bound the visible world to the unseen. Here, among shaded paths and whispering grasses, the Greek view of mortality found its most soothing expression. Death was understood not as a violent rupture, but as a quiet passage into a tranquil realm, where the deceased relied on the thoughtful care of those who remained behind. To visit a grave was to participate in an enduring conversation across the threshold of existence, a practice rooted in tenderness and the comforting continuity of family ties. Walkers along these suburban roads moved with a slow and reverent step, carrying with them vessels filled with perfumed oils to soothe the spirits of their ancestors. Just outside the massive city gate known as the Dipolin, where the northwestern road carved a gentle arc toward Eleusis, the cemetery of the Kerameikos opened under the vast sky. It was a place of quiet dignity, where tall marble slabs bore low-relief sculptures of loved ones engaged in simple, familiar acts. A seated mother holding her child's hand, or a young man gazing peacefully into the distance. Among these monuments, families gathered to perform their periodic rites of remembrance, bringing gifts carefully chosen for their beauty and symbolic resonance. During the 5th century BCE in Athens, families brought delicate white ground *lekithoi oil flasks to the Dipolin cemetery, painted with soft images of departed relatives, resting peacefully beside quiet stream banks shaded by wild olive trees. These slender ceramic vessels, coated in a fine white slip and detailed with line drawings in shades of red, black, and pale ochre, were crafted specifically to accompany the dead and comfort the grieving. Unlike the dark black figure and red figure pottery used in daily life, these fragile flasks featured light, ethereal surfaces that mirrored the delicate nature of human life. On their smooth curves, artisans depicted scenes of quiet reunion, where the living met the dead across low grave monuments wrapped in woolen ribbons, or where figures sat in reflective repose beside calm waters under the shade of ancient foliage. The ritual act of pouring libations from these white ground flasks was performed with deliberate slowness and quiet reverence. A visitor would approach the grave marker, whisper words of affection, and uncap the narrow spout to allow sweet-smelling olive oil to trickle slowly onto the dry stone or the earth beneath. The oil, often scented with marjoram, iris, or rose, absorbed into the porous surface of the monument, leaving a darkened mark that glistened briefly under the soft sun before fading away. This simple gesture served both a practical and a spiritual purpose. It cleansed and anointed the memorial site while offering a sensory gift to the soul of the departed, who was believed to take comfort in the sweet aromas of the living world. The oil flasks themselves were often left standing at the base of the tomb, lined up in neat rows like silent sentinels of memory, their painted figures remaining behind long after the family had turned to walk home. As the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the monuments, these white vessels caught the remaining light, their painted scenes of restful streams and quiet trees offering a timeless vision of peace. In this gentle atmosphere of shared memory, the grief of the Athenian household was transformed into an enduring, peaceful accord with nature and time. The quiet cemetery outside the Dipolin Gate became a sanctuary, not of fear, but of profound tranquility, where the boundary between life and death felt as soft as the evening dusk. The murmuring waters of the nearby Eridano stream echoed the calm landscapes painted upon the pottery, creating a setting where the living could find solace in the beauty of their offerings. As night settled completely over the Keramakos, the sweet scent of olive oil lingering on the cool air, the memory of those who had passed remained safely guarded within the embrace of the earth. The delicate white ground lekythoi stood in quiet testament to the enduring human desire to surround loss with grace, gentle color, and the comforting promise of restful shade beside still waters. As dusk settles softly across the ancient Mediterranean, the early night carries a profound sense of stillness, inviting us to reflect upon how distant ancestors sought to frame the gentle boundary between life and what lies beyond. Throughout the classical world, the architecture of memory was rarely designed to convey terror or dramatic grief. Instead, it served as a soothing bridge, translating the finality of departure into an enduring gesture of peace, beauty, and quiet dignity. In the quiet sanctuaries of stone carved into hillsides or buried beneath the fertile earth, ancient artisans poured their mastery into creating serene places of quiet transition. They understood that the physical resting place was not merely a vault for what was lost, but a sanctuary designed to hold the spirit in eternal harmony with the natural elements, with the slow, unhurried passage of evening clouds, the gentle murmuring of nearby waters, and the steady, rhythmic breath of the night wind. Across centuries of human craft, from the sun-drenched shores of southern Italy to the dramatic, winding river valleys of Anatolia, these sacred monuments reflected a profound philosophical calm. Death was envisioned not as a sudden or dark abyss, but as a graceful movement into stillness, an abiding rest where the soul found solace in the quiet, undisturbed rhythms of the cosmos. To contemplate these ancient places of rest is to enter a world where time unfolds without hurry, where every carved detail and painted brushstroke whispers of safety, light, and eternal tranquility, held forever in a soft, unbroken slumber beneath the quiet canopy of stars. In the quietly radiant coastal plains of southern Italy, an extraordinary vision of this peaceful passage was preserved within the dark earth of ancient Magna Graecia. In the 5th century BCE at Paestum in southern Italy, ancient Greek painters decorated the interior limestone ceiling of the tomb of the diver with a tranquil fresco depicting a solitary figure leaping gracefully through clear air into a calm, azure pool of water, framed by softly swaying olive trees. This singular image, hidden within the silence of the limestone chamber, stands as a masterpiece of spiritual optimism and serene quietude. Rather than depicting scenes of sorrow, conflict, or solemn judgment, the ancient painter captured a moment of weightless transition, suspended between the warmth of the earthly world and the soothing embrace of the unknown. The diver moves with effortless poise, his limbs outstretched in complete surrender to the open air, descending toward a surface of still, cool water that promises comfort, peace, and gentle renewal. Surrounding the scene, the delicate branches of olive trees bow softly against the sky, as though offering a quiet blessing as the traveler completes his journey. In this intimate space, shielded from the outer world by 5 slabs of pale limestone, the act of passing away is reimagined not as an ending, but as an act of pure, weightless trust, a serene dive into a calm tide that absorbs all earthly weariness into eternal quiet, inviting the mind to rest peacefully in the stillness of the present moment. Farther to the east, along the tranquil waterways of southwestern Anatolia, another ancient culture expressed its reverence for the departed through an extraordinary harmony between stone, sky, and river. Carved into the sheer limestone cliffs of Dalian around the 4th century BCE, Lycian rock-cut tombs were sculpted with delicate architectural details, mimicking soft timber beams, set high above the reed-lined Calbes River, where quiet evening breezes brush against the stone facades. Guided by an abiding belief that the departed rested close to the heavens, the Lycian stonemasons elevated their tombs high above the valley floor, placing them where the first rays of morning light would warm the cliff face, and where the night air remained pure and undisturbed. With astonishing care and artistry, they carved the rigid cliff faces to resemble the familiar, comforting woodwork of domestic homes, reproducing wooden roof beams, mortise joints, and timber, paneling directly out of the enduring mountain stone. Looking up from the calm, slowly moving waters of the river below, one sees these classical facades suspended between earth and sky, their carved columns and quiet porticos glowing faintly in the fading light of evening, as the gentle current of the river whispers softly through the tall reeds, and the twilight breeze drifts through the valley. These stone sanctuaries stand as timeless sentinels of rest, holding the memory of ancient lives in perpetual, peaceful stillness, where every rustle of the wind brings a reassuring whisper of eternal peace. as dusk settles softly across the rolling hills and quiet plains of central India, ancient traditions of memory take shape, not in shadow or sorrow, but in gentle circles carved from pale sandstone. In the centuries following the early development of sacred architecture across the subcontinent, the physical spaces built to honor the departed transformed into quiet places of reflection, where the physical remains of venerated teachers were enclosed within massive, smooth domes designed to echo the vast expanse of the sky above. These hemispherical structures, known as stupas, stood not as heavy monuments of grief, but as tranquil centers for contemplation, inner quiet, and peaceful passage. The circular shape became a physical representation of the cyclical nature of life, death, and renewal. Built over carefully preserved relics, their solid masonry absorbed the warmth of the sun during the day and held it long into the cool twilight, offering a steady, grounding presence to all who approached. The architecture itself invited a slow, deliberate cadence, encouraging the restless mind to set aside the noise of daily life and enter into a space of quiet reverence. Surrounding these earthen and stone mounds, wide terraces and intricately crafted railings created clear, sheltered pathways that guided visitors on a journey of quiet meditation, where every step became a rhythmic measure of peaceful recollection, linking the transient nature of human existence with the enduring stillness of the earth. At the 3rd century BCE, Great Stupa of Sanchi in Madhya Pradesh, India, ancient rites of remembrance centered on *pradakshina*, where visitors walked silently along elevated sandstone pathways, leaving offerings of crushed jasmine petals and sandalwood paste on the sun-warmed stone balustrades. This rhythmic act of walking in a clockwise circle around the sacred mound allowed pilgrims to align their own movement with the steady, timeless turn of the stars overhead, turning memory into a graceful, repetitive motion that quieted the spirit. The sandstone rails, intricately carved with motifs of lotus blossoms, sacred trees, and quiet rivers, felt smooth and familiar beneath resting fingers. The balustrades served as a tactile connection, separating the mundane world outside from the meditative sanctuary within. As fingers touched the detailed carvings, one felt a deep connection to the artisans who had shaped the stone centuries before, bridging generations through shared labor and devotion. As the cool breeze of evening swept across the hill of Sanchi, the faint aroma of sandalwood and white petals drifted softly through the air, mixing with the earthy scent of the surrounding woodland. There were no spoken chants required to fill the stillness. Instead, the reverence was carried entirely by the soft brush of linen robes against stone, the faint rustle of leaves, and the unspoken intentions of those who walked side by side. Each step along the worn stone path served as a gentle reminder of life's soft impermanence, wrapping the ancient rites of memory in a sense of deep, unbroken harmony that stilled every restless thought. In the quiet stillness of these sun-warmed corridors, the act of remembering was stripped of heavy mourning and reshaped into an ongoing practice of peace and mindfulness. The physical monument of the stupa did not merely preserve the past. It created a living sanctuary where the living could commune with the memory of what had passed before, finding solace in the cyclical nature of existence. As night deepened over the hill of Sanchi, the pale sandstone pathways retained the lingering heat of the midday sun, radiating a soft warmth to the soles of lingering feet. The crushed petals left upon the balustrades slowly surrendered their delicate fragrance to the nocturnal air, while the massive dome stood silent against the darkening horizon, a timeless testament to endurance and quiet dignity. Above, the night sky unfolded in a blanket of stars, casting a serene luminescence over the hilltop, where all fears of ending dissolved into the vastness of the cosmos. To wander these paths at twilight was to experience a gentle dissolving of time, where past and present merged in the steady, soothing cadence of circumambulation. In this calm space of stone and sky, the mind finds permission to let go of its heavy burdens, drifting along the quiet, peaceful paths of memory into a deep and undisturbed sleep. High in the rugged silence of the Altai Mountains, where sweeping winds brush past towering granite peaks and snow-laden valleys, ancient pastoral communities once moved with the calm rhythms of the seasons. Across these vast subalpine grasslands, life unfolded with a gentle, patient cadence, bound to the movements of grazing herds, the subtle shift of sunlight across mountain passes, and the quiet return of autumn frost. When a member of the community passed from the vibrant world of the steppe into the peaceful stillness of memory, the living turned their hands to acts of profound tenderness, preparing a resting place designed to endure the deep freeze of the high mountain earth. Subterranean chambers were constructed deep beneath the soil, carefully fashioned to shelter the departed in a space of tranquility, warmth, and enduring protection from the elements. Above these quiet rooms, soil, gravel, and heavy stones were piled high to form kurgans, earthen mounds that caught the soft winter snows and mirrored the smooth, rolling contours of the surrounding landscape. Beneath these protective mounds, the unique climate of the mountain subsoil eventually allowed ground ice to form, preserving every delicate detail of the funeral arrangements and sealing away time, craftsmanship, and quiet affection into perpetual frost. As the outer world cycled through thousands of years of sun, rain, and mountain blizzards, the inner depths of these subterranean tombs remained remarkably unchanged, holding silent witness to the devotion of ancient pastoralists who sought to comfort their loved ones even in the dark quiet of the earth. Among these extraordinary resting places, the 3rd century BCE tombs of the Pazyryk culture offer a window into how deeply human empathy and artistic care were woven into the architecture of farewell. inside the 3rd century BCE frozen Paseric mounds of the Altai Mountains. Nomadic craftspeople lined subterranean larch-log burial chambers with thick, soft felt carpets embroidered with quiet lotus rosettes, placing carved wooden trays of dried coriander seeds beside resting loved ones. The construction of these log rooms required immense skill and patience, as heavy larch timbers were felled, trimmed, and fitted tightly together to create a sheltered sanctuary away from the pressing weight of the earth. To soften the chill of the subterranean timber, artisans pressed thick layers of wool into smooth felt, decorating the fabric with intricate needlework that depicted graceful lotus flowers. Beside the departed, the placement of carved wooden trays laden with coriander seeds introduced a soothing, fragrant presence into the darkness of the tomb. Every element chosen for the chamber reflected a calm, deliberate thoughtfulness. The felt carpet provided a soft barrier against the cold stone. The floral rosettes brought an enduring whisper of life's quiet elegance, and the aromatic coriander seeds carried a sweet, earthy scent meant to linger in the still air. The immense labor involved in felt making, wood carving, and embroidery reveals that even within a mobile lifestyle governed by seasonal migrations, the honor bestowed upon the departed was grounded in lasting, beautiful craftsmanship. As groundwater slowly trickled down through the upper stone cairns and froze within the sealed larch-log chambers, these custom-crafted items and tender offerings were gently preserved in ice, safe from decay for more than 2,000 years. This natural process of encapsulation preserved not only the physical objects themselves, but also the peaceful, reverent atmosphere that the mourners had so carefully created on the day of burial. The plush texture of the felted wool carpets, the smooth carved edges of the wooden trays, and the delicate structures of the dried coriander seeds remained untouched by time, resting quietly beneath the mountain turf while generations passed above. Reflecting upon these subterranean chambers invites a gentle contemplation of human care across the ages, a quiet realization that long ago, on high alpine plateaus under vast and open skies, ancient communities gathered to offer their final gifts of comfort, beauty, and warmth. They did not surrender their departed to the cold, unyielding earth, but instead cradled them in soft, hand-worked textiles, surrounded them with quiet symbols of grace, and sweetened the stillness of the tomb with aromatic seeds. In the profound solitude of the Altai Range, these frozen mounds endure as serene sanctuaries of remembrance, offering a restful reminder that the impulse to honor loss with tenderness is timeless, constant, and deeply reassuring. Along the quiet, windswept coast of South America, where the arid desert meets the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean, ancient communities developed profound ways of honoring their ancestors with stillness, beauty, and extraordinary care. High above the shoreline, where the dry sea air moves across golden sands, the rhythm of daily life was deeply intertwined with the sacred craft of weaving, creating textiles designed not only for the living, but to gently cocoon those who had completed their journey. In this quiet landscape, skilled artisans spent months, sometimes years, preparing spun fibers with natural plant and insect dyes, transforming simple threads into delicate works of art infused with devotion. Around 300 BCE, on the Paracas Peninsula of Peru, weavers crafted multi-layered funerary mantles from soft alpaca wool and cotton dyed with indigo and cochineal, wrapping resting loved ones in hundreds of yards of cloud-soft textiles. The immense patience required to spin, dye, and construct these vast lengths of cloth reflects a culture that viewed death not as a sudden end, but as a gentle transition worthy of the softest touch and the quietest respect. Each layer added to the bundle was placed with tender precision, wrapping the individual in warmth and rich color that would remain vibrant even as centuries drifted silently by. The rich blues extracted from indigo plants and the deep, warm reds derived from cochineal insects were chosen with great intentionality, creating a visual harmony that mirrored the surrounding landscape of sea, sky, and earth. The artistry embedded within these textile wrappings went far beyond the warmth of the wool and cotton, reaching into the realm of spiritual iconography and deep reverence for the natural world. Within the quiet sanctuary of the weaving spaces, hands moved rhythmically, stitching delicate imagery into the fabric to accompany the departed on their eternal rest. Among these detailed patterns were subtle representations of wildlife, mythical beings, and creatures of the sky, each embroidered thread telling a silent story of connection to the environment. Around 300 BCE, along the Paracas Peninsula of Peru, weavers wrapped resting loved ones in layers of soft alpaca wool embroidered with indigo hummingbird motifs, placing them in subterranean desert caverns cooled by gentle Pacific breezes. The choice of the hummingbird, a creature of lightness, swift movement, and beauty, brought a sense of gentle grace to the quiet darkness of the burial sites. These subterranean spaces, carved beneath the dry desert floor, provided a stable, sheltered climate where the temperature remained remarkably constant. As cool air drifted inland from the ocean, it swept softly through the cavern entrances, maintaining a peaceful atmosphere that preserved both the delicate organic fibers and the memory of the individuals resting within. In the still darkness of these underground chambers, time seemed to slow to a complete standstill, resting peacefully within ceramic vessels or basketry containers beneath their cloud-like textile mantles. The departed were surrounded by objects of comfort, utility, and artistic reverence. The arid environment of the Paracas Peninsula acted as a natural sanctuary, shielding the delicate alpaca wool, cotton, and rich pigments from the moisture that usually causes textiles to decay over time. As generations passed above ground, the quiet subterranean world preserved the tenderness of the original farewell, holding the intricate embroidery, the deep indigo blues, and the soft cochineal reds in perfect stillness. The care invested in every stitch speaks to a universal human desire to protect, remember, and honor those who came before, wrapping them in softness and placing them where the quiet air and the distant murmur of the sea could watch over them for millennia. To contemplate these ancient funerary practices is to reflect on the quiet dignity with which human beings have long approached the end of life's journey. Through the simple, deliberate act of spinning thread, gathering dyes from the earth, and stitching embroidery, the people of the Paracas Peninsula transformed grief into lasting beauty, creating a sanctuary of warmth and art in the heart of the desert. The stillness of the subterranean caverns, combined with the gentle touch of Pacific breezes, provided a resting place where memory could abide undisturbed. As night settles over the modern world and the ocean waves continue their slow, rhythmic ebb and flow against the shore, the legacy of these ancient weavers remains a peaceful testament to love, remembrance, and the gentle beauty of eternal rest. In the quiet expanse of North America's ancient heartland, the winding rivers and gentle valleys were once home to communities whose reverence for their departed found form in the earth itself. Long before distant cities rose in stone, people living along the riverbanks shaped the soil into soft, rounded mounds that mimicked the swelling hills surrounding them. These earthen monuments were not built in haste or out of dread, but rather as enduring sanctuaries, carefully aligned with the gentle rhythms of the sun, the moon, and the changing seasons. As evening mist rolled off the slow-moving waters and settled into the low meadows, generations came together to carry basket after basket of rich silt and clay, building monumental earthworks with a patient, rhythmic devotion. To walk among these mounds was to experience a landscape infused with quiet memory, where every rise in the topography marked a place of rest and quiet reflection. The people of these ancient river valleys held a deep understanding of their place within the natural world, viewing death not as a harsh rupture, but as a peaceful return to the nurturing ground that had sustained their lives. In their burial customs, there was an extraordinary attention to beauty and harmony, using materials drawn from the forest floors, the clear streams, and the minerals embedded in distant rock formations. Every line carved into the earth, every bed of clay prepared for a quiet resting place, reflected a subtle aesthetic designed to shield the fallen in soft, natural elegance, while binding their memory to the enduring life of the river basin. Within this tradition of profound craftsmanship, the rituals surrounding the dead reached a remarkably delicate expression during the Middle Woodland period. Around 200 BCE, in the Ohio River Valley, artisans of the Hopewell culture crafted serene earthen burial platforms lined with sheets of translucent mica, cut into soft leaf shapes, surrounded by thousands of smooth freshwater pearls gathered from local streams. These shimmering sheets of mica, traded across vast distances from the Appalachian Mountains, caught the faint ambient light beneath the earth, creating a luminous, glowing bed that mirrored the soft radiance of the night sky. The careful arrangement of leaf shapes spoke of a quiet intimacy with the changing canopy of the forest, reflecting the natural cycle of falling leaves that cushion the ground each autumn before returning to the soil. Surrounding these delicate cutouts, the thousands of tiny freshwater pearls, painstakingly collected from mussel beds in the clear river shoals, formed a soft, iridescent sea around the resting platforms. Each pearl was a small testament to countless quiet hours spent along the water's edge, a quiet offering of patient labor laid down beside those who had passed on. The combined effect was one of serene, understated splendor, a quiet sanctuary nestled within the darkness of the earthen chamber, where light and texture coalesced into a tranquil haven of memory. The care bestowed upon these burial platforms suggests a profound desire to wrap the departed in quiet grace, using the softest and most radiant gifts of nature to bridge the realm of the living with the quiet stillness of the earth. As centuries turned into millennia, the wooden structures enclosing these burial chambers gradually yielded to the weight of the soil, and the earth smoothed itself out into gentle, grassy domes that merged seamlessly back into the forest floor. Today, these ancient mounds stand as quiet sentinels along the river terraces, hidden beneath layers of oak leaves, soft moss, and wild grasses that sway gently in the afternoon breeze. The bright sheets of mica and the lustrous freshwater pearls remain cradled in the cool darkness below, preserved untouched by the centuries that have drifted past overhead. There is a deep, abiding stillness to these sights, where the noise of modern life fades away, replaced only by the soft rustle of wind through the trees and the steady, quiet flow of the river nearby. The Hopewell people left behind no grand written chronicles, yet their earthworks and delicate burial offerings speak with a timeless voice about human tenderness and the desire to honor those who came before. In crafting such serene spaces from earth, stone, and river pearls, they created a legacy of remembrance, grounded in beauty, calm, and quiet reverence. To contemplate these ancient resting places is to be reminded of the gentle continuity of life and nature, offering a soothing reminder that we too are part of an endless, peaceful cycle, resting safely within the quiet embrace of the earth. Across the quiet sweep of early East Asian history, few materials captured the human imagination with such serene reverence as jade. To the ancient mind, this smooth stone was far more than a luxury. It was a physical manifestation of purity, permanence, and quiet grace, holding within its translucent depths a soothing calm despite its cool touch. As dynasties rose and quietly yielded to the slow turning of seasons, burial customs evolved to reflect a deep desire to shield the departed from the gentle erosion of time. Within the peaceful subterranean chambers carved into hillside rock or nestled beneath earth mounds, every object placed alongside the deceased served to create a sanctuary of stillness. Soft silk draperies, painted lacquerware, and delicate ceramic vessels were arranged with quiet precision, ensuring that the transition into memory was accompanied by elegance and deep respect. The air inside these underground rooms remained cool and still, safe from the changing skies above, suspended in an eternal twilight where the quiet rhythms of life gave way to undisturbed rest. It was within this peaceful context that the artisans of the royal courts dedicated their skill to an extraordinary craft, shaping garments meant not for daily life, but for the profound silence of eternal repose. Among the most elaborate expressions of this funerary philosophy were the bespoke armor-like garments created for the imperial family and highest nobility. Crafting these suits required immense patience, extraordinary technical skill, and an unwavering devotion to detail, as thousands of individual mineral tiles had to be ground, smoothed, pierced, and arranged with absolute symmetry. During the 2nd century BCE, Western Han Dynasty, Chinese royal artisans assembled custom funerary suits made of over 2,000 polished jade tiles, stitched together with fine gold thread, wrapping resting nobles in a cooling armor of smooth stone. Each small square or rectangle of jade was carefully matched for tone and translucency, creating a cohesive, shimmering surface that reflected the softest gleam of light. The delicate golden wires, threaded through minute holes drilled into the corners of every tile, bound the hard stone into a supple, fitting shroud that conformed gently to the human form. The resulting suit functioned as a serene cocoon, isolating the resting noble from the elements while bestowing an aura of tranquil majesty upon their quiet rest. Grinding stone with fine sand and water was a slow, rhythmic labor that mirrored the unhurried nature of the tomb itself. This practice was deeply rooted in the philosophical beliefs of the era, which held that jade possessed an innate vitality capable of preserving the physical vessel and protecting the soul during its quiet passage. It was believed that by enveloping the body entirely in high-grade jade, the vital energies would remain sealed within, preserving dignity through the quiet centuries. The distinction of using gold thread was reserved specifically for emperors and princes of the highest order, while others might be bound in silver, copper, or silk threads, creating a quiet hierarchy of materials that reflected their standing even in repose. Yet, regardless of the metal used to join the stone, the core intention remained unchanged: to create a peaceful barrier between the sleeper and the world outside. Below the earth, surrounded by heavy stone walls and sealed doors, the noble lay undisturbed, protected by a mosaic of cool stone that would remain unchanged, even as generations passed away under the open sky. The stillness of these subterranean tombs created a timeless atmosphere where the cooling embrace of the jade suit held its silent guard year after year. When modern archaeologists eventually uncovered these undisturbed hand tombs after more than 2 millennia of quiet darkness, the jade suits remained as intact and brilliant as when they were first sealed away. Though the silk ribbons and wooden ornaments within the chambers had long since turned to dust, the polished jade tiles and resilient gold wire retained their form, shining quietly beneath the soft lights of discovery. They stand today as a testament to the profound care with which ancient societies approached the mystery of death, choosing to wrap their loved ones in materials of enduring beauty, cool comfort, and eternal peace. As you drift toward sleep, imagine the absolute quiet of those underground stone chambers, where the gentle sheen of polished jade holds its calm, unchanging guard, wrapped in timeless silence and restful beauty. As twilight fell across the misty hills of ancient China, the living sought ways to honor the journey of those who had departed, weaving deep reverence into the very fabric of the earth. The transition into the afterlife was envisioned not as a sudden end, but as a slow, peaceful continuation, an unfolding rest that mirrored the natural rhythm of the changing seasons and the steady rotation of the night sky. In the quiet belief systems of the time, the human spirit retained a soft, enduring connection to the physical vessel, requiring a sanctuary of perfect stillness where time could move without friction. To create such enduring sanctuaries, builders looked away from temporary wooden structures and turned instead to the eternal depths of the stone hills, carving subterranean chambers deep inside solid rock. Within these shadowy, cool caverns, far removed from the clamor of everyday life, every detail was carefully arranged to foster an atmosphere of undisturbed tranquility. Soft silk banners hung motionless in the subterranean air, while low ceramic vessels held quiet offerings meant to nourish the soul on its long, gentle journey. Surrounded by the grounding presence of the earth, the departed were nestled into spaces designed to feel like eternal bedchambers, where the worries of the world above could never penetrate. Here, amidst the heavy silence of stone, the sacred art of burial became an act of profound tenderness, a way for grieving hands to shield loved ones in an embrace of permanent, calm protection. Among the materials chosen to safeguard the sleeper, none carried greater spiritual weight than jade, a mineral revered for its cool purity, smooth texture, and subtle, luminous glow. It was widely believed that this precious stone possessed an inherent vitality, capable of preserving the body and shielding the essence of the soul from decay. For noble rulers, master craftspeople devoted months to fashioning complete garments made entirely of polished jade plates, tailored precisely to envelope the deceased like a shimmering suit of protective armor. During the Western Han Dynasty, around 113 BCE, Chinese artisans crafted a serene burial suit for Prince Liu Sheng at Manchang, meticulously stitching 2,498 thin tiles of translucent green jade with delicate gold wire to encase the resting prince inside a quiet mountain cavern. Each small tile had been individually cut, ground, and polished until its surface caught the soft, flickering light like leaves suspended in still water. Tiny holes drilled into the corners of every square allowed threads of pure gold to bind the pieces together in a flexible, seamless weave, creating a garment that was both formidable and graceful. As the suit was laid around the prince within the mountain cave, it created a serene barrier between the physical body and the passage of centuries. Wrapped in thousands of smooth green stones, held gently by golden thread, the ruler rested in the absolute stillness of the earth, enclosed within an artwork that celebrated both temporal power and an unwavering longing for eternal peace. This labor of reverence extended far beyond the outer suit, shaping every aspect of the burial chamber into a meditative sanctuary of quiet beauty. The mountain tomb was constructed with multiple rooms that mimicked the layout of a grand royal palace, complete with quiet reception halls, side rooms for storage, and a central chamber where bronze lamps once cast a gentle, warm illumination over carved stone walls. Yet, once the final sacred rituals were completed and the heavy stone doors sealed the entrance, an eternal silence claimed the space completely. In that profound and protective dark, unbothered by wind, rain, or the passing of dynasties, the jade suit remained suspended in time, keeping its quiet vigil through thousands of peaceful nights. The act of stitching jade with gold was far more than an opulent display of wealth. It was a deeply felt artistic expression of human love, care, and hope, a desire to offer comfort, dignity, and sanctuary to someone entering the vast mystery of sleep. Today, looking back across the centuries at these ancient chambers, we sense the enduring continuity of human memory and affection. Across different cultures and eras, the impulse to honor our ancestors with quiet craft remains unchanged. In the deep calm of these mountain tombs, where translucent jade meets golden thread, and the silent stone cradles the resting, we find a timeless reminder of how deeply we cherish peace, holding fast to the hope that those who have gone before us remain safely enfolded in rest. Across the ancient world, the act of preparing a final resting place was guided by a profound desire to surround the departed with quiet harmony, soft textures, and enduring beauty. In the quiet darkness beneath the earth, ancient builders sought to create an atmosphere of undisturbed peace, where the soul could rest shielded from the restless rhythms of the living world. In 168 BCE, at Mounds near Changsha, China, Lady Dai was laid to rest inside 4 nested lacquered pinewood coffins, decorated with delicate paintings of floating clouds. Cradled in 20 layers of fine woven silk, beside small bamboo baskets filled with dried lotus seeds. Each fitting layer of pinewood was crafted with extraordinary precision, fitted snugly to seal away moisture and air, while the smooth lacquer surfaces glistened with soft motifs of mist, spirit creatures, and ethereal clouds soaring across dark background skies. Surrounding her body, the 20 luxurious layers of fine silk created a gentle cocoon of warmth and lightness, protecting her form with unmatched tenderness. Beside these woven textiles lay the small bamboo baskets, holding dried lotus seeds, whose quiet presence symbolized long life, resilience, and the peaceful return of spring after a season of sleep. The artisans who prepared this chamber worked in soft reverence, ensuring that every brush stroke and fold of cloth contributed to an unbroken sanctuary of stillness. The careful arrangement of these grave goods reflected a deep cultural reverence for harmony and balance, transforming the subterranean tomb into a quiet home where nothing harsh could intrude. To descend into such a space in memory is to appreciate how profoundly human beings have cared for their loved ones, using every natural material, wood, silk, lacquer, and plant fiber, to weave a canopy of everlasting rest. Beyond the secluded chambers of East Asia, other ancient societies sought to integrate the memory of the dead directly into the quiet, everyday paths of the living, blending remembrance with practical comfort. Along the Street of Tombs, outside the Herculaneum Gate in 1st century BCE Pompeii, stone carvers built the tomb of Mamiya with a wide, curved tufa bench called an asterisk scola, offering a shaded resting place for weary travelers to sit quietly above the Bay of Naples. Built into the outer roadside edge of the burial monument, this generous exeter seat was cut from dark, porous volcanic tufa stone, curving smoothly to cradle the human form and cast a soothing shadow during the warmth of midday. As travelers walked along the dusty road leading out of the city gates, carrying heavy burdens or journeying toward distant coastlines, they were invited to pause, sit down, and cool themselves in the shade provided by Mamiya's legacy. Sitting upon the curved stone, one could listen to the faint rustle of olive leaves and Italian pines in the coastal breeze, watching the warm afternoon light shimmer across the calm waters of the Bay of Naples, stretching toward the horizon. The stone carvers deliberately smoothed the seating area so that anyone passing by, merchant, farmer, or weary wanderer, could find immediate physical ease in the presence of the past. In this thoughtful design, memory was not distant or formidable. Instead, it was woven into a moment of gentle relief for strangers. The deceased lived on not through rigid decrees or fearful monuments, but through the calm, quiet gift of shelter offered to those still walking life's long roads. When we consider these ancient monuments together, we see how different lands shared a single, quiet impulse to make the boundary between life and death a place of soothing grace. Whether hidden deep beneath layers of earth and silk in Changsha, or set along a sunlit coastal highway in Pompeii, these burial sites were designed to calm the spirit and ease the weary heart. The four nested coffins of Maungdui sheltered a quiet inner sanctuary, ensuring that the stillness inside remained unbroken through centuries of quiet night. The curved tufa bench outside Herculaneum gate offered a soft pause in time, letting the living rest their limbs while participating in a silent, enduring conversation with the past. Both rites remind us that remembrance at its best is gentle, free of drama or pretense, offering a soft space where thoughts may settle like dust in twilight. In every era, the human heart has sought ways to soften the mystery of parting, building sanctuaries of wood, stone, silk, and shade that whisper of peace. As the evening grows late and the world settles into night, we can let our minds linger on these restful places, feeling the cool stone, the soft silk, and the steady, peaceful flow of human memory, resting gently beneath the quiet sky. As the setting sun painted the vast desert horizons of the Arabian Peninsula in soft shades of amber, rose, and brushed gold, the ancient Nabatean city of Hegra rested peacefully beneath towering cliffs of weathered red sandstone. Here, along the legendary trade routes, where caravans once carried precious frankincense, myrrh, and rare spices across the quiet dunes, skilled stonecutters labored with measured rhythm to sculpt monumental tomb facades directly into the living rock face, where the soft shift of golden light across the sandstone cliffs marked the slow turning of the day. These rock-cut monuments were conceived not merely as grand displays of status, but as quiet resting sanctuaries intended to shield the departed in absolute, unbroken stillness across the centuries. The dry desert atmosphere preserved every fine line of the stonemason's artistry, from the distinctive stepped merlins crowning the portals to the delicate floral reliefs and guardian eagles carved above the entryways, creating a timeless space where the day's heat slowly surrendered to the gentle coolness of evening. In the tranquil silence of dusk, as soft desert breezes drifted across the valley, families would approach these grand yet serene chambers, seeking solace in a landscape intentionally shaped to bridge the earthly world with the quiet eternity of memory. The massive stone cliffs absorbed the evening air, releasing a slow, soothing breath into the surrounding expanse, inviting all who arrived to pause, breathe deeply, and feel the comforting continuity of life, reverence, and soft, unbroken peace. Beyond the majestic stonework of these monumental facades, the Nabateans cultivated a remarkably gentle philosophy of remembrance, believing that spaces dedicated to the departed should serve as touchstones of living beauty, deep tranquility, and ongoing comfort for the family members left behind. In 1st century Hegra, Nabatean rock-cut tombs were legally endowed with surrounding plots planted with pomegranate trees and grapevine arbors, creating shaded, fragrant gardens irrigated by subterranean channels for quiet family remembrance. These carefully established green sanctuaries transformed the dry desert terrain into lush, private oases, where thick canopies of glossy leaves offered welcome relief from the brilliant sun, and delicate blossoms filled the warm air with a subtle, soothing fragrance. Beneath the surface of the soil, intricate networks of underground channels and stone aqueducts, engineered with extraordinary hydrological skill, routed cool mountain waters directly to the roots of every vine and fruit tree, providing a continuous supply of moisture even through the driest seasons, and creating a gentle, rhythmic whisper of trickling water that hummed softly through the quiet garden. Informal, legal inscriptions carved directly upon the tomb entryways, strict endowing clauses, ensured that these surrounding orchards remained permanently attached to the burial sites, protecting the trees from harm across generations, and guaranteeing that descendants would always possess a cool haven in which to gather, share memorial meals, and honor their ancestors in serene privacy. This harmonious weaving of living flora with enduring stone reflected a profound understanding of human grief as a quiet, evolving journey that unfolds naturally alongside the rhythmic cycles of nature. To sit in the cool shadow of a sandstone cliff, wrapped in the soft rustle of grapevine leaves swaying in the night wind, was to step into a sanctuary crafted specifically to ease the mind and quiet the heart. The rich scent of ripening pomegranates, damp soil, and sweet floral nectar drifted through the arbors, merging softly with the subtle, lingering aroma of natural resins used in ancient burial rituals. Family members gathered beneath the spreading vines for commemorative meals, breaking bread together, sharing softly spoken stories, and listening to the soothing murmur of subterranean streams flowing through the earth. As darkness settled over the Hegra Valley, bright constellations emerged across the vast expanse of the desert sky, casting a gentle silver luminescence over the leafy arbors and reflecting faintly in the clear waters of the irrigation channels. Within these peaceful gardens, the boundary between past and present seemed to dissolve into a shared, timeless calm, where memory was held not in heavy sorrow, but in the living beauty of growing branches, the protective shade of leaves, and the steady, quiet flow of life hidden just beneath the sand. It stood as a lasting testament to human tenderness, showing how love and thoughtful design could turn an arid landscape into an enduring haven of comfort, rest, and everlasting peace. As the sun slowly descends over the ancient desert pathways of the Arabian Peninsula, the evening light casts long, warm shadows across a landscape sculpted by time, wind, and and silent contemplation. Long before the quiet dusk settles over the modern trade routes, the Nabatean people held a profound reverence for the stillness of the desert and the enduring nature of living rock. Across the vast expanses where caravans once carried precious aromatics between distant kingdoms, the sheer rock formations rise like timeless sentinels out of the golden sands. For the Nabateans, death was not an abrupt departure into darkness, but a gentle transition into the permanent memory of the earth itself, housed within sanctuary spaces carved directly into the bedrock. In these quiet expanses, the boundary between the living world and the quiet realm of ancestors felt as soft and natural as the changing light of twilight. The desert air, cooling rapidly after the heat of the day, carried a profound silence that invited quiet reflection and deep repose. Families looking upon these magnificent stone cliffs saw not merely monuments of grand architectural skill, but deeply personal spaces created to safeguard the rest of those who had gone before, wrapped in the peaceful, unchanging embrace of the surrounding desert. The craftsmanship involved in constructing these sites reflected an abiding commitment to memory, ensuring that even as centuries turned into millennia, the presence of loved ones would remain preserved against the shifting winds. Inside these carved chambers, the silence of the earth offered a sense of shelter that transcended the passage of human time. The artistry of the Nabatean rock-cut tombs revealed a harmonious blend of cultural influences and local tradition, executed with extraordinary precision and artistic restraint. Working from the high upper ledges downward to ensure no falling debris would mar the polished stone below, skilled craftsmen shaped the rugged cliff faces into elegant, symmetrical facades adorned with stylized pediments, stepped crenellations, and protective symbols carved into the stone. In 1st century CE Hegra in modern Saudi Arabia, Nabatean stonemasons carved serene tomb facades directly into golden sandstone cliffs, sculpting small interior stone ledges where families gently burned resinous frankincense and myrrh during quiet commemorative gatherings. Within these cool, sheltered rock chambers, the warmth of small embers illuminated the soft, golden textures of the sandstone walls, creating a serene sanctuary away from the relentless desert heat. As the aromatic resins melted over the glowing coals, ribbons of fragrant smoke rose slowly toward the high ceiling, filling the space with the rich, resinous perfumes of frankincense harvested from southern coastal hills and myrrh gathered from arid scrublands. These commemorative meals and peaceful vigils were not marked by loud lamentation, but by a calm and reassuring sense of continuation, where shared memories were spoken softly into the dim light. The small stone niches held the burning incense like gentle beacons, allowing the living to honor their ancestors in a ritual that engaged scent, warmth, and the tactile presence of solid rock. Each gathering reinforced a timeless bond, linking generations together through shared stillness and the soothing presence of sacred smoke. In the quiet solitude of the chamber, the rhythmic rise of the aromatic smoke seemed to echo the slow, steady heartbeat of the ancient desert itself. As night deepened over Hegra, the sweet scent of frankincense and myrrh would drift outward through the carved doorways, dispersing softly into the cool desert breeze under a vast canopy of stars. The quiet chambers returned once more to complete stillness, holding within their thick sandstone walls the lingering warmth and peacefulness of the evening's tribute. Today, these rock-cut facades still stand in quiet dignity along the desert horizon, their golden surfaces softened by centuries of blowing sand and soft starlight. The simple ledges carved into the interior rock remain as silent witnesses to those ancient family gatherings, reminding us of the universal human desire to create places of peaceful rest and lasting remembrance in the absolute quiet of the desert night, where the only movement is the slow drift of constellations across the celestial sphere. The tombs of Hegra remain peaceful sanctuaries of memory, carved into the very skeleton of the earth to offer eternal quietude to all who slumber within their stone embrace. The desert breeze gently whispers across the golden cliff faces, carrying with it an enduring stillness that bridges the gap between ancient ritual and present repose. Across the vast and sun-softened expanses of the ancient Near East, the quiet art of honoring the departed often found its canvas within the solid stone of the earth itself, where time seemed to slow to peaceful stillness. In the 1st century CE at Hegra, in the Hijaz desert of Saudi Arabia, Nabatean stonemasons carved monumental tomb facades directly into rose-pink sandstone cliffs, placing resting loved ones in cool interior rock chambers scented with dried frankincense and sweet myrrh. The Nabatean masons worked with extraordinary reverence, shaping every portal and column so that the morning sun would cast long, gentle shadows across the rose-colored rock face before giving way to the cool interior shade. The air within these stone sanctuaries remained temperate and still, preserving not only the physical memory of those who had passed, but also an atmosphere of profound tranquility. Outside, the desert winds might sweep across the golden dunes, carrying fine dust across the landscape. But inside the rose-hued rock, all was motionless and calm. The subtle fragrance of dried frankincense, harvested from the resinous heart of southern trees, blended seamlessly with the warm, honeyed aroma of sweet myrrh, creating a gentle sensory envelope that lingered in the cool shade. These rock-cut tombs stood as quiet bridges between the fleeting life of the desert trade routes and the enduring silence of eternity, carved with meticulous patience, so that every chisel mark reflected a deep dedication to memory, care, and peaceful rest under the timeless sky. Far across the Mediterranean, in the sprawling and vibrant heart of ancient Italy, a different yet equally gentle philosophy of memory took root beneath the earth. away from the bustling sounds of city life above. As urban space grew precious, Roman families and burial societies turned their attention downward, crafting subterranean spaces designed as peaceful communal resting places. In 1st century Rome, subterranean asterisk columbaria, like the columbarium of Pomponius Hylas, contained arched plaster niches painted with delicate frescoes of bluebirds and ivy, holding small marble urns lit by flickering terracotta oil lamps. These painted birds and leafy vines brought the perpetual warmth of a quiet spring garden into the cool, subterranean dark, offering a peaceful visual solace to those who descended the stone steps. The small marble urns rested securely within their painted alcoves, holding the ashes of loved ones with quiet grace. Family members would periodically descend into these quiet, cool rooms, bringing fresh oil for the lamps and sitting together in peaceful silence as the soft light glimmered against the painted bluebirds. The dimly lit corridors were bathed in the soft, golden glow of those simple terracotta oil lamps, which cast long, gentle shadows that danced softly against the decorated plaster walls. Each tiny flame provided a steady, quiet beacon of warmth, symbolizing an enduring remembrance that burned quietly in the stillness beneath the city. The air was cool and filled with a faint, clean fragrance, creating a deeply contemplative atmosphere where visitors could pause, reflect, and feel a timeless connection to those who rested in peace. Though separated by vast geographical distances, distinct cultural traditions, and contrasting landscapes, both the Nabatean desert tombs of Hegra and the subterranean columbaria of imperial Rome shared a unifying human desire to construct places of profound stillness, beauty, and quiet dignity for the dead. Whether carving directly into the glowing rose-pink sandstone under the open desert sky, or fashioning cool plaster alcoves beneath the soil of Rome, ancient craftspeople applied extraordinary care to ensure that the final resting places of their loved ones were imbued with warmth, grace, and artful detail. In Hegra, the natural protection of the bedrock, combined with sweet-smelling resins, created an environment of enduring serenity, while in Rome, the delicate brushstrokes of painted flora and fauna, paired with the gentle flicker of terracotta lamps, transformed underground chambers into timeless sanctuaries of memory. In both worlds, the act of burial was not merely a physical necessity, but a tender ritual designed to bring peace to the living and honor to those who rested. The cool stone held back the heat and noise of the outside world, creating an unbroken silence where time seemed suspended, allowing memory to linger like the soft fragrance of frankincense or the quiet glow of an oil lamp. As night fell over desert cliffs and Roman hills alike, these sacred spaces remained undisturbed, holding their quiet keep through centuries of quiet nightfall, inviting all who ponder them to rest in their calm, enduring grace. as dusk descends across the rolling hills of ancient Italy. A quiet stillness settles over the countryside roads lined with stone tombs and shaded by tall, slender cypresses. In the gentle atmosphere of evening, the boundaries between past and present soften into a peaceful, luminous twilight. For the families of this era, remembrance was not a distant concept preserved only in static stone or silent epitaphs, but an active, quiet conversation held across the threshold of time. Walking along the paved paths just outside the city walls, one might observe small groups gathered at the resting sites of their forebears, bound together by shared affection, memory, and ancestral history. The atmosphere surrounding these ancient burial grounds was remarkably serene and comforting, entirely free of dread, filled instead with the soft rustle of wind through pine needles, the gentle song of evening birds, and the low, comforting murmurs of family members coming together in solemn, loving reflection. Here, in the stillness of the Roman landscape, death was understood not as an abrupt severing of human ties, but as a subtle, gentle transition into a lingering, protective presence, one that warranted perpetual care, tender remembrance, and quiet, daily connection, as natural as the setting sun. Within these sacred grounds, the architectural design of subterranean tombs reflected a profound desire for physical and spiritual closeness across generations. Beneath the grassy surface, urns crafted from fine stone, marble, or baked clay held the quiet remains of loved ones. Tucked safely within subterranean chambers, shielded from the movement, heat, and noise of the upper world. To maintain this intimate connection across the divide of death in 1st century Rome and Italy, families installed terracotta libation tubes called fistulae asterisk, running from ground level down into subterranean burial urns, allowing relatives to gently pour sweet offerings of warm goat milk, wild honey, and fragrant wine directly to their resting ancestors. This thoughtful and artistic construction turned the simple surface of the earth into a permeable, living threshold. Each drop of liquid poured down the clay conduit was an act of quiet devotion, a physical gesture ensuring that the departed remained nourished, remembered, and deeply cherished within the continuous, unfolding story of the family household. Through this simple arrangement of clay and earth, grief was given a gentle, tangible outlet, transforming loss into an enduring practice of hospitality. The sensory nature of these libation rituals brought a deeply soothing, meditative rhythm to the seasonal days of family remembrance. As sweet streams of honey and warm goat milk trickled gently down through the cool terracotta into the shadowed vessel below, the faint, comforting sense of aged wine, floral blossoms, and crushed herbs mingled naturally with the evening breeze. The subtle sound of liquid softly descending through the earth offered a quiet assurance to those standing above, a rhythmic, tactile confirmation of continuous care and unyielding devotion. relatives would often linger around these modest clay pipes, speaking softly into the falling dusk, sharing news of seasonal harvests, domestic life, and quiet daily changes, as if their spoken words too might glide downward alongside the liquid offerings. In this peaceful space, the subterranean urn was never an isolated or forgotten artifact. Rather, it rested as a receptive heart within the earth, tethered directly to the warmth, light, and ongoing affection of the living world above. In every gentle ritual, the living were reminded that memory is an active sanctuary, built not of stone alone, but of repeated acts of quiet tenderness. As night deepened and stars began to bloom across the clear Italian sky, families would slowly take their leave of the tombs, carrying back to their homes a profound sense of internal peace and fulfilled duty. The small terracotta tubes remained quietly nestled in the soil, silent conductors of love that bridged the vast divide between the bright air of the living and the cool, restful quiet below. Through such tender practices, ancient communities transformed grief into a gentle, enduring routine of comfort, a quiet reminder that honor and remembrance need not be grand or unyielding, but can exist as softly as warm milk, sweet honey, and fragrant wine flowing through simple terracotta into the welcoming earth. And in that lingering night air, as shadows fall softly across the ancient necropolis, the memory of the resting ancestors reposes in deep, undisturbed peace, cradled forever by the quiet, comforting passage of time, inviting all who listen into a calm and restorative stillness. As daylight fades over the ancient landscapes of the Mediterranean, the rhythm of daily life gently slows, encouraging a thoughtful turn toward spaces carved deep within the quiet earth. Across the Roman world, the care of the departed was not merely a brief farewell, but an ongoing, gentle relationship maintained through periodic visits, thoughtful architecture, and sensory comforts designed to soothe both the living and the resting dead. Leaving behind the warm bustle of sun-dappled stone streets and dry summer fields, families descended down cool masonry steps into subterranean chambers, where the warm air of the outer world gave way to a still, balanced sanctuary. These underground tombs served as peaceful gathering rooms for households, constructed not to emphasize darkness or loss, but to foster an enduring haven of memory, quiet reflection, and lasting grace. Soft shadows brushed against carefully smoothed limestone walls, and the natural subterranean chill provided a comforting enclosure where time itself seemed to slow its pace. Here, surrounded by heavy stone and sheltered from the elements, the ancient practice of honoring ancestors took on a serene and almost domestic rhythm, reflecting a deep human desire to ensure that those who had passed remained enveloped in stillness, respect, and soft, enduring care. This deliberate creation of a restful atmosphere reached a particularly exquisite expression among the rolling hills of southern Iberia. In 1st century CE Roman Hispania, families visiting the subterranean necropolis of Carmona placed blown glass *unguentaria* vials filled with sweet patchouli and spikenard oil inside arched limestone niches, keeping central marble basins filled with cool rainwater to maintain a quiet, fragrant atmosphere. The delicate vessels, crafted from translucent, thin-walled glass that shimmered softly in the faint golden light of oil lamps, held precious aromatic essences brought across long trade routes to offer a gentle solace within the subterranean stone. As the cool underground air moved slowly through the chambers, it caught the deep, earthy notes of patchouli and the soothing herbal warmth of spikenard, diffusing a calming scent that softened the natural crispness of the limestone walls. The central basins of smooth white marble were attentively replenished with fresh rainwater, their still surfaces reflecting the flickering flame of small lamps, while contributing a gentle humidity that kept the subterranean air remarkably clean and serene. Sitting quietly together beside these restful waters, family members could speak in soft tones, share humble ritual offerings, and feel the comforting presence of their family history resting in peaceful dignity all around them. The thoughtful pairing of fragrant plant oils with still, clear water reveals how deeply the ancients understood the power of sensory harmony in creating a space of lasting solace. Fragrance, held securely within delicate glass, served as an invisible thread bridging the physical realm with warm memory, while the cool rainwater within the marble basins softened the ambient air and absorbed the quiet presence of those who gathered. In these underground rooms, every element was carefully calibrated to quiet the mind. The smooth, cool texture of carved stone niches, the low murmurs of family lineage spoken in gentle whispers, and the steady, tranquil fragrance of spikenard lingering in the soft shadow. To step into such a tomb was to step out of the hasty rush of daily obligations and enter a peaceful sanctuary removed from the swift passage of seasonal time. Here, memory was preserved not through solemn gloom, but through the active, loving maintenance of a serene environment. The subtle evaporation from the rainwater basin continuously refreshed the quiet room, ensuring that every visit felt clear, dignified, and comfortably sheltered from the dry heat of the sunlit world above. As centuries turned into millennia, these subterranean chambers remained softly nestled beneath the soil of Carmona, holding within their cool limestone walls the quiet history of human devotion and tenderness. The blown glass vials, fragile yet enduring, carried across the ages the essence of ancient care, standing as silent monuments to an abiding human impulse to offer beauty, sweetness, and calm to those who came before us. Looking back upon these peaceful subterranean rites, we are reminded of how universal the search for quiet tranquility truly is, and how gentle rituals involving water, scent, and stone can transform grief into an enduring harbor of rest. As the stillness of the night deepens around us, the gentle quiet of Carmona reaches across the centuries, inviting a deep, restorative pause, a softening of every thought, and a peaceful, seamless entry into rest. As the warm days of late spring settled gently over the Italian peninsula, light filters softly through the tall, slender cypresses that line the ancient stone roadways leading away from Rome. Here, outside the city walls, where the open countryside meets the long-established burial grounds, marble monuments and family tombs stand in quiet reflection among soft grass and wild meadow blossoms. Ancient Roman memory was deeply rooted in the physical landscape, tethered to the comforting belief that ancestors remained a gentle, protective presence within the quietude of their resting places. Walking along these historic thoroughfares, such as the famous Via Appia, a traveler would find no cold silence of isolation, but rather an inviting space of ongoing communion, where families regularly returned to share peaceful moments with those who had gone before. The passage of time was marked not only by the changing shadows across weathered Latin inscriptions, but by recurring seasonal gatherings that transformed solemn stone monuments into sanctuaries of soft fragrance, vibrant color, and restful devotion. In these peaceful spaces along the countryside roads, the remembrance of the departed was woven directly into the natural rhythms of the year, bringing a quiet sense of harmony to both the living and those resting beneath the earth. Among these cherished seasonal observances was a spring ritual dedicated to the simple, enduring beauty of blossoms and the gentle act of family remembrance. During the ancient Roman spring festival of Rosalia along the Via Appia, families decorated marble tomb markers with woven garlands of fresh red roses and sweet violets, gently pouring libations of honeyed milk down narrow terracotta pipes into subterranean chambers below. This tender ritual, celebrated as the earth renewed itself in full bloom, turned the act of visiting a grave into an offering of solace, affection, and shared quietude. During the ancient Roman festival of Rosalia, celebrated every May, families gathered at stone tombs to weave soft garlands of roses and violet petals over monuments, filling small carved stone basins with sweet rose oil and fresh spring water. The gentle aroma of crushed petals and perfumed oils drifted slowly through the sunlit afternoon air, softening the hard contours of carved marble and filling the quiet necropolis with a tranquil, comforting warmth. The hands that carefully wove the petals worked with unhurried grace, creating vibrant wreaths that wrapped around statues and steel, connecting past and present through the sensory beauty of the natural world. The inclusion of narrow terracotta pipes built thoughtfully into the stone masonry reflected a deeply felt desire to maintain a physical link between the living and the departed. Through these conduits, simple libations of honeyed milk and clear spring water trickled down into the cool earth below, symbolizing a shared meal and an enduring affection across the boundary of physical presence. In this peaceful setting, the seasonal bloom of roses and violets carried a quiet, poetic meaning. The brief, delicate perfection of early summer flowers served as a calm reflection of life's fleeting nature, while their reliable annual return echoed the constant, reassuring presence of memory across generations. The light sound of liquid being poured into small carved basins, joining with the soft rustle of wind through the cypress branches, created an environment of profound quiet, inviting all who gathered to pause and rest their thoughts in peaceful contemplation. As evening slowly blanketed the Via Appia in shades of twilight, the fading sunlight cast long, soft shadows over the flower-adorned monuments. The simple, rhythmic tasks of the day were complete, leaving the stone markers bathed in the lingering scent of rose oil, fresh blossoms, and spring water. In these calm twilight hours, the memory of those who lived before became a quiet lullaby, carrying a deep sense of continuity and rest across the centuries. The ancient tombs stood not as monuments to grief, but as peaceful harbors of remembrance, resting gently within the quiet earth under the darkening sky. As dusk settles softly across the history of human remembrance, the ways we hold and cherish the memory of loved ones often seek quiet, comforting forms that bridge the physical world and the steady silence beyond. In the sun-warmed valleys of ancient Egypt, where centuries of traditional funerary customs met the soft, artistic influences of the Mediterranean world, there arose a tradition of honoring the deceased that felt intimate, peaceful, quiet, and deeply personal. Along the fertile shores of Lake Moeris, in the lush oasis of the Fayum Basin, communities gathered under calm desert skies to celebrate life and wrap their departed in peaceful rest. Here, surrounded by swaying date palms, golden wheat fields, and gentle irrigation channels fed by the rise of the Nile, the transition from life to memory was treated not with distant solemnity, but with a warm, tender focus on the unique spirit of the individual. Rather than relying solely on stylized stone carvings or generalized traditional masks of gold and wood, the artisans of this era sought to capture something far more delicate: the steady gaze, the soft curve of a cheek, and the quiet presence of a living face carried forward into eternal rest. The air of the workshop would carry the faint, rich aroma of warmed honey and dry earth as craftspeople mixed natural elements of the land to create enduring portraits, grounding the sacred act of farewell in a spirit of quiet affection, profound gratitude, and serene permanence. To create these enduring keepsakes, artists turned to an ancient encaustic technique, blending the natural sweetness of local materials with minerals dug from the surrounding hills and desert floors. During the 2nd century CE, in Egypt's Fayum Basin, portrait artists painted serene likenesses of the departed on thin wooden panels, using warm melted beeswax mixed with natural mineral pigments, binding them over linen-wrapped resting places to preserve gentle expressions. Working thoughtfully with small iron tools and delicate brushes, they built up translucent layers of color, working comfortably, while the beeswax remained soft and fluid under the gentle heat of charcoal braziers. Rich yellow ochres, soft charcoal blacks, ground cinnabar, and pale chalk were carefully balanced to reflect the lifelike glow of skin, the soft drape of woven tunics, and the subtle shimmer of personal jewelry. Once complete, these thin wooden panels, often carved from imported linden, native sycamore, or fragrant cedar wood, were carefully positioned directly above the head of the mummy and bound securely beneath outer layers of woven linen strips, creating a framed window through which the serene features of the individual remained forever visible. The wide, quiet eyes painted upon these panels were rendered with remarkable depth and calm, looking upward as if resting in a peaceful dream, unbothered by the passing of hours, seasons, or centuries. In these quiet likenesses, time seems to slow down, offering a rare and gentle glimpse into the everyday humanity of an ancient world. Unlike the grand, idealized monuments built for kings and pharaohs in earlier dynasties, the portraits of the Fayum belong to ordinary people, kind teachers, devoted mothers, young scholars, patient farmers, and artisans who lived their lives alongside the quiet rhythms of the oasis. Because the melted beeswax sealed the natural pigments away from air and moisture, the dry desert environment preserved their vibrant hues with extraordinary clarity, allowing the soft, resting expressions to remain as vivid today as when the wax first cooled 2,000 years ago. Each gentle brushstroke preserves not merely a physical likeness, but a lingering warmth, a reminder that across every era, human hearts have sought ways to shield their loved ones from oblivion and surround their memory with lasting dignity. To stand before these portraits is to experience a quiet stillness, a shared moment of connection across the ages that reminds us of our universal desire to be remembered with tenderness and peace. As the night grows quiet and the stars drift across the clear sky, the enduring warmth of the beeswax panels holds a reassuring truth that love and memory, when rendered with gentle care, possess a quiet strength that outlasts the centuries, resting safely in the soft embrace of history. As dusk fell over the ancient landscape outside the gates of Rome, the long paved thoroughfares stretched gently into the surrounding countryside, lined with silent monuments dedicated to memory and rest. Along these quiet roads, far removed from the bustling activity of the Forum and the crowded city streets, families sought to construct enduring spaces where the names and memories of their loved ones could abide in dignity. The Roman tradition of placing tombs beyond the pomerium, the sacred boundary of the city, transformed the roadside paths into peaceful corridors of remembrance, where travelers and kin alike might pause in quiet reflection. These subterranean and above-ground chambers were not designed to evoke sorrow or dark mystery. Rather, they were crafted as comfortable resting places, sanctuaries of stone shaped by artistry, patience, and tender devotion. Here, the boundary between the living world and the quiet realm of memory softened into a calm continuity, marked by the careful arrangement of brickwork, fine marble, and decorative plaster. As centuries drifted by, this tradition evolved into an intricate architectural craft, where light and shade were intentionally guided into underground rooms to create spaces that felt both subterranean and deeply ethereal. Stepping off the stone-paved road and descending into these cool, quiet depths offered a gentle transition for visitors, inviting them to step out of the glaring sun and into a shaded sanctuary designed for serene meditation, thoughtful reflection, and long, undisturbed peace. The subterranean air was cool and still, creating an environment where time seemed to slow down, and the outside world faded gently away. Beneath the earth, along one of these historic pathways, artisans spent months shaping plaster with extraordinary care to transform raw vaulted ceilings into intricate scenes of transcendent grace. In the 2nd century CE, along Rome's Via Latina, Roman craftspeople carved the subterranean vaulted ceiling of the tomb of the Valeri with delicate white stucco reliefs of floating nereids and quiet winged genii, illuminated by soft, natural light filtering down from a central overhead skylight. The white stucco work appeared almost weightless against the smooth curve of the arching ceiling, catching the subtle variations of daylight that drifted down from above. The floating nereids, traditional sea nymphs who guided souls across tranquil waters, glided across the plaster sky alongside gentle winged figures that watched over the chamber in quiet stillness. The skylight above permitted a column of pale glow to enter the room, shifting slowly with the movement of the sun throughout the afternoon, and highlighting the fine contours of each carved figure. This intentional introduction of natural illumination softened the cool interior, allowing the white reliefs to shine with a gentle luminance against the shadowed vaults. Every detail, from the soft folds of drapery on the sculpted figures to the subtle geometric borders framing the panels, reflected a profound commitment to elegance and calmness. The craftsmanship was subtle and measured, executed with a light touch that favored harmony over ornate display, ensuring that anyone standing inside would feel wrapped in an atmosphere of deep, restorative quiet. This thoughtful interplay between architecture, art, and natural light reveals how deeply the Romans valued creating places of eternal repose that felt tranquil rather than somber. The presence of the overhead opening linked the dark earth below with the vast expanse of the open sky above, allowing soft air and gentle sunbeams to enter the room without disturbing its profound calm. In this balanced sanctuary, the delicate stucco reliefs served as visual lullabies, coaxing the mind toward thoughts of gentle journeys, peaceful waters, and everlasting rest. To sit within such a chamber was to experience a profound sense of stillness, where the noise and haste of the day dissolved into the subtle shift of sunlight across white plaster figures. The floating nereids and winged guardians seemed to hover eternally in their pale sky, keeping a silent, watchful vigil through the passing ages as the world above continued its slow and steady turn. Across generations, families returning to these chambers found comfort in the enduring beauty of the artwork, finding reassurance in the way the soft light continuously renewed the space. As daylight gradually diminished at dusk, the figures faded softly into the evening shadows, ready to greet another morning's beam. In these understated underground monuments, Roman funerary art achieved a timeless harmony, offering a restful haven where memory was cherished, light was welcomed, and the departed rested in enduring, quiet grace. Across the vast expanse of the ancient Mediterranean world, the quiet impulse to remember loved ones led communities to carve spaces of stillness beneath the earth, away from the heat of the midday sun and the relentless rhythm of daily life. Subterranean chambers provided a sanctuary where time seemed to slow, preserved in cool shade and enduring stone. In these underground spaces, the living sought to maintain a gentle dialogue with the past. A shared desire bound diverse cultures together to create a visual piece that could comfort those who remained behind. Whether located along desert trade corridors or carved into soft rock beneath ancient cities, these subterranean tombs were conceived as calm resting places, protected from the elements and illuminated by the soft flickering of oil lamps. Here, in the quiet darkness, artisans and families left delicate marks of affection, capturing the likenesses of those they cherished or arranging small, luminous objects to catch whatever light entered the shadows. As centuries passed, these underground sanctuaries became repositories of human tenderness, where stone was sculpted into soft expressions, and simple materials were transformed into symbols of lasting devotion. Far to the east, during the 2nd century of the Common Era, the prosperous desert oasis of Palmyra rose out of arid sands as a vibrant crossroads of silk, spices, and quiet trade. Outside the city's colonnades, beneath sun-baked earth, families constructed elaborate underground tomb chambers, known as hypogaea, to serve as final resting places across generations. To seal the individual niches carved into these cool stone walls, Syrian sculptors worked with remarkable care, carving soft limestone portrait busts to seal individual niches inside subterranean tomb chambers called hypogaea, depicting loved ones resting peacefully with sprigs of laurel and clusters of sweet grapes. The sculptors rendered these relief portraits with serene countenances, capturing an eternal state of composure and calm. Draped in fine tunics, the figures held tokens of abundance and victory over death, such as sweet fruit and fresh leaves. The soft limestone allowed craftsmen to incise delicate details, from folds of fabric to subtle contours of a peaceful gaze, ensuring each face remained recognizable to visiting relatives. In the quiet gloom of the hypogeum, surrounded by stacked rows of kin, these stone portraits stood as calm guardians of memory, reassuring all who descended into darkness that their ancestors slept in dignity and rest. Farther west, in 3rd century Rome, a similar devotion to quiet remembrance took root beneath suburban fields along the Via Salaria. Beneath the surface, a network of winding passages carved into soft volcanic rock formed the catacombs of Priscilla, where early Christian communities gathered in hushed reverence to lay their dead to rest in simple wall niches. Rather than leaving the plaster smooth and plain, early Christians at the catacombs of Priscilla pressed smooth seashells, blue glass beads, and polished amber into the wet plaster, surrounding subterranean burial niches to softly reflect the warm glow of terracotta oil lamps. These modest embellishments served both a functional and emotional purpose in the dim corridors. As mourners carried small terracotta lamps through dark passages, the fragile flames cast flickering light across the walls, catching the polished surfaces of embedded shells and beads. The small glass and amber pieces twinkled softly, turning a somber resting place into a gentle field of starlight. Placed carefully into wet plaster by grieving hands, these tokens left a permanent seal of love and hope that illuminated the quiet darkness for all who walked those paths. Both the sculpted limestone faces of Palmyra and the glittering plaster niches of Rome reflect a universal human longing to soften the darkness of burial with beauty, light, and tender care. Whether carved in refined stone with symbols of life's sweetness, or decorated with simple treasures gathered from the seashore, these subterranean memorials created an atmosphere of quiet sanctuary. They invited visitors to step out of the noisy world above and enter a realm of motionless peace, where memories remained vibrant and untroubled by time. The warm glow of an oil lamp, reflected in polished amber, or dancing across the calm features of a limestone bust, offered reassurance that those who passed beyond were neither forgotten nor left in darkness. In these sheltered depths, subterranean tomb chambers offered a serene transition, wrapping memory in soft stone, gentle light, and everlasting stillness. As flickering flames dim and cool, subterranean air settles into silence. These ancient places of rest continue to whisper their story of quiet love, serene remembrance, and peaceful sleep. High upon a flattened mountain ridge in the lush, serene valley of Oaxaca, the ancient city of Monte Alban rested quietly beneath the vast Mesoamerican sky. For centuries, the Zapotec people constructed their world with a deep, contemplative reverence for the cycles of life, land, and memory, viewing the transition of physical death not as a sudden finality, but as a gentle folding into the protective embrace of the earth. Beneath the terraced plazas and residential courtyards where daily life unfolded in rhythmic harmony across sun-drenched stone terraces. Families constructed subterranean sanctuaries designed to house their departed kin. These underground stone rooms were far more than simple resting places. They functioned as quiet, sacred extensions of the household, situated just beneath the beaten floorboards, so that the warmth of human life above remained perpetually close to the ancestors below. The architecture of these tombs reflected a profound desire for comfort and continuity, utilizing local stone blocks, carefully carved and aligned to withstand the subtle shifts of the mountain, while keeping out the damp cold of the mountain night air. To enter these low, vaulted spaces was to step away from the sunlit brightness of the valley and enter a still, shadowy realm dedicated to rest, where the passage of time seemed to slow to a peaceful, imperceptible drip. Here, surrounded by the quiet gravity of the earth, the departed were laid to sleep in environments crafted with extraordinary patience, intentionality, and a silent, enduring affection that spanned generations. The visual and sensory details preserved within these underground sanctuaries reveal a culture that sought to soften the mystery of the grave through artful grace and delicate fragrance. In 6th century Zapotec tombs at Monte Alban in Oaxaca, Mexico, artisans painted subterranean stone chambers with soft pink ochre and left small clay vessels of sweet copal resin and dried marigold petals beside carved stone headrests. The application of the soft pink mineral pigment derived from fine natural iron oxide mixed with clean water gave the stone walls a gentle, skin-like warmth, illuminating the darkened chambers with a soothing visual hue that echoed the dawn sky rising over distant mountain peaks. The stone headrests, sculpted with rounded contours to gently cradle the head of the sleeper, spoke to a practical yet deeply tender concern for physical repose in the afterlife. Resting nearby, the modest terracotta vessels held elements chosen specifically for their quiet spiritual resonance and comforting scent. Copal, harvested as tree sap from native burls and allowed to harden into amber-colored droplets, offered a sweet, pine-like aroma when warmed, filling the still chamber with a cleansing scent that bridged the physical earth with the unseen world of the spirits. Beside it, the dried petals of orange and yellow marigolds, golden blooms known across the region for capturing the glowing warmth of the sun, scattered a subtle, honeyed fragrance, leaving a trail of color and memory to guide and comfort the soul within the tranquil dark. Every vessel placed and every brushstroke of pink pigment was an act of quiet love, transforming the cold stone tomb into a peaceful chamber of eternal rest. As the centuries passed and the mountain winds swept gently over the quiet terraces of Monte Alban, these subterranean rooms remained undisturbed in their cool, dark silence, keeping safe the memories of those who built them. The integration of color, fragrance, and and soft stone design highlights an enduring human impulse to meet the mystery of mortality with beauty rather than fear. In the quiet darkness of the Zapotec tombs, death was stripped of its terror, surrounded instead by the familiar scents of copal and flowers, the soft hues of painted earth, and the reassuring presence of home above. Living relatives would return to these threshold spaces during moments of remembrance, descending into the cool stone chambers to speak softly to their ancestors. Burnt copal resin drifting upward in slender columns of fragrant smoke that dissolved into the twilight air. In this way, the boundary between the living and the departed remained soft and permeable, grounded in a shared heritage of reverence and care. Today, when we look back upon the quiet craftsmanship of Monte Alban, we are reminded of the universal human desire to provide a peaceful resting place for those we love, a sanctuary where sensory beauty, natural earth elements, and gentle human remembrance unite to create an atmosphere of everlasting calm, timeless stillness, and profound rest. Across the ancient islands of Japan, the transition between life, memory, and the physical earth found one of its most sublime expressions in the creation of monumental burial mounds known as coffin. Long before the rise of towering stone pagodas or intricate wooden mausoleums, ancient builders shaped the land itself into solemn, living monuments that honored powerful leaders while blending seamlessly with the surrounding topography. These earthen tombs were constructed during a transformative era when burial rites moved beyond simple graves to encompass expansive landscapes designed for stillness, contemplation, and eternity. To walk near these ancient grounds is to experience a gentle dialogue between human intent and the natural world, where time does not erase memory, but rather cradles it in leaves, soil, and quiet waters. The philosophy guiding these sacred spaces was rooted in a profound reverence for harmony, ensuring that a final resting place was not a stark disruption of the countryside, but a serene sanctuary where the spirit could rest in perpetual quietude. As centuries drifted by, the original geometric forms of these mounds softened under the patient growth of moss, ferns, and native timber, turning human monuments into quiet havens of green wilderness. Among these ancient landscape tombs, few express this atmosphere of quiet majesty as beautifully as the giant keyhole mounds of the Osaka Plain. Constructed in the 5th century CE in Sakai, Japan, the keyhole-shaped burial mound of Daisen Coffin is encircled by 3 peaceful, concentric water moats, where lotus flowers float and wild waterfowl rest beneath dense oak and pine canopies. Sheer scale of this vast earthwork, stretching hundreds of meters across the landscape, is balanced by the overwhelming sense of stillness that settles over its waters. Seen from above, the signature keyhole outline, known as Zenpokon Fun, combines a square front section with a rounded rear mound, a design unique to Japanese antiquity that symbolizes the union of earth and sky, ritual and rest. Yet, from the shore of the outer moat, the monumental nature of the site yields to an intimate harmony. The 3 concentric rings of water act as successive barriers of peace, insulating the central mound from the passage of worldly time. Here, the water moves only in gentle ripples set in motion by a passing breeze or the silent stroke of a swimming heron. The lotus blossoms open softly in the morning light and close at dusk, their floating leaves creating a tapestry of deep green upon the glass-like surface, while ancient trees cast long, soothing shadows across the surrounding banks. The preservation of Tutankhamun over more than 15 centuries offers a comforting perspective on how cultures care for the memory of the dead. Rather than continually altering or expanding the site, generations of caretakers chose to leave the central keyhole island undisturbed, allowing nature to become the tomb's true guardian. Over the centuries, seeds carried by wind and birds took root along the earthen slopes, growing into dense forests of oak, pine, and evergreen trees that now completely cloak the central mound. Today, the mound functions as an undisturbed sanctuary for flora and fauna, an island of ancient forest preserved in the midst of a modern region. This practice of non-interference reflects a deep cultural respect for the dead, resting on the belief that a sacred site, once consecrated, belongs to the quiet forces of the natural world. The surrounding waters provide a peaceful barrier, ensuring that no footsteps disturb the ancient soil beneath the forest canopy. In the stillness of dusk, when the light softens across the moats, the mist rises gently from the water to meet the low-hanging branches, blurring the boundaries between land, air, and history. As night falls over Sakai, the ancient waters of the coffin reflect the fading twilight and the first faint stars, embodying an enduring legacy of peace and remembrance. In this calm landscape, death is framed not as a tragic ending, but as a gentle return to the earth, protected by water and shaded by trees that have stood witness to centuries of changing skies. The rhythmic murmur of breeze through the pine needles and the subtle rustle of reeds along the moat edges create a soothing lullaby that has echoed across these grounds for 1,500 years. In learning to honor the departed through sanctuary rather than spectacle, the builders of the coffin left behind a timeless gift, a place where memory rests in absolute stillness, wrapped in the quiet grace of nature, inviting all who ponder it into a state of deep, restorative rest. In the quiet valleys of Jeonju, where gentle evening mist settles over the rolling hills of ancient Korea, the earth rises in smooth, silent curves that mark the final passing of ancient rulers. During the 5th century, the leaders of the Silla kingdom shaped the surrounding landscape, not through harsh, towering monuments of bare stone exposed to the sky, but through soft, rounded earth mounds that mimicked the natural contours of the quiet mountains nearby. These magnificent earth and stone barrows were constructed with immense patience and deliberate care, carefully layering thousands of smooth river cobbles over wooden timber chambers before covering the entire structure with rich, dark soil that eventually sprouted green grass and seasonal wildflowers. Walking near these tranquil mounds today, one senses a profound commitment to stillness, as though the living community wished to enclose their departed royals within a protective, enduring embrace that shielded them forever from the restless movements of the world outside. Within the darkened heart of each mound, sturdy timber frames supported subterranean rooms where atmospheric conditions remained remarkably stable, preserving the memory and dignity of those who slept beneath the soil. Here, far removed from the shifting winds, passing storms, and changing generations, the sacred space was arranged with an artistic reverence that honored both the fragility of life and the quiet majesty of the earth. The air inside these sealed chambers grew cool and motionless, holding the quiet breath of history in a state of eternal repose, where time itself seemed to slow to the gentle rhythm of falling dust. At the center of these subterranean sanctuaries, the master artisans of the Scylla kingdom prepared resting places of extraordinary, luminous beauty, surrounding the deceased with precious objects crafted to endure the long darkness. Soft sheets of pale birch bark were laid down first across the wooden platform, forming a light, clean, and organic foundation upon which royal vestments and sacred burial regalia were arranged with subtle precision. Upon these pristine layers, goldsmiths placed magnificent crowns constructed from thin, shimmering leaves of pure beaten gold, shaped like stylized trees or branching antlers that reached gently upward toward a forgotten sky. Tiny golden discs and ornaments hung from every branch, intended not for the movement of an open breeze, but to catch the faint, lingering glow of the final funeral torches before the tomb was closed forever. Inside 5th century royal earth and stone mounds in Jeonju, Korea, Scylla artisans placed golden crowns adorned with polished comma-shaped jade beads called asterisk gagak, suspending them on delicate gold wire so they rested motionless above soft sheets of white birch bark. These crescent-shaped jade beads, carved from pale green stone and polished until perfectly smooth to the touch, resembled small curved water droplets or dormant seeds awaiting an eternal spring. Bound to the golden crowns with wire so fine it seemed almost weightless, the asterisk gagak held a quiet, timeless dignity, their gentle weight suspended in perfect balance, mirroring the cosmic harmony that the Scylla people believed connected the earthly realm to the vast heavens above. Every element within the chamber, from the gleaming gold to the cool jade and the soft bark beneath, spoke of an intricate craft dedicated entirely to peace and rest. As the seasons turned quietly outside and hundreds of years drifted by like silent autumn leaves, the mounds of Jeonju remained tranquil sentinels under the shifting Korean skies. Summer rains washed gently over the grassy domes, and winter snows laid soft, white blankets across their quiet summits. Yet deep within the earth and stone shells, nothing stirred. The fine golden wire held its fragile burden without faltering across the centuries, holding the polished asterisk gagak in their perpetual state of calm rest above the pale birch sheets. This enduring stillness reflects a deep, universal human desire to create spaces where memory can rest undisturbed, safe from the wear of time and the noise of the living world. The care invested in these burial rites was not merely a display of royal authority, but a quiet testament to devotion, respect, and the hope for lasting tranquility in the afterlife. To contemplate these ancient tombs is to enter a state of deep reflection, recognizing how peoples across different eras have used the materials of the earth, gold, stone, wood, and organic bark, to build gentle bridges between the visible world and the quiet mysteries that lie beyond. In the silence of Jeonju's royal mounds, we find a timeless lullaby written in gold and jade, a peaceful reminder of the dignity with which humanity has always sought to safeguard its final sleep. Deep within the misty rainforests of Chiapas, Mexico, the ancient Maya city of Palenque stands as a quiet testament to the serene harmony between human craftsmanship and the enduring cycles of the natural world. High above the forest floor, where broad green leaves catch the gentle murmur of evening rainfall, limestone temples rise gracefully into the twilight air. Long ago, the master builders of this sacred valley created structures designed to bridge the realm of everyday life with the vast, quiet depths of ancestral memory. They understood how stone could shelter the spirit, and how deliberate space could cultivate a profound sense of stillness that would endure across generations. In 683 CE, at the Maya city of Palenque in Chiapas, Mexico, King Pakal was laid to rest inside a subterranean limestone chamber beneath a 5-ton carved stone lid, surrounded by polished jade beads, carved jade ear ornaments, and ceramic bowls filled with sweet copal resin. The atmosphere within that low-vaulted room was cool and motionless, secluded far beneath the towering steps of the main temple. Every object arranged around the resting ruler was chosen with tender intentionality, reflecting the smooth elegance of jade and the peaceful fragrance of copal that drifted softly into the dark, offering a tranquil sanctuary designed to hold its silence unbroken for hundreds of years. The artistry of the Maya went beyond the physical preservation of the body. It sought to maintain a quiet, delicate channel of communication between the earthly realm and the quiet spaces below. The architects recognized that while death represented a transition into repose, the bond between the living community and their departed leader did not simply vanish. To honor this connection without disturbing the peace of the burial vault, they incorporated an ingenious acoustic and spiritual element directly into the fabric of the monument. In 7th century Palenque, Maya architects crafted a hollow limestone conduit called an asterisk psychoduct that ran from King Janub Pakal's subterranean sarcophagus up to the temple floor, designed to carry quiet whispers through the cool stone masonry. This narrow, snake-like tube wound its way upward alongside the interior staircase, serving as a subtle vessel for sound and breath. Priests and mourners standing in the upper sanctuary could speak soft prayers or gently sing hymns of remembrance, knowing that their words would travel downward through the darkness, gliding along the smooth inner walls of the limestone channel to reach the sleeping king at the heart of the pyramid. This thoughtful engineering illustrates a perspective on mortality that emphasizes continuity rather than finality. In the Maya worldview, the underground realm was not a place of cold isolation, but a fertile space of transformation where life and memory merged into the quiet fabric of the earth. The cool limestone masonry absorbed the quiet resonance of human breath, blending the voices of the living with the stillness of the tomb below. As night settled over the ancient city, the rustling of palm fronds in the gentle tropical wind merged softly with the quietude of the stone temples. Inside the pyramid, the temperature remained constant and calm, creating a gentle sanctuary where time seemed to slow down to a restful whisper. The smooth surfaces of the jade beads, cold to the touch, yet luminous in their pale green hues, rested undisturbed alongside the carved reliefs depicting ancestors, creation, and the peaceful journey across cosmic waters. Soft shadows stretched lazily across the stone relief work, highlighting the delicate contours of every sculpted glyph and sacred symbol. Every detail was crafted to soothe, offering reassurance that the memory of the ruler was forever anchored within the protective, quiet embrace of the earth. To contemplate the ancient rites of Palenque is to listen to the soft, rhythmic heartbeat of history itself. The quiet conduits, carved stone lids, and fragrant resins were all gentle expressions of a deep human longing to honor those who came before, wrapping memory in beauty, care, and quiet reverence. Across centuries, the forest has cradled these monuments with a serene, protective stillness, allowing the stone to rest under canopy lights and nocturnal stars. As the night deepens and the jungle surrounding the ancient ruins falls into complete rest, the cool limestone continues to hold its age-old silence. The whispers of the past fade softly into the night air, inviting us to release the cares of the day, to feel the soothing weight of still stone and soft darkness, and to settle into a deep, peaceful sleep. As centuries turned in ancient East Asia, the physical architecture of memory often moved quietly beneath the earth, seeking to mirror the harmony of the universe within the cool protection of stone, mortar, and clay. In the gentle, low-lying hills surrounding the Nara Basin, ancient builders constructed small, stone-built tumuli known as coffin, designed to hold the remains of noble figures and court dignitaries in quiet, undisturbed rest. These subterranean spaces were not built to shock or intimidate visitors. nor to display loud displays of temporal authority, but rather to serve as serene, perpetual sanctuaries where the rhythm of worldly life could softly dissolve into the infinite expanse of cosmic order. Stepping into such a tomb meant crossing from the fleeting, chaotic light of the day into a realm of deep, uninterrupted stillness. Here, far removed from the changing seasons, the shifting winds, and the endless passage of human generations, the atmosphere remained softly suspended in time. The internal chamber walls were meticulously smoothed with refined lime plaster mixed from burned limestone and water, creating a quiet, pale canvas for master artists who sought to bring warmth, soft color, and reassuring familiarity to the tomb's hidden interior. Rather than focusing on grand monuments of conquest, harsh judgment, or solemn warnings of mortality, these early craftsmen chose to surround the resting place with delicate visions of grace, balance, and quiet companionship, bridging the earthly realm with the tranquil movements of the night sky above. Within these underground chambers, every artistic detail was placed with deliberate care and soft reverence, crafting a protected environment that mirrored both the refined elegance of high court life and the timeless patterns of the celestial sphere. In late 7th century Japan, artists decorated the subterranean plaster walls of the Takamatsuzuka tomb in Nara with soft, pastel frescoes of court attendants, framing the chamber beneath a ceiling painted with 64 star constellations rendered in fine gold leaf. These graceful figures, rendered in gentle shades of vermilion, mineral green, pure white, and soft indigo, depict groups of male and female court attendants walking in calm, dignified order. They carry ceremonial items, decorative fans, wrapped parasols, and administrative accoutrements, moving silently alongside one another, as if bound for a quiet court gathering that knows no passage of time. Above their heads, the small gilded stars trace ancient astronomical charts, connecting each fine line of gold to represent the 4 cardinal directions and the celestial wheel that turns across the night sky. The gold leaf catches no harsh light within the enclosed vault, but instead rests in the muted darkness, glowing with a soft, steady warmth that feels both ancient and deeply comforting to contemplate. Through this harmonious composition, the small subterranean room became an encapsulated cosmos, wrapping the resting individual in an environment of eternal dignity, where human companionship and cosmic stability existed side by side in quiet, perpetual alignment. The presence of such delicate artwork, hidden deep within a sealed stone vault, reflects a profound, quiet belief in the power of beauty to comfort the spirit throughout perpetual rest. Well over 12 centuries, the Takamatsuzuka frescoes remained buried in complete, peaceful silence, untouched by wind, sunlight, or human disturbance, preserving their soft mineral pigments and gleaming stars within the cool subterranean earth. The 64 gold constellations on the ceiling, offered a permanent, unwinking night sky, ensuring that the resting figure would never dwell in an utter void, but would always remain sheltered under a familiar canopy of gold leaf and smooth plaster. This thoughtful arrangement reveals how ancient Japanese society understood burial, not as a stark or tragic ending, but as a peaceful settling into the enduring, restful rhythms of the natural world and the cosmos beyond. To lie beneath a painted sky was to be restored to universal order, held gently in a space where human artfulness and celestial geometry merged into one tranquil design. As the quiet darkness settled over the Nara Valley night after night, the small stone chamber beneath the soil held its gentle universe in perfect equilibrium, offering a timeless reminder of human devotion, artful craftsmanship, and the quiet comfort of peaceful, eternal rest. As dusk settled over the sprawling capital of 8th century Tang Dynasty China, the bustling avenues of Chang'an gradually quieted into a deep, meditative stillness. Beyond the city gates, along softly rolling hills and quiet riverbanks, subterranean chambers were crafted to serve as peaceful sanctuaries for those completing their earthly journey. In the rich cultural ethos of the Tang era, the passage out of life was not envisioned as a sudden end, but as a gentle transition into a quiet mirror of the cosmos, where the spirit could reside in harmony with the natural order. Step by step, skilled craftsmen descended down sloped earthen ramps, leaving behind the warmth of the sunlit world to enter the cool breath of the subterranean realm. The heavy brick passageways were smoothed with care, engineered to insulate against dampness and shield the departed from the noise of the world above. Within these deep vaults, time decelerated into a tranquil pause, creating an inner sanctum where memory could rest undisturbed across centuries. Here, burial rites were conducted with profound reverence, framing final rest as an enduring sleep beneath a peaceful canopy of stone. Deep within these subterranean sanctuaries, artists worked by candlelight to construct an eternal microcosm of the heavens, transforming dark underground chambers into timeless celestial realms. 8th century Tang Dynasty China. Subterranean tomb ceilings were painted with lapis lazuli and ground malachite to recreate a serene night sky, illuminated by lotus-shaped clay lamps burning sweet sesame oil. The rich azure of the pulverized lapis lazuli and the soft, verdant tones of the finely ground malachite were swept across the vaulted plaster to mirror the quiet expanse of the night sky, while delicate dabs of white pigment and gold leaf marked the paths of stars and lunar cycles. The lotus-shaped lamps, molded from local clay and placed along stone ledges, cast a soft, steady radiance across the painted vault above. As the sweet sesame oil slowly consumed its wick, it released a mild, aromatic warmth that softened the cool dampness of the underground air. This luminous arrangement was never intended to be viewed by the living, after the final stone doors were sealed. Instead, it was crafted entirely for the comfort of the departed soul, ensuring they would remain forever wrapped in the quiet beauty of a clear twilight sky. The inclusion of such fine artistic detail within hidden spaces speaks to a deep historical understanding of burial as an act of lasting devotion, where the boundary between the earthly realm and the vast cosmos was smoothed by human hands. Surrounding the central resting space, small ceramic figures, known as *Minky*, were placed in careful arrangement, representing quiet guardians, musicians, and attendants designed to accompany the traveler into the quietude of the afterlife. These figures, bathed in the soft glow of the sesame oil lamps, stood as silent sentinels within the painted night, reinforcing a sense of domestic peace and perpetual companionship. Every aspect of the tomb's interior was balanced according to principles of harmony, aligning the chamber with the cardinal directions and the subtle flow of earthly energy. The quiet work of the painters and masons reflected a belief that respect for those who came before should extend far beyond the physical span of a human life, taking shape in enduring materials like mineral pigments, clay, and stone. Long after the final rituals were completed and the entrance was covered over with rich earth, the inner chamber retained its serene sky, undisturbed by the changing seasons above. As centuries passed, these subterranean sky chambers remained intact beneath the quiet fields of Chang'an, preserving their silent beauty in the cool darkness of the soil. The ground malachite and lapis lazuli held their deep blues and soft greens against the smooth curve of the stone ceilings, maintaining an unbroken vision of the heavens. In time, the lotus lamps fell still, leaving behind the painted stars to watch over the resting space in perpetual calm. This thoughtful approach to remembrance reveals how ancient cultures sought not to mourn death with lingering sorrow, but to transform the grave into a place of profound rest and cosmic unity, in building sanctuaries that mirrored the starry sky. The creators of these tombs offered a tranquil vision of eternity, one where the soul reposes peacefully under a quiet celestial canopy, held gently in the memory of the earth. In the quiet span of the 8th century, across distant horizons where daylight yields to gentle twilight, human hands found ways to weave comfort into the enduring stillness of the grave. Far to the east, along the fertile riverbanks of Luyang, the artisans of the Tang Dynasty looked upon death not with standard dread, but as a peaceful continuation into an unseen, restful realm. Within their dimly lit workshops, craftspeople shaped soft earth into quiet companions designed to accompany departed souls into eternity. During the 8th century Tang Dynasty in Luyang, Chinese artisans crafted earthenware tomb figures called *Minky*, glazing serene clay musicians in soft amber and green oxides to recline inside subterranean chambers with miniature silk-stringed asterisk pipa asterisk lutes. These delicate figures sat or lay in repose within dark, cool vaults beneath the fertile soil, their sculpted fingers forever resting upon silent strings. The subtle amber glazes reflected the low glow of oil lamps before the tomb doors were sealed, casting warm, golden hues across the painted terracotta. It was believed that music, even when unspoken and unheard by living ears, held a profound power to soothe the spirit through the endless night. The presence of these small clay lutes ensured that the subterranean chambers were never truly void of harmony, offering an eternal melody preserved in stone and glaze. Soft green oxides trickled down the robes of the clay figures, mirroring the peaceful mosses and quiet foliage of the world above. Here, beneath the busy footfalls of the imperial capital, lay a quiet sanctuary of clay, where art and devotion met to guard the rest of the ancestor, cradled gently in the cool darkness of the earth. Far to the north, across vast expanses of mountain and forest, another society in the very same era sought to mark the transition of life with quiet visual poetry. Upon a peaceful island resting in the cool waters of the Baltic Sea, the rhythm of existence was tuned to the soft lapping of waves against limestone shores and the slow shift of northern seasons. Here, memory was anchored not beneath the soil in secret chambers, but openly under the vast, pale sky, where wind and light could brush across carved stone for generations. In the 8th century, on the Baltic island of Gotland, stonemasons carved smooth limestone monuments known as asterisk bildstenar, engraving them with tranquil sun spirals and softly drifting sailing ships set along quiet coastal meadows of wild blue flax. These tall, shaped stones stood like silent sentinels amidst swaying stalks of blue blossoms, their pale surfaces catching the long, gentle rays of the summer twilight. The stonemasons worked with patient precision, etching curved patterns that mirrored the cyclical journey of the sun and the timeless voyages of vessels gliding across calm waters. The sun's spirals spoke of light that returns after darkness, offering a serene promise of continuity and gentle rest, while the carved ships suggested a tranquil journey toward quiet, unseen shores. Standing in the sea-scented air, surrounded by the murmur of coastal breezes and the rustle of wild flax, these monuments created a bridge between the living community and those who had crossed into stillness. The smooth limestone absorbed the soft heat of the afternoon sun, radiating a lingering warmth into the cooling evening, anchoring memory securely within the natural landscape. Though separated by thousands of miles of continent, ocean, and cultural tradition, these 8th century rites shared a profound and comforting understanding of remembrance. Whether through the subterranean clay musicians of Luyang guarding the quiet underground, or the sun-carved limestone of Gotland standing under open Scandinavian skies, both cultures transformed grief into enduring beauty. In both lands, the act of honoring the dead was rooted in a gentle desire to provide solace, furnishing the departed with familiar melodies, protective symbols, and peaceful images of smooth waters. The earthenware figures and carved stones were not loud declarations of power, but quiet offerings of care, crafted to outlast the brief span of human breath and endure through centuries of silent nights. As the stars moved across the evening sky above ancient Chinese valleys and northern Baltic coasts alike, these monuments held their silent vigil. They remind us that throughout history, human hearts have sought rest for those they loved, embedding memory into clay, stone, and the quiet earth. In the peaceful solitude of these ancient burial traditions, there remains a deep, reassuring calm, a gentle testament to the human instinct to surround the end of life with grace, harmony, and eternal quietude. The relationship between water and human remembrance stretches back through centuries of gentle tides and coastal breezes, where land meets the quiet rhythm of the sea. Along cold northern shores, where light lingers softly late into the evening, ancient communities found in the calm waters a natural metaphor for stillness and transition. When someone passed beyond the boundary of daily life, their memory was often anchored in places where the horizon opened wide to the sky. Water offered an abiding sense of continuity, a mirror for shifting clouds and starlight, comforting those who remained with the feeling that movement had not ceased, but merely slowed into a peaceful, rhythmic pulse. Across these coastal landscapes, grief was given form, not through tall, looming monuments of stone that shut out the sky, but through open air, soft grass, and enduring granite gathered from the surrounding hills and shoreline. To stand at the water's edge in the twilight was to feel a shared quietness with generations past, watching the gentle rise and fall of waves that seemed to measure out eternity without hurry or sound. In Iron Age Sweden around 800 CE, coastal communities constructed Skeppsitningar asterisk, ship-shaped monuments made of smooth granite boulders set into soft meadow grass, arranged pointing toward calm fjords, so the departed appeared to rest at anchor. These stone ships did not seek to sail out into tempestuous seas, but rather to cradle the memory of the dead in a permanent, gentle stillness beside the water. Each boulder was chosen with care, its rounded contours smoothed by ancient glacial ice and weathered by centuries of rain, before being set upright in the earth to form the prow, stern, and hull of a vessel built entirely of stone. As grass grew up around the bases of these megaliths, wild clover and sea moss softened their edges, weaving the monuments into the living fabric of the meadow. The alignment toward the fjord was intentional, giving the impression that these stone vessels were forever poised upon smooth waters, resting in a quiet harbor where no storm could reach them. Walking among these silent hulls in the dim evening light, one feels the profound care of a community that wished for their ancestors a quiet, unbroken rest, suspended in a state of eternal, serene navigation toward an unseen shore. The choice of granite carried its own subtle warmth into these places of rest. During the long midsummer days, the stones absorbed the soft heat of the sun, holding that mild warmth well into the cool evening hours when sea mist began to drift inland over the meadow grasses. To rest one's hand against the smooth surface of an upright boulder was to feel a gentle physical link to the earth and to the hands that had positioned it centuries before. The ship shape itself evoked long journeys transformed into stillness, suggesting that the turbulence of living had finally yielded to a sheltered bay. No oars were carved into the granite, nor were any sails raised against the sky. The silence of the monument was its defining presence. Below the stones, the earth remained dark and undisturbed, covered by a dense carpet of green that dampened the sound of footsteps. Rainwater would collect in small hollows atop the stones, reflecting the fading hues of dusk before evaporating quietly in the morning light, leaving the granite clean and unchanged through endless seasons of snow and bloom. As centuries passed and the coastal communities shifted, these quiet ship settings remained rooted in the coastal meadows, peaceful sentinels watching over the changing tides. The granite boulders, lichen dappled and softened by time, continue to point gently toward the fjords, retaining the calm dignity with which they were first placed. They remind us of an era when remembrance was expressed through simple, elemental harmony, stone, grass, sky, and sea combining to create a sanctuary of lasting rest. There is no urgency in these ancient fields, only the slow breathing of the wind through the seagrass and the soft, repetitive lap of water against the distant shore. In the quiet darkness of night, when stars emerge above the fjord and mirror themselves on its glassy surface, the stone ships rest motionless in their fields, holding their silent vigil. They offer a timeless image of peace, a vessel brought home at last to a calm anchorage, cradled by the earth, surrounded by stillness, and resting securely in the quiet embrace of the natural world. Across the quiet coastal reaches of northern Europe, where dark fjords curve gently between ancient, tree-lined hills, communities have long turned to the water and the earth to honor the quiet passage of human life. In these calm landscapes, the sea was not merely a pathway for voyage and trade, but a profound symbol of transition, a vast, silent mirror reflecting the soft, fading twilight of existence when someone of deep reverence passed beyond the horizon of living memory. The living did not abandon them to the cold, open elements. Instead, they channeled their grief, reverence, and devotion into the slow, rhythmic craft of wooden shipbuilding and earthwork construction. Hands skilled in shaping heavy oak planks and stitching sailcloth came together to build enduring sanctuaries that would protect the departed for eternity. Within these sacred spaces, a vessel became far more than a vessel of the sea. It was transformed into an eternal, quiet harbor of memory, sheltered beneath layers of turf and stone, where the gentle rising and falling of coastal tides could no longer disturb the deep, undisturbed rest of those who lay peacefully within. The creation of a ship burial chamber demanded immense patience, artistic refinement, quiet skill, and a shared commitment to warmth and comfort. Beneath the mounded earth, builders fashioned timber rooms directly upon the carved decks of great wooden ships, crafting enclosed spaces that felt surprisingly intimate, deeply protected, and warm with domestic comfort. Rather than leaving the interior bare or stark, the Norse people approached the thoughtful arrangement of the tomb with the same loving care one might offer to a sleeping family member on a winter night. Every beam of oak was smoothed and fitted to ward off dampness, while the air inside was filled with the lingering fragrance of fresh timber, dried grasses, and cured wood. In this quiet subterranean realm, far beneath the rustling leaves and passing winds, the darkness was softened by the intention behind every object gently placed within. It was a space designed to bridge the realm of active life and eternal stillness, offering a peaceful, motionless sanctuary where the spirit could rest securely, cradled by both the strength of the ship's hull and the deep, enduring quietude of the surrounding earth. This profound devotion to comfort and domestic grace reached a remarkable expression in the coastal lands of southern Norway near the sea. In 834 CE at Oseberg, near the Oslofjord in Norway, Norse craftspeople lined a subterranean ship burial chamber with soft goose-down pillows and woven tapestries, placing carved wooden pails filled with wild blueberries and wheat grains beside resting loved ones. These intimate offerings revealed a deep human desire to cushion the final sleep with the familiar comforts of home. The intricate tapestries hung along the timber walls, softening the dark wood with rich, colorful scenes of narrative and tradition, while shielding the chamber from the cold draft of the soil. The goose-down pillows provided a gentle, yielding cushion underhead, gently inviting a sense of ease and peaceful repose. Beside the resting figures, the small, beautifully carved wooden pails held the simple, nourishing gifts of the land: sweet wild blueberries gathered from summer hillsides and golden grains of wheat harvested from local fields. Together, these thoughtful preparations turned the subterranean burial chamber into an abode of serene hospitality, assuring that the departed were surrounded by beauty, warmth, and sustenance on their silent, timeless journey. In the centuries that followed, the dark, oxygen-poor blue clay of the Oslofjord sealed the Oseberg burial mound in a remarkable envelope of preservation, guarding the wooden ship, delicate textiles, and organic treasures against the slow decay of time. While seasons turned above and generations lived out their days, the chamber remained locked in a tranquil, timeless slumber deep under the earth, holding its story in absolute stillness until modern eyes gently brought it back into the light. To contemplate these ancient rites is to recognize an enduring human truth that across all ages and cultures, we long to offer those we love a peaceful, comfortable rest. The ship of Oseberg stands not as a monument to temporal power or conquest, but as a quiet testament to tenderness, craft, and remembrance. As the evening deepens now, the memory of these ancient craftspeople invites us to release the cares of the day, settling into our own soft linens and allowing our minds to float gently and effortlessly upon a quiet sea of calm, restorative sleep. As twilight deepens across the forested highlands of Japan, a quiet stillness settles over the sacred slopes of Mount Koya, wrapping the ancient mountain in a tapestry of muted shadows and cool, damp air. Here, high above the busy valleys below, the passage of time seems to slow to the rhythm of a steady breath, measured not by hours or years, but by the gradual growth of bark and the gentle accumulation of mountain mist. For centuries, travelers, pilgrims, and searchers of peace have walked these winding mountain paths, drawn by a landscape where the boundary between the physical world and the realm of memory feels remarkably translucent. Death in this tranquil high sanctuary is not regarded as a sharp or painful severance, but rather as a quiet invitation to rest within the enduring embrace of nature. Under the dense canopy of ancient trees, human lives are woven into the quiet life of the forest, where every fallen leaf and weathering stone speaks to the eternal cycle of return. The air is filled with the subtle aroma of damp earth and cedar resin, offering a comforting sanctuary for the mind to wander slowly, leaving behind the clutter of daily life to settle into a space of profound, unhurried restfulness. At the heart of this sacred mountain landscape lies Okanoin, a place of extraordinary reverence and unmatched serenity that has drawn generations into its peaceful fold. As dusk begins to settle over the forest floor, a long cobblestone pathway guides visitors through a realm that feels suspended in a perpetual state of calm contemplation. Along the 2-kilometer cobblestone path of Okanoin on Mount Koya in Japan, over 200,000 moss-covered stone pagodas rest beneath 800-year-old cedar trees, illuminated each dusk by brass lanterns burning sweet canola oil. Walking along this historic causeway, the visitor is enveloped by a deep and restorative quiet, punctuated only by the occasional drop of dew falling from high branches or the faint rustle of evening air through the foliage. The towering cedar trees rise like massive columns supporting the evening sky, their thick bark grooved by centuries of mountain weather, creating a natural temple that shelters the silent monuments resting below. Each stone pagoda, known traditionally as a gorinto, represents the fundamental elements of the universe, stacked in harmonious proportion over long centuries. Lush blankets of emerald moss have crept across the carved surfaces, softening every sharp edge and unifying human memory with the living forest environment. The beauty of Okanoin lies in its profound inclusivity and the gentle way it honors all who have passed into memory, holding space for emperors, monks, legendary warriors, and ordinary families side by side beneath the same protective trees. There is no sense of sorrow or agitation within these sacred grounds, but rather a comforting reassurance that human life, in all its varied expressions, ultimately finds a quiet and equal home in the earth. As night falls, the soft amber glow of the brass lanterns flickers gently against the stone, casting warm shapes of light across the damp moss and smooth cobblestones. The sweet fragrance of burning canola oil mingles with the clean, cold scent of mountain air and distant incense, creating an atmosphere that naturally calms the nervous system and invites quiet reflection. Each lantern flame acts as a quiet beacon of remembrance, shining steadily through the twilight as a tender symbol of gratitude for lives once lived and now at rest. In this sacred sanctuary, the living do not come to grieve with loud despair, but to sit quietly with their ancestors, taking comfort in the knowledge that rest is the natural fulfillment of every life's long journey. As the final light of day fades completely from the forest canopy, the mountain enters a profound stillness that invites deep, restorative slumber. The shadows between the ancient cedars grow long and soft, cradling the stone pagodas in a sanctuary of utter quietude where no noise from the outside world can penetrate. To contemplate such a place is to feel the weight of life's worries gently dissolve, replaced by a restful awareness of the vast, peaceful rhythms that undergird all of creation. The lanterns continue their quiet guard, burning softly in the darkness, reminding us that memory and love endure with the same silent constancy as the mountain itself. Under the watchful care of ancient trees and the steady, warm glow of sweet oil lamps, the mind can finally yield to the natural impulse of sleep. Let your breath become slow and rhythmic, matching the quiet pulse of the mountain forest as you drift effortlessly into a deep, peaceful dreamlessness, surrounded by the timeless serenity of Okanoin. High upon the misty slopes of Mount Koya, where ancient trees reach toward the cool, quiet sky, the boundaries between the physical world and the stillness of memory gently dissolve into the mountain air. In 9th century Japan, monks established the Okanoin Cemetery on Mount Koya, where over 200,000 moss-covered stone stupas stand beneath towering 800-year-old cedar trees, enveloped in quiet mountain mist and soft, carpeted pine needles. Walking beneath this high canopy, the sound of the wind through the branches creates a soft, rhythmic whisper that has echoed across the centuries without interruption. Each stone monument, sculpted to represent the fundamental elements of earth, water, fire, wind, and space, sits comfortably within the damp earth, gradually softening as green velvet moss carpets its chiseled edges. The atmosphere here is not one of sorrow or heavy grief, but rather of a profound, enduring peace, as though time itself has slowed to match the quiet breathing of the ancient forest. Followers and pilgrims across generations have sought rest within this sacred woods, believing that Kobo Dashi, the revered founder of Shingon Buddhism, remains in a state of continuous, quiet meditation here, offering a perpetual blessing of tranquility to all who rest beside him. As the morning fog drifts through the giant cedar trunks, filtered sunlight hits the rounded surfaces of the stupas, illuminating the delicate droplets of dew gathered on the moss. The fallen pine needles form a thick, cushiony pathway that absorbs every step, inviting a quiet, meditative pace where one feels deeply connected to the natural rhythms of life, decay, and endless renewal. Moving across the sea to the fertile plains and gentle river valleys of East Asia, another vision of eternal comfort took shape beneath the soil of medieval China. During the 12th century, the art of honoring the departed embraced a subtle domestic intimacy that sought to soften the boundary between the living home and the quiet realm of memory. Rather than fashioning grand, austere monuments meant to intimidate or awe, craftspeople turned their skill toward recreating the warm, reassuring architecture of everyday life within subterranean chambers. Built from local earth and fired brick, these tombs were conceived as welcoming sanctuaries where the spirit could reside in familiar comfort, surrounded by the recognizable elements of a peaceful home. The subterranean spaces echoed the layout of wooden courtyard houses, complete with carved lintels, tiled roofs, decorative lattice windows, and plaster walls rendered in soft, harmonious tones. This design philosophy reflected a profound cultural desire to ensure that those who had passed away felt no sudden dislocation, but rather experienced a smooth, comforting transition into an enduring domestic tranquility. This gentle philosophy of architectural memory is nowhere more tenderly expressed than within the region of central Henan, where tomb builders transformed rigid bricks into living scenes of quiet hospitality. Inside 12th century Song Dynasty tombs in Henan province, brick carvers crafted relief doors left slightly ajar, revealing carved glimpses of tranquil inner courtyards with warm tea sets prepared for soft, quiet visits. Through these subtle stone openings, the eye catches delicate details of daily life, captured in quiet relief. A small wooden table resting in the shade of a carved courtyard tree, a porcelain teapot resting alongside small cups, and a gentle figure stepping lightly past a screen as if welcoming a long-expected guest. The illusion of a door left a crack open speaks to an abiding sense of connection, suggesting that the journey beyond is not a final departure, but merely a retreat into an inner room where tea remains warm and the door remains unlocked for family and descendants. By rendering these domestic scenes with such care and warmth, the artisans transformed cold stone into a space of gentle domesticity, assuring the living that their loved ones rested in peaceful, ongoing comfort. Across both the mountain forests of Mount Koya and the carved brick chambers of Henan, ancient rites of burial transformed the landscape of memory into spaces of profound rest. Whether resting under the towering umbrella of 800-year-old cedars or behind a stone door left welcomingly ajar, the departed were embraced by designs of lasting comfort and quiet dignity. The moss upon the stupas and the relief carvings of warm tea sets both reflect an enduring human wish to surround our final resting places with gentleness, harmony, and eternal peace. As night settles softly over these sacred spaces, the quiet mist gathers around stone and brick alike, folding them into an endless, soothing stillness that echoes through the ages. High in the northern Andes of Peru, where the mountain air settles into a quiet, enduring stillness, the humid cloud forests envelop the limestone cliffs in a blanket of soft white mist. Long before modern roads carved pathways through these remote valleys, the Chachapoyas people, often remembered as the inhabitants of the mist, built their sanctuaries high above the river basins, elevated between the damp, earthy forest floor and the open sky. For this ancient community, the transition from life was not seen as a descent into darkness, but rather as an ascension into the serene altitude of the peaks, where the moisture of the atmosphere gently filtered the sunlight into a persistent, tranquil twilight. Walking along the narrow ridges, one feels a profound silence, unbroken save for the occasional call of an unseen bird or the rhythmic rustle of broad leaves dripping with dew. The natural world here moves at a measured, unhurried pace, providing an ideal sanctuary for memory and reflection. In this peaceful environment, the human impulse to honor those who came before took shape not in subterranean chambers or heavy stone pyramids, but in lightweight, graceful forms suspended on inaccessible cliff ledges, sheltered under overhangs of ancient rock that have withstood centuries of wind and soft rain. It was within these high cloud forests of Caragia in northern Peru that 15th century Chachapoyas craftspeople constructed tall sarcophagi called asterisk Purin matches from white clay, straw, and mountain reeds, placing them high inside natural limestone cliff alcoves facing east toward the misty sunrise. These remarkable figures, standing like silent guardians built to human scale, were meticulously layered around an inner structural frame, woven from resilient reeds and bound with natural fibers. Over this organic core, the artisans smoothed a thick paste of pale clay mixed with straw, sculpting expressive, elongated heads featuring prominent chins and serene facial contours painted with natural red and yellow pigments. By choosing natural limestone alcoves perched hundreds of feet above the valley floor, the Chachapoyas ensured that these sarcophagi were protected from the moisture of the lower soil and safe from the intrusion of animals or passers-by. The deliberate eastward orientation meant that every morning, As the night broke into the soft gray and amber tones of dawn, the very first rays of light would illuminate the pale faces of the permafrost, symbolizing a daily, quiet awakening in tune with the cosmic rhythm of the sun. The preservation of these resting places relied on a delicate balance between human craftsmanship and the protective contours of the natural landscape. The cliff overhangs acted as natural roofs, deflecting driving rain and shielding the unfired clay from erosion, allowing the straw and reed matrix within to remain dry and intact across hundreds of years. Viewed from the valley below, the rows of sarcophagi appear almost continuous with the rock face itself, as if the mountain had naturally grown these watchful, peaceful sentinels from its own mineral bone and soil. There is no sense of grandeur or ostentation in their design. Rather, they reflect a deep humility and an intuitive understanding of materials gathered directly from the surrounding ecosystem. The white clay speaks to the earth of the riverbanks, the straw to the wild grasses of the high paramo, and the mountain reeds to the wetland margins of the mist-shrouded valleys. In weaving these elements together, the Chachapoyas created a quiet continuity between the physical body, the craft of the hands, and the enduring topography of their home. As afternoon gently turns to evening over the Karagia cliffs, the mist rises once more from the deep gorges below, floating silently upward to wrap the ancient alcoves in a soft, protective vapor. The asterisk Purin matches remain quietly anchored to their high ledges, bathed in the cool air and cradled by the stone, far removed from the noise and movement of the lower world. Across centuries, as generations have lived and passed, these serene statues have maintained their patient, unbroken gaze toward the eastern horizon, waiting for each new dawn with calm permanence. In their quiet presence, we are reminded of how deeply human memory is tied to the earth and sky, and how thoughtful design can turn fragile clay and reeds into a peaceful, timeless home of rest. Here in the high mountain air, everything returns to stillness, resting securely under the watchful care of the morning light and the quiet embrace of the misty cliffs. High in the Caucasus Mountains, where the air grows clear and thin, and the vast mirror of Lake Sevan reflects the drifting blue of the sky, there exists a tradition of remembrance that turns hard stone into soft, prayerful lace. In medieval Armenia, the honoring of the departed took on a quiet, uniquely open-air character, far removed from the shadowed depths of subterranean catacombs or the heavy, defensive masonry of royal mausoleums. Instead, early stonemasons looked to the very ground beneath their feet, a landscape shaped by ancient volcanic activity, and chose the local volcanic tuff rock as their primary canvas. Soft and workable when freshly quarried from the earth, this porous stone allowed master carvers to etch exceptionally fine details with modest chisels before the material hardened in the open air. preserving their delicate craftsmanship for centuries. These memorial monuments, rooted directly into the turf without walls or ceilings, allowed the living to visit their ancestors in places where light, rain, and mountain air could freely circulate. The act of shaping a memorial was not merely an expression of grief, but a contemplative dialogue between the mason, the family, and the natural world. Each monument was designed to stand in quiet communion with the horizon, catching the changing hues of daylight from the soft pinks of morning to the deep ambers of dusk. Over generations, thousands of these carved stones were raised across high plateaus and secluded monastic yards, forming peaceful fields of stone where memory felt light, luminous, and intimately tied to the surrounding hills. Nowhere is this enduring legacy of stone and sky more evocative than along the quiet, windswept shores of the great alpine lake. At the medieval Noretta Cemetery, along the shores of Lake Sevan in Armenia, stonemasons sculpted hundreds of reddish volcanic tuff memorials called asterisk kachkars, carving intricate stone lacework of intertwined grapevines and pomegranates that catch the cool mountain breeze above fields of wild thyme. Stepping among these ancient slabs, one witnesses a masterclass in low-relief sculpture, where deep geometric interlacings create subtle shadows that shift continuously as the sun moves across the sky. The central motif of each cross stone, framed by stylized leaves, rosettes, and fruit-laden branches, represents not a symbol of static end, but a flourishing tree of life whose roots delve deep into the earth, while its upper branches stretch toward the heavens. The choice of grapevines and pomegranates carried rich symbolic resonance for medieval communities, signifying abundance, vitality, and the sweet continuation of life beyond physical boundaries. As the mountain winds sweep across the high plateau, carrying the herbal fragrance of wild thyme that grows freely around the bases of the pedestals, the carved stones seem almost to breathe. Their porous, warm-toned surfaces absorb the sun's warmth during the afternoon hours and slowly release it into the cooling air of twilight, surrounding visitors with a palpable sense of warmth and sanctuary. The sheer concentration of hundreds of distinct memorials creates a visual harmony where individual stories merge into a shared, tranquil landscape of collective memory. Unlike monuments designed to intimidate or isolate, the open-air design of these memorial stones invites a peaceful stillness, inviting passers-by to pause and trace the endless loops of carved knotwork with their eyes. Each interweaving thread of stone has no visible beginning or end, offering a visual meditation on eternity, rhythm, and continuity that calms the wandering mind. Because the monuments face consistently toward the east, they greet every new morning sunrise, allowing the early light to illuminate the fine details of the stone lace, while casting soft, elongated shadows over the fragrant grass behind them. Rainwater collects gently in the tiny hollows of the relief, providing drinking spots for passing songbirds, while lichens of gold and pale green slowly mantle the older stones, blending human artifice into the natural ecology of the mountain slope. As evening gradually settles over Lake Seven, the vibrant hues of the volcanic tuff soften into deep terracotta and warm slate gray. The mountain winds begin to subside, settling into a hushed stillness over the fields of time, while the lake reflects the first faint stars of the night. Here, held in the quiet balance between earth, water, and sky, the ancient stones remain as gentle sentinels of human devotion, holding centuries of love and remembrance in silent, restful grace. As night settles gently over the lands of memory, the opening years of the 15th century gave rise to sacred monuments created not to dwell on grief, but to provide a quiet, reassuring sanctuary of stillness and reflection. Across vast geographical distances, master builders, stonemasons, and sculptors sought out enduring, beautiful materials that could catch the soft light of twilight and preserve a spirit of peace across generations. In the vibrant oasis cities, along the ancient Silk Road, as well as within the cool, vaulted aisles of Mediterranean cathedrals, artistic craftsmanship became a gentle, soothing language for honoring those who had entered their final rest. This noble impulse to build for eternity was guided by a profound desire for order, symmetry, and solace, fashioning restful spaces where weary travelers and quiet mourners alike could pause, draw a slow breath, and reflect upon the silent continuity of human existence. Within these sacred grounds, architectural proportion, translucent minerals, and patient human hands converged to frame mortal transition not as a dark void, but as a graceful slumber beneath protective stone and sky. Journeying along the historic trade paths of Central Asia, where cool evening breezes drift through tall brick gateways and quiet open courtyards, extraordinary craftsmen labored to design spaces of deep tranquility and mathematical precision. In 1404, in Samarkand, Central Asia, Timurid builders completed the mausoleum of Guriamir, crowning the quiet burial hall with a fluted dome of 64 azure blue tiles, and paneling lower interior walls with translucent green onyx beneath carved sandalwood doors. The deep blue hues of the soaring, ribbed dome seemed to gather the evening twilight, mirroring the infinite expanse of the nocturnal sky above, while the soft light filtering into the central chamber passes gently through the polished green onyx slabs, casting a soothing, jade-colored glow across the smooth stone floors, beneath the subtle, aromatic scent of the intricately carved sandalwood doors that guard the entrance. The interior hall holds a sacred hush, enveloping centuries of history in an atmosphere of serene dignity. Every delicate tile pattern, painted calligraphic motif, and polished stone panel reflects a deep, meditative reverence for spatial harmony, offering all who enter a quiet refuge from the dust, heat, and movement of the world outside. Farther to the west, amidst the gentle, olive-clad hills of northern Italy, a complementary devotion to peaceful remembrance was carved into pure white stone inside the quiet, shadowed interior of Tuscan cathedrals. Master sculptors strived to portray the calm beauty of an undisturbed and graceful sleep. In 1406, inside Lucca Cathedral in Tuscany, sculptor Jacopo della Quercia carved the white Carrara marble tomb of Ilaria del Corretto, depicting her resting peacefully in a high-collared robe, with a small hound sleeping quietly at her feet. The smooth, fine-grained Carrara marble captures the soft, sweeping folds of her elegant garment with extraordinary warmth and sensitivity, evoking the quiet impression of a gentle sleeper resting comfortably in a quiet room. Beside her feet, the faithful small dog slumbers peacefully, serving as a silent, enduring symbol of fidelity, affection, and comfort that remains steadfast even through the stillness of time. The soft, rounded contours of the marble softly absorb the faint, warm candlelight of the cathedral aisle, turning personal loss into a timeless masterwork of calm, dignity, and restorative silence. Though separated by thousands of miles, distinct cultural traditions, and different artistic mediums, these two remarkable masterworks from the early 15th century speak to the human spirit with a single, gentle voice. Whether one gazes upward at the brilliant azure dome reaching into the night sky of Central Asia, or looks down upon the serene marble figure resting quietly in Tuscany, the experience invites a deep, meditative pause. In both sacred spaces, the sharp sorrow of loss is softened by the calming power of human artistry, transforming ceramic tile, green onyx, sandalwood, and white marble into enduring sanctuaries of quiet remembrance. As centuries pass like slow-moving clouds across calm horizons, these resting places stand unchanged, keeping their silent watch and offering a gentle reassurance that true memory, when shaped with patience and love, remains a haven of undisturbed rest and eternal peace. As night gently descends across the vast plains of northern India, the long history of human memory takes on the soft, geometric order of a paradise garden. Across many cultures and eras, societies sought not merely to enclose the dead within heavy stone vaults, but to cradle their memory within living landscapes of absolute tranquility and quiet balance. In the rich architectural traditions of the Mughal world, the final resting place was conceived as an earthly reflection of ideal celestial gardens, a quiet sanctuary where dust and memory might find enduring harmony among still waters, symmetric pathways, and softly rustling leaves. Here, death was never framed as a harsh or sudden ending, but rather as a gentle settling into an everlasting, ordered peace that mirrored the steady rhythms of the natural world. The architecture of these garden tombs relied on a profound sense of geometric harmony, aligning monuments precisely with the cardinal directions, so that light and shadow moved across finely carved lattice screens with the patient, soothing movement of the sun. Surrounding the central mausoleum, wide open courtyards were carefully designed to quiet the restless mind of the traveler, inviting slow, contemplative steps along stone pathways smoothed by time. In these peaceful spaces, the gentle sound of trickling water became a continuous lullaby, washing away the noise of the outer world and creating a serene threshold between temporal life and quiet remembrance. Long before the imposing marble monuments of later centuries rose into the sky, these earlier garden sanctuaries established a tender precedent for how architecture could soften grief, replacing heavy sorrow with the steady, comforting cadence of nature and symmetrical design. Completed in 1572 in Delhi, Mughal architect Murad Mirza Ghias surrounded the quiet red sandstone mausoleum of Humayun with 4 formal quadrant gardens, where narrow stone water channels filter cool mountain breezes past shaded arcades of sweet-scented white jasmine and flowering citrus trees. Within this meticulously planned square layout, known as the charbagh, every single element serves to steady the spirit and invite deep, restful contemplation. The warm red sandstone of the central tomb gathers the soft, golden light of late afternoon, slowly letting it fade into the cool purple shadows of dusk, while high, recessed arched alcoves provide deep pools of shelter from the heat. As evening breezes move gently through the open arcades, the subtle, calming fragrance of citrus blossoms and delicate white jasmine drifts across the paved pathways, blending seamlessly with the refreshing mist of shallow watercourses. The channels themselves, aligned with mathematical precision, carry clear water smoothly across shallow marble rills, producing a faint, rhythmic murmur that hushes the surrounding evening and stills the surrounding air. Walking along these tranquil walkways, one observes how the fourfold division of space creates an overwhelming sense of balance and harmony, where human craft and natural beauty meet to gently hold the memory of the departed. The grand dome of the mausoleum rises gracefully above the canopy of green foliage, balanced perfectly by low, sweeping perimeter walls that isolate this sanctuary from the frantic pace of the world outside. Every passageway, every shaded courtyard, and every reflective pool was designed with a refined sensitivity to light, sound, and atmosphere, ensuring that all who approach are embraced by quietude. Reflecting upon such enduring monuments of peace, we gain a deeper appreciation for how human civilizations have expressed their love, honor, and remembrance through harmonious forms of art and nature. The garden tomb stands as a timeless reminder that memory does not need to feel somber or heavy. Instead, it can find expression through open air, shifting light, soft greenery, and the soothing movement of cool water across carved stone. As the last embers of daylight slip silently behind the sandstone arches, and night casts its calm, protective blanket over the garden, the soft rustle of leaves and the low song of water remain as steady companions in the dark. In the stillness of these historical sanctuaries, the boundary between past and present softly dissolves, leaving behind a profound sense of rest, clarity, and eternal stillness. The gentle geometry of the garden cradles the history of those who came before, offering a timeless refuge where the mind can pause, breathe softly, and rest in peaceful quiet. In the quiet, winding pathways of 16th century Istanbul, the places of rest were woven softly into the everyday fabric of urban life, rather than hidden away beyond the city gates. Small neighborhood burial grounds, known as hazir, rested comfortably behind low stone walls beside bustling neighborhood mosques, while grander, more tranquil gardens stretched across gentle hillsides, shaded by tall, slender cypress trees. These dark evergreen boughs reached gracefully toward the sky, swaying in the soft breezes that swept inland from the Bosporus, filtering the bright Mediterranean sunlight into dappled patches of cool green shadow. Walking through these peaceful sanctuaries, one would notice how the marble monuments stood like quiet, pale sentinels amidst the rustling leaves, reflecting a culture that viewed remembrance not as a distant or stark ending, but as a gentle, abiding presence within the living world. The air within these groves held the subtle, soothing sense of pine needle, damp earth, and distant sea mist, creating a restful refuge where passers-by could linger quietly, rest upon weathered stone benches, and offer quiet thoughts or prayers for those who had gone before. The relationship between the living and the departed was marked by a quiet intimacy, where visits to these shaded gardens were a seamless part of daily routines, blending memory with the steady, reassuring rhythms of nature. The stonemasons of Ottoman Istanbul brought an extraordinary level of patience, craftsmanship, and tender intention to these monuments, shaping pure white marble quarried from nearby Aegean islands into elegant markers tailored to the life and character of each individual. Tall, slender steels were carved with fluid Ottoman calligraphy, intricate floral motifs, and detailed representations of traditional headwear, such as layered turbans, official caps, or delicate floral crowns that silently indicated the gender, social role, and trade of the person resting beneath. Yet beyond their aesthetic grace and historical record, many of these monuments served an act of quiet, perpetual charity, intended to sustain the natural world long after the artisan's chisel had fallen still. In 16th century Ottoman Istanbul, stonemasons crafted tall marble tombstones featuring small carved stone basins called asterisk kashsulugu, designed to collect fresh rainwater and mourning. Do so passing songbirds could pause and drink in the shaded cypress groves. These modest, bowl-shaped indentations were meticulously hollowed into the ledges, shoulders, or pedestals of the tombstones, catching every passing rainfall and gathering the translucent droplets of early dawn. As songbirds, sparrows, goldfinches, and nightingales flitted softly between the dense cypress branches. They would land upon the smooth marble rims, drinking their fill before taking flight back into the canopy. This thoughtful integration of architecture and wildlife transformed each marker into a living vessel of benevolence, where offering refreshment to even the smallest creature was held as an enduring blessing. This tradition was rooted in a profound cultural philosophy of compassion, where acts of kindness extended naturally beyond human society to embrace the broader tapestry of living creation. To nourish a bird, to offer cool shade to a tired traveler, or to plant a fragrant flowering shrub beside a resting place was understood as a form of continuous charity, a gentle legacy whose resonance endured in quiet stillness. The faint, musical chirping of songbirds gathering at the asterisk Kush Sulugu provided a comforting, living cadence within the quiet sanctuary, harmonizing with the soft murmur of wind moving through the high needle leaves overhead. Visitors arriving to honor their ancestors found deep solace not only in the elegant inscriptions traced upon the marble, but also in the knowledge that these stones continued to foster life and provide sanctuary every day. The slow dripping of condensation into the carved marble basins served as a calm marker of time, measuring the hours not through noise or urgency, but through the quiet, predictable cycles of sun, morning dew, and gentle evening shade. As late afternoon light softened across the garden paths, the entire cemetery seemed to breathe with a steady, restorative tranquility. The pale marble markers retained the soft, fading warmth of the sun, while the earth beneath the evergreen canopy remained cool, quiet, and deeply peaceful. In these sacred spaces, memory was not a heavy weight or a monument to grief, but a quiet thread woven into the surrounding landscape, refreshed by every passing shower and greeted by the gentle arrival of returning birds. To rest within such a grove was to remain a quiet participant in the enduring rhythms of the natural world, surrounded by whispering leaves, enduring stone, and the humble, recurring gift of fresh water held safely within a hollowed marble leaf. As the 17th century unfolded, the traditions surrounding memory and repose embraced a quiet harmony between enduring stone and the delicate gifts of nature. Across diverse lands, those who sought to honor departed loved ones turned away from austere grandeur, choosing instead to construct serene landscapes and scented sanctuaries where grief could soften into peaceful remembrance. In the warm riverlands of northern India, this gentle philosophy took form in exquisite architectural masterpieces designed to reflect the tranquility of paradise. Here, red sandstone gave way to luminous white stone that caught the soft glow of dawn and dusk, creating spaces that felt suspended between the earth and the sky. It was within this spirit of devotion that Empress Nur Jahan sought to create a final resting place for her father, Mirza Ghiyas Beg, seeking a design that would feel both intimate and eternal. In 1628, Empress Nur Jahan completed the tomb of Idamata in Agra, India, carving the structure from white Makrana marble, inlaid with polished lapis, lazuli, and jasper. Surrounding the monument with a four-quadrant charbagh garden, cooled by shallow marble waterways and fragrant white jasmine, the delicate Pietra dura inlay, featuring intricate stone vines, cypress trees, and quiet wine vessels, transformed the stone walls into a tapestry of eternal blossoms. The geometric channels of water, reflecting the sky as they flowed gently through the shade of evergreen foliage, cooled the warm breeze and carried the perfume of white petals into the central mausoleum, offering a restful haven where the quiet rhythm of dripping water invited quiet reflection. Within the silent inner chambers of such monuments, the atmosphere was shaped to evoke a restful sleep, sheltered from the heat and busyness of the outside world. Light filtered through fine marble lattices, casting soft geometric shadows across polished floors, and soothing the eyes of those who came to remember. The choice of polished stones, smooth marble, and sweet-scented blooms reflected a deep human desire to surround the mystery of passing with elements of comforting beauty. Across the world, though architectural styles and regional customs varied greatly, this fundamental impulse remained remarkably constant. Whether in the expansive sunlit gardens of the East or the quiet, vaulted cathedrals of Northern Europe, communities found solace in using aromatic plants to preserve, comfort, and sanctify the resting places of those they cherished. The natural world, with its seasonal rhythms of quiet dormancy and gentle renewal, provided the ultimate language for expressing hope, dignity, and soft farewells. In the cooler realms of Scandinavia, where stone cathedrals provided cool, subterranean vaults that echoed with soft whispers, the honoring of the departed took on a deeply intimate and botanical character. Rather than building expansive outdoor garden courts, those who prepared the crypts of Europe brought the essence of fields, forests, and herb gardens directly into the subterranean vaults. This tender preparation was guided by a profound understanding of plant properties, choosing aromatic leaves and needle branches that would bring comfort to the dark, silent stone chambers. In 1679, at Lund Cathedral in Sweden, Bishop Peter Winstrup was laid to rest upon a soft mattress packed with dried hops, lavender, juniper sprigs, and wild mint, filling the subterranean stone crypt with a quiet herbal fragrance that endured for centuries. The dried hops provided a soft, cushioned bedding that preserved the form of the resting bishop, while the soothing notes of lavender, resinous juniper, and cooling mint created a fragrant microclimate within the sealed coffin, protecting the body in a gentle shroud of natural botanicals that kept the air remarkably sweet and still across the generations. These two distinct expressions of 17th century memorial art, one bathed in the warm sunlight of Agra, the other resting in the cool shadows of Lund, reveal a shared human longing to frame death not with fear, but with serene beauty and fragrant stillness. Whether carving white marble to hold stone blossoms beneath the shade of jasmine vines, or layering dried meadow herbs beneath a linen shroud, the living sought to create quiet spaces where the departed might rest undisturbed. The stone channels of water and the dried sprigs of lavender both served as gentle bridges between memory and peace. As the night deepens, these historical sanctuaries remind us that remembrance has long been woven from the softest threads of human care, offering a timeless reassurance that rest, when surrounded by natural beauty and quiet devotion, remains gentle, dignified, and serene. As communities settled across the quiet valleys of North America during the 18th century, the traditions surrounding remembrance began to undergo a gentle and thoughtful transformation. In earlier generations, European burial places had often been tightly packed, central churchyards located at the busy hearts of towns and cities, where upright gravestones stood in crowded rows of varying heights and ornate designs, each reflecting the social standing, wealth, and worldly achievements of the deceased. Over time, however, several religious communities sought to cultivate a different relationship with memory, one rooted in quiet harmony, humility, and a deep reverence for the natural world. They envisioned resting places situated slightly apart from the noise of daily life, where the physical boundaries between life and death were softened by open sky, green turf, and whispering trees. In these newly planned spaces, the layout was guided not by individual vanity or family status, but by a shared desire to create a calm, orderly, and beautiful landscape of collective memory. Here, the living could walk along shaded paths in silent reflection, listening to the gentle breeze moving softly through the summer foliage, surrounded by an atmosphere of profound stillness, where the heavy burdens of mortal distinction were set aside in favor of a timeless, communal peace. This vision of egalitarian rest and harmonious landscape design found one of its most beautiful and enduring expressions within the Moravian settlements of eastern Pennsylvania. Established in 1742 in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, Moravian settlers designed their god's acre asterisk cemetery with identical flat white limestone markers laid flush with the soft green turf, creating a quiet, uniform garden shaded by sweet-scented apple trees and white pines. In this serene sanctuary, known simply as God's Acre, the deliberate choice to forgo upright headstones transformed the burial ground into a level, open park where no single grave rose above another. Each uniform stone was placed flat upon the soil, symbolizing the belief that all human souls stand as absolute equals in death, stripped of worldly rank, wealth, or title. Beneath the gentle canopy of sweet-scented apple trees, whose delicate blossoms drifted down like soft snow in the spring air, and the tall, fragrant white pines that offered soft green shade through every season, the atmosphere felt less like a monument to grief and more like a quiet orchard of perpetual rest. The physical simplicity of these flat limestone markers allowed the natural environment to embrace the burial ground in a seamless and comforting way. Rather than interrupting the horizon with jagged lines of stone, the markers rested flush against the earth, permitting the soft green turf to grow smoothly across the entire garden like an unbroken blanket. As soft rain washed clean over the white limestone over the decades, and fallen leaves from the apple trees settled gently upon the weathered inscriptions in autumn, the distinction between human craft and the natural world began to blur gently into a quiet and comforting unity. The Moravian practice of dividing the cemetery into specific sections based on choir groups, separating single men, single women, married couples, and children, further reinforced a feeling of orderly community that mirrored their earthly living arrangements with peaceful precision. Walking through God's acre, visitors experienced a quiet rhythm where every element, from the low-lying stones beneath their feet to the evergreen pines overhead, whispered of stability, gentle care, and an enduring sense of belonging that extended far beyond the boundary of a single lifetime. The peaceful philosophy embodied in these early Moravian resting places laid a gentle, foundational precedent for the rural and garden cemetery movements that would blossom across the 19th century. By reimagining the burial ground as a quiet garden sanctuary where nature and memory existed in restful balance, these early settlers showed how spaces of mourning could become places of solace, quiet contemplation, and deep renewal for the living. The soft fragrance of pine needles in the air, the cool shade of spreading branches, and the smooth expanse of green grass created an enduring environment where the passing of time felt gradual, rhythmic, and completely unhurried. Tonight, as we reflect on these quiet gardens of memory, we are reminded of the timeless beauty found in simplicity, equality, and natural rest. Under the quiet canopy of ancient trees and the calm, starry sky above us, the surrounding world grows remarkably soft and still, inviting us to lay down our daily thoughts, rest our weary minds, and drift peacefully into a long, restorative, and dreamless sleep. As dusk softly settles over the rolling hills and quiet valleys of human history, the way we remember those who came before us transforms into a landscape of stillness and profound simplicity. Across centuries, different cultures sought to capture memory by erecting grand stones or carving deep vaults into the earth. But in certain gentle corners of the world, a quieter philosophy took root. Here, memory was not measured by the height of a marble column or the intricate gilding of a monument, but by a serene harmony with the natural environment. In these sacred spaces, the setting sun casts long, gentle shadows across open meadows where the rustle of leaves and the gentle whisper of wind create a soothing lullaby for the evening. To wander through such landscapes is to feel the weight of life's worries dissolve into the soft turf, replaced by a deep sense of continuity and peace. These places of rest were designed not to evoke sorrow, to offer a sanctuary of calm reflection for the living, reminding all who visit of the shared journey of existence and the quiet beauty of returning to the earth. In the 18th century, within the close-knit Moravian communities of Central Europe and North America, this gentle ethos found its most tranquil physical expression in their communal graveyards, known affectionately as *Gottesacre*, or God's Acre. Stepping into one of these sacred grounds felt less like entering a place of mourning, and more like stepping into a peaceful, open-air cathedral sculpted by nature itself. Rather than dividing the land with tall obelisks, elaborate family crests, or grand statues that mirrored the social hierarchies of worldly life, the Moravians embraced a design of pure, unadorned simplicity. Here, every single resting place was marked in the exact same manner, ensuring that no individual stood above another in death. In 18th century Moravian community graveyards, known as *Gottesacre*, all resting places were marked with identical flat sandstone ledgers, laid flush with the soft turf beneath white birch trees, symbolizing absolute equality and shared quiet repose. The white bark of the birches glowed softly in the twilight, while their delicate leaves fluttered with every light breeze, casting moving patterns of light and shadow across the uniform stones. In this sanctuary, rich and poor, leaders and laborers, elders and infants rested side by side under identical markers of humble sandstone, emphasizing that in the grand tapestry of creation, every soul holds equal dignity and worth. The physical choice of flat sandstone laid flush with the earth carried a quiet elegance that deepened with each passing year. Unlike upright headstones that stand against the weather, these horizontal ledgers allowed rain, fallen leaves, and winter frost to move gently across their surfaces without resistance, gradually integrating the stonework into the living carpet of the meadow. Over time, soft emerald mosses and tiny lichens would trace the hand-carved inscriptions, softening the edges of each ledger until human craftsmanship appeared to blend seamlessly with the natural world. Walking along the narrow, unpaved pathways of a Gottesacre*, one experiences a rare and soothing uniformity where no monument clamors for attention or demands preeminence. The eye rests easily on the smooth horizon of green grass and warm, earthy stone, untroubled by visual discord or competitive displays. This deliberate uniformity invited a meditative calm, allowing visitors to contemplate the fleeting nature of earthly distinctions and to take solace in the enduring peace of communal rest. The low whisper of the wind moving through the birch canopy overhead served as a constant, comforting background melody, reinforcing the feeling that death was not an exile into darkness, but a gentle return to the quiet embrace of the natural earth. This harmonious approach to burial speaks to a deep human longing for rest that is untroubled by pretense or anxiety. By removing the burdens of social competition from the realm of memory. The Moravian tradition created a space where grief could soften into quiet gratitude and reflection. The flat ledgers resting flush with the grass remain a timeless reminder that true peace is found when we release our hold on earthly status and allow ourselves to be embraced by the quiet rhythms of nature. As night descends and the stars begin to illuminate the sky above the silent groves, the memory of these peaceful places offers a gentle sanctuary for the mind. The birch trees stand as quiet guardians in the dusk, their roots cradling the earth while their branches sway in the evening air, inviting a deep, restorative stillness. In the quiet darkness, we can lean into this sense of shared rest, knowing that beneath the vast sky, all things eventually find their place of quiet harmony, absolute equality, and undisturbed sleep. Across the rolling, mist-draped hills of the world, human memory has long found a quiet anchor in the natural landscape, shaping subtle and enduring monuments from the raw elements of the earth. High upon the windswept moorlands of Western Europe, the simple, deliberate act of carrying a physical token across the terrain transformed quiet grief into an everlasting mark of silent honor. In the 18th century Scottish Highlands, mourners carried smooth, stream-washed white quartzite stones to ancestral hillside cairns known as Can Cuamen asterisk, creating gently gleaming stone mounds surrounded by quiet purple heather. Each step up the steep, heathered slope served as a meditative journey, a slow and rhythmic pace where the tangible weight of the stone held in one's hand matched the calm, steady cadence of breath. These quartzite stones, worn smooth by decades of rushing mountain waters, held the faint, cool memory of riverbeds before being laid gently atop the growing mound. Overpassing generations, these bright, sunlit stones gathered the soft light of dusk and dawn, standing out with a gentle luminescence against the rich, muted tones of dark peat and wild bracken. The Can Cuamen asterisk was not viewed as a place of heavy sorrow, but rather as a peaceful beacon of continuity, a tactile promise that those who walked the glens in earlier times were never truly lost to the shifting seasons. The soft rustle of purple heather swaying in the evening breeze offered a soothing acoustic backdrop as travelers paused to add their own stream-washed contribution, allowing the cairn to grow grain by grain and stone by stone beneath the pale, tranquil expanse of the northern sky. Far across the ocean, in an entirely different climate of soft summer twilights, a similarly tender impulse moved families to honor their departed ancestors through delicate, sensory offerings of warmth, fragrance, and light. In 18th century Edo, Japan, families visiting grave sites during the Aben asterisk festival left small celadon dishes of sweet roasted barley tea beside granite markers, lighting tall paper lanterns painted with delicate blue morning glories. As evening settled over the quiet, mossy pathways of the burial grounds, the warm, nutty nutty aroma of freshly brewed barley tea rose into the humid night air, mingling seamlessly with the subtle scent of burning cedar and sweet incense. The pale green porcelain of the celadon dishes caught the soft, ambient glow of dusk, holding the clear liquid like a calm basin of cooling water intended to refresh weary traveling spirits returning home for the annual festival. As twilight deepened, the tall paper lanterns illuminated the darkening paths with a soft, diffused flame that flickered gently against the surrounding foliage. The hand-painted morning glories their indigo petals, traditional symbols of quiet devotion, and the fleeting beauty of existence seemed to float upon the semi-translucent paper, glowing with a serene warmth as the night breeze whispered through nearby bamboo groves. It was a deeply tranquil ritual of welcome and hospitality, creating a sacred space where the boundaries between past and present dissolved into the peaceful rhythm of a summer evening. These humble customs, separated by thousands of miles and vastly different traditions, illuminate a universal human desire to craft sanctuaries of restful remembrance out of ordinary, beautiful elements of the natural world. Whether through the cool, enduring permanence of quartzite gathered from a highland stream, or the warm, comforting aroma of roasted tea poured into a handmade ceramic dish, the living have always sought to offer comfort to both themselves and those who went before. The quiet physical actions involved placing a smooth stone upon a hillside cairn, tending a small paper lantern in the twilight, or listening to the night wind through the trees, naturally invite the mind to settle and enter a state of deep, restorative reflection. In these gentle clearings of memory, the passage of time does not feel heavy or distant, but rather like a soft, protective blanket wrapped gently around the present moment. As night falls completely over the heathered slopes of Scotland and the quiet temple gardens of Edo, the stones keep their silent, timeless watch, and the paper lanterns gradually burn down to faint, glowing embers. Everything comes to rest under the expansive night sky, carried safely by the steady turn of the earth and the quiet, comforting assurance of eternal peace. Along gentle coastal slopes where the salt sea air meets the quiet rustle of hillside grasses, human traditions of memory have long sought harmony with the contours of the earth. Across centuries and civilizations, the ways in which communities construct resting places for their ancestors reflect a deep desire for protection, stillness, and seamless integration with the surrounding landscape. On island shores, where the horizon stretches infinitely outward, the act of honoring those who came before becomes naturally interwoven with the rhythms of the tides, the changing light of the sun, and the soft return of spring each year. Rather than standing in stark, rigid opposition to the environment, these sacred spaces were often sculpted to mimic the calm, fluid curves of nature itself, embedding memory directly into the soil and stone of the hillside. Stone walls were smoothed by coastal winds, and wide paved courtyards provided a peaceful sanctuary where the boundary between past and present could gently blur. In such places, the memory of departed loved ones was not kept at a distant or somber remove, but was welcomed into the everyday flow of family life and seasonal renewal. The atmosphere surrounding these ancient sites remains remarkably peaceful, carrying the quiet assurance that life, memory, and nature move together in a steady, comforting stream. This profound connection between family, land, and ancestral memory found one of its most graceful and enduring expressions along the sea-facing slopes of East Asian archipelagos. In the 18th century Ryukyu kingdom of modern Okinawa, families constructed wide, turtle-backed stone tombs called *kamikohaka along coastal hills, gathering each spring during the *Shime festival to share quiet picnic meals of mugwort rice cakes and sweet tea on the stone courtyards beneath blooming hibiscus trees. The unique silhouette of these tombs, curving gently like the protective shell of a sea turtle resting upon the grass, was crafted to symbolize safety, longevity, and a tender return to the maternal warmth of the earth. During these bright, mild spring days, the expansive courtyard before each tomb transformed into an open-air living room, filled with the subtle aroma of freshly prepared food and the comforting sounds of low, quiet conversation. Children and elders sat side by side upon the sun-warmed stone terraces, offering the first portions of delicate mugwort rice, cakes to the spirits of the ancestors, before partaking in the festive meal together. The bright red and coral petals of nearby hibiscus flowers fluttered down onto the paved ground, creating a soft contrast against the weathered gray masonry. This annual gathering was never conceived as a time of sharp grief, but rather as a joyful invitation to share updates on family life, express quiet gratitude for ancestral guidance, and enjoy the tranquil arrival of spring in the reassuring presence of loved ones. Through this gentle tradition, the stone tomb became not a place of finality, but a welcoming hearth where generations met in harmony. As the afternoon sun drifted lower toward the ocean line, casting long, gentle shadows across the stone courtyards, the spirit of these gatherings settled into a deep and restful calm. The shared meals, the warm, sweet tea, and the quiet exchange of stories served as comforting bridges across generations, reminding the living that they were part of an unbroken lineage rooted deeply in the soil of their home island. The turtle shell roofs of stone seemed to cradle both memory and hope, anchored securely against the sea winds while remaining open to the wide sky above. When families eventually gathered their wicker baskets and made their slow, contented way back down the winding paths toward their villages, the tombs remained silent and tranquil on the hillsides, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. The stone preserved the ambient warmth of the sun long into the cool evening air, standing as a peaceful testament to a culture that viewed remembrance as an act of warmth, hospitality, and enduring love. Under the slow emergence of evening stars, these coastal sanctuaries continue to embody a quiet stillness, inviting the mind to let go of the day and rest securely in the knowledge that memory, like the ocean tide, is forever gentle and returning. In the quiet expanse of 18th century Scandinavia, the geography of rural life was measured in long, winding forest paths that linked isolated farmsteads to distant parish churches. When a member of a rural village community passed away, the journey to their final resting place was not a swift or hurried event, but a slow, rhythmic pilgrimage undertaken entirely on foot by family, friends, and neighbors. These rural funeral processions moved across rolling hills, through dense stands of pine and silver birch, and past calm, mirrored lakes reflective of the soft northern sky. Carrying a heavy wooden coffin over such vast distances through mountain passes and wooded dales required physical endurance. But more than that, it fostered a shared, meditative cadence among those who walked together in solemn remembrance. The atmosphere along these timberline tracks was one of deep stillness, broken only by the gentle crunch of boots upon pine needles, the quiet rustle of wind through high branches, and the occasional song of a thrush hidden within the green canopy. In this quiet landscape, grief was not hidden away behind stone walls or rushed through populated streets, but was instead woven directly into the natural environment, given time and space to unfold across the calm stretches of the countryside. Every step taken by the pallbearers served as an act of devotion and communal care, binding the living to the dead through the shared labor of the journey. The physical landscape itself became a sanctuary, offering a gentle, contemplative frame for mourning that was as vast, quiet, and enduring as the ancient pine forests surrounding them, because these journeys often spanned several miles through rugged terrain. Practical necessity met sacred tradition along the path, providing moments of necessary respite for the weary travelers. In 18th century rural Sweden, parish communities established Vilstenar asterisk, smooth granite resting stones placed at half-mile intervals along forest trails, allowing procession bearers to pause in silence and rest beneath whispering rowan trees. Setting down the wooden casket with deliberate care upon these carefully chosen granite slabs, the bearers would step back into the dappled shade to catch their breath and ease their aching shoulders. The choice of granite, an ancient and steadfast stone carved by glacial movements long before human memory, provided a solid, enduring hearth in the midst of the wild woods. Rowan trees, long associated in northern folk traditions with protection, peace, and quiet grace, offered their broad, feather-like leaves to filter the pale northern sunlight into soft, soothing shadows overhead. During these brief intervals, conversation was sparse and soft-spoken, Instead, the community shared a profound, comforting silence, listening closely to the soft murmur of leaves, the distant trickling of forest streams, and the gentle, calming sigh of the cool woodland breeze. These resting stones transformed a grueling physical effort into a series of calm, ritualized pauses, allowing the mourners to collect their thoughts, honor the memory of the departed in peaceful contemplation, and quietly gather the physical strength needed to resume their onward march toward the hallowed ground of the parish churchyard. As the afternoon light began to soften into the long, golden twilights characteristic of northern summer latitudes, the procession would lift their shared burden once more and continue along the shaded path, leaving the granite stones behind until the next quiet station. Over the decades and centuries, these asterisk Vilstanar became permanent features of the cultural landscape, their surfaces smoothed not only by the hands of stonecutters, but by generations of resting travelers, mourners, and forest wanderers. Even when no funeral was taking place, a weary farmer returning home from distant fields, or a lone traveler journeying between hamlets, might sit upon the cool granite beneath the rustling rowans, feeling a quiet, reassuring connection to all those who had paused there before. Moss, wild heather, and soft green lichen gradually softened the edges of the stones, blending them seamlessly into the surrounding carpet of the forest floor. Yet their purpose remained etched into the memory of the parish. In an era before modern transport hurried the living past the sacred spaces of the dead, these simple resting places anchored the human experience of grief and loss to the slow, steady pulse of nature. They stood as humble, enduring monuments to community, mutual endurance, and quiet reverence, reminding all who passed by that life's longest journeys are best taken step by step, with gentle places reserved along the way to rest, reflect, and find peace. As mist settles across the verdant slopes where the Pyrenees descend toward the Bay of Biscay, rural communities have long cultivated a quiet intimacy with the land and the memory of their ancestors. In these sheltered Atlantic valleys, death was integrated gently into the steady rhythm of parish life, viewed not as an abrupt end, but as a peaceful continuation within the sacred soil of the home village. The local churchyards, cradled between rolling hills and ancient forested ridges, served as serene gathering places where the living tended the resting sites of past generations with understated devotion. Rather than seeking grand monuments from distant lands, small agricultural hamlets relied on locally quarried stone, trusting the skilled hands of neighborhood masons who understood the natural character of the rock. These memorial spaces were designed to harmonize effortlessly with the surrounding countryside, creating places of quiet reflection where damp earth, salt-tinged breezes, and towering trees softened the landscape. Each grave marker stood as a tranquil guardian of communal heritage, reflecting a shared understanding that human lives were deeply rooted in the soil, the changing seasons, and the enduring care of those who remained to tend the quiet churchyard paths. Across this region, stone carving evolved into a distinct artistic tradition that honored the deceased while maintaining a sense of humility and harmony with nature. Local craftsmen selected fine-grained sandstone from nearby outcrops, choosing a material that was both workable under a chisel and resilient against the damp maritime atmosphere. The process of fashioning a grave marker was an act of quiet craftsmanship, requiring patience and a reverence for traditional geometric forms passed down through generations. In 18th century Basque villages like Serre, stonemasons marked parish graves with disc-shaped sandstone monuments called *Hillary, carved with smooth, six-petaled rosettes that caught the soft morning sun amidst quiet coastal oak groves. These distinctive disc steels, characterized by a circular head positioned above a narrow neck and base, stood quietly among the grass, their forms echoing ancient solar symbols that celebrated the eternal cycles of light and darkness. The smooth, local sandstone absorbed the shifting hues of the day, turning warm and golden as early rays filtered through the surrounding oak canopy, illuminating the delicate relief work with a gentle, soothing clarity that welcomed the morning air. The central motif of the six-petaled rosette, carved repeatedly into the faces of the *Hillary*, carried deep symbolic weight within the cultural memory of the valley. Often associated with solar rotation, seasonal renewal, and protective blessings, the rosette represented a seamless blending of ancient folk traditions and Christian faith. Rather than bearing individual names or ostentatious titles, many of these monuments were tied directly to the ancestral house or family estate, emphasizing the continuity of the household across centuries rather than individual vanity. As the morning sun climbed higher, the low-relief carvings cast soft, shifting shadows within their curved channels, giving the silent stone a subtle sense of movement. The proportions of the disc steels were carefully balanced, so that no single marker dominated the churchyard, preserving a spirit of equality among all who rested beneath the sod. In this way, the parish burial ground functioned as a shared sanctuary of memory, where every family contributed a modest, beautiful token of remembrance to the collective identity and historical fabric of the valley. Over the passing centuries, the moist coastal air has gently weathered these sandstone monuments, rounding their crisp edges and coating their surfaces with soft carpets of pale green lichen. Yet, even as time gradually alters their physical form, the tranquil atmosphere of these Pyrenean resting places remains completely undisturbed. Walking along the narrow paths between the oaks, one feels the comforting stillness of a landscape where memory is held softly by the earth itself. There are no dramatic declarations of grief or grand architectural statements here, only the quiet dignity of warm stone, carved by loving hands and left to rest in harmony with nature. As evening draws near, the sunlight fades into amber twilight, and the breeze moving through the oak leaves carries a soothing, rhythmic whisper. In these peaceful grounds, the asterisk Hillary continue their silent, gentle watch, offering a timeless testament to human devotion, quiet remembrance, and the deep, restorative rest that awaits at the end of life's long journey. Across the quiet, sun-dappled landscapes of 18th century Europe, the delicate art of remembrance assumed forms both deeply personal and profoundly comforting, creating gentle bridges of light between the living and those who had entered into rest. In mountain valleys, where space for earthly burial was naturally limited by steep stone slopes and dense evergreen forests, communities developed tender, communal ways to honor their ancestors with serene beauty. In the 18th century, in the alpine village of Hallstatt, Austria, local artisans gently hand-painted sun-bleached skulls with soft garlands of green ivy, oak leaves, and blue forget-me-nots before resting them in quiet rows inside the timber-framed charnel house of St. Michael's Chapel. High above the dark, tranquil waters of the lake, where the cool alpine breeze rustled softly through the valley, these hand-painted relics were arranged with serene order and quiet care. Each painted motif carried its own subtle, peaceful language. The trailing green ivy whispered of timeless fidelity and unbroken bonds. The sturdy oak leaves represented enduring strength and dignity, and the delicate blue forget-me-nots stood as silent promises that love would outlast the long passage of years. Within the dim, soft warmth of the wooden chapel, surrounded by the scent of aged pine and soft candle glow, these polished bones rested not as symbols of end or sorrow, but as bright, decorated vessels of gratitude, faith, and sweet sleep. Families could enter the quiet hall, find the familiar names and floral wreaths inscribed upon the sun-whitened bone of their forebears, and feel a deep, reassuring sense of connection, belonging, and peaceful continuity amidst the quiet mountains. While alpine villages carved out sacred shared spaces for their quiet rows of decorated bone, other regions across the sea focused upon smaller, deeply intimate keepsakes that could be worn softly close to a beating heart. In 18th century England, jewelers created delicate memorial rings by painting quiet sepia landscapes onto ivory, mixing finely ground strands of a loved one's hair into the pigment to render tranquil weeping willow trees over marble urns. In small, peaceful workshops where master craftsmen worked with microscopic precision, tiny ovals of smooth ivory became serene canvases for miniature scenes of stillness and solace. The creation of these miniature works required extraordinary patience, as artists often used single bristle brushes to paint under fine magnifying glasses. By blending the physical substance of a departed friend or companion directly into the warm sepia paint, the artist ensured that the physical essence of the person remained permanently embedded within the artwork itself. The tiny painted willow branches, drooping with soft grace over pale marble urns were literally composed of the very hair that had once brushed against a cheek or caught the morning sun. Bound within polished yellow gold settings and protected beneath smooth crystal glass, these small rings allowed the grieving to carry a whisper of peace upon their fingers wherever they walked. As they moved through their quiet daily routines, a simple glance downward at the tranquil weeping willow offered a calm, steadying reminder of an unextinguished devotion, holding a quiet, wordless conversation between past and present through the softest hues of earth, ink, and human touch. These varied 18th century traditions, whether expressed in the painted alpine bone of St. Michael's Chapel or the delicate hair-infused miniature landscapes of English jewelry, reflect a shared human desire to wrap memory in gentleness, patience, and quiet grace. Across different landscapes and cultural customs, the soothing impulse remained remarkably harmonious to transform the cold reality of loss into a quiet, warm refuge for the mind and spirit. Rather than viewing mortality through a lens of fear, coldness, or shadow, these peaceful practices transformed grief into acts of lasting, delicate artistry. The physical remnants of life were treated not as objects of sadness, but as sacred materials to be beautified by tender human hands, adorned with painted greenery, soft blossom petals, and serene, bowing trees. In every hand-painted leaf resting in the Hallstatt charnel house, and in every tiny strand of hair painted onto English ivory, there resides a quiet affirmation that love endures far beyond physical departure, softly cradled in the memory of those left behind. As dusk settles softly over mountain lakes and quiet English gardens alike, these tranquil tokens remain as motionless witnesses to human tenderness, inviting a deep and calm repose as night folds its gentle shadow over the earth, leaving all who remember and all who are remembered in peaceful, undisturbed rest. High in the lush, elevated mountain highlands of Southeast Asia, where damp morning vapors drift softly across emerald slopes, the relationship between the living and the departed assumes a rare and enduring gentleness. Here, amid the ancient limestone formations of the Indonesian archipelago, the passage beyond life is not framed as a sudden, sorrowful departure into shadow, but as a slow, deliberate journey back into the protective embrace of the natural landscape. For centuries, the communities of these quiet mountain valleys have turned their eyes upward toward the sheer, weathered cliffs that rise far above the forest canopy. Rather than laying their loved ones beneath the dark, damp earth, they look to the soaring height of the rock, finding solace in elevated places where the air is cool, the stone is permanent, and the view encompasses the bright green fields where families have lived and worked for generations. The process of honor and remembrance in this region unfolds with an unhurried, rhythmic patience. Craftsmen, carvers, and stonemasons move with thoughtful intention, selecting raw materials with deep respect for the living traditions handed down through centuries of ancestral lineage. The cliff face itself becomes a vertical sanctuary where natural alcoves and hand-hewn stone chambers offer safe resting places sheltered from the tropical rains and sun. To stand below these towering limestone walls in the early light of morning is to witness a landscape transformed into a vast, open-air shrine where the physical boundaries between memory and daily life blur into a calm, reassuring continuity that settles peacefully over the valley. Central to this profound tradition of cliffside remembrance is the belief that the spirits of the ancestors remain intimately connected to the homes and terraced fields they once tended. To give visual and physical form to this lingering presence, artisan woodcarvers carefully craft life-sized statues that carry the semblance, posture, and dignity of the deceased. In the high limestone cliffs of Tanah Toraja in Sulawesi, traditional families carve wooden effigies called ****, dressing them in fine woven garments and placing them on carved stone balconies overlooking misty rice valleys to quietly watch over their ancestral homes. These wooden figures, often carved from durable jackfruit wood that resists the weathering of seasons, are rendered with serene, open expressions, their gaze fixed gently upon the distant horizon. Standing in neat, quiet rows along the narrow cliff ledges, high above the winding paths of the valley floor, the figures appear almost as living onlookers resting on open-air verandas carved straight into the rock face. Their woven textiles, occasionally smoothed, adjusted, or replaced by family members who scale the cliffs with dedicated reverence, catch the soft mountain breeze. The presence of these effigies brings an immense sense of security and quiet comfort to the villages below, as the living look up through the rising morning fog and see their forebears still keeping a tranquil, protective vigil over the land, the seasonal harvests, and the generations that carry their names forward into time. As afternoon softens into evening across the highlands, the mountain light turns to warm amber, casting long, peaceful shadows across the stepped rice terraces and reflecting softly off the pale, textured limestone faces. The practice of placing ancestors high above the valley reflects a deep human desire to soften the finality of farewell, transforming grief into an ongoing conversation of presence, honor, and enduring care. There is no noise or urgency in these ancient mountain rites, only the slow, natural cadence of the highlands, where wind rustles through the tops of tall bamboo groves and water trickles quietly through hand-cut stone channels into the rice fields below. The cliffside balconies stand silent as twilight deepens, wrapping the limestone cliffs in a cool, dark cloak of indigo, mist, and slate. Underneath the emerging stars of the night sky, the carved guardians rest undisturbed, anchored in rock, and lifted far above the small anxieties of the earthly realm. The entire quiet valley below slumbers gently beneath their watchful gaze, finding rest in the knowledge that memory has been given a permanent place to dwell, high, safe, and forever connected to the peaceful, reassuring rhythm of home. Across the tranquil, mountain-adorned landscapes of East Asia, the relationship between human memory and the physical earth has long been guided by a deep sensitivity to the surrounding environment. Rather than building towering, rigid monuments of stone to assert dominance over time, many traditional cultures sought instead to harmonize their final resting places with the subtle, organic contours of the land. In this gentle philosophy, the earth is understood not as a static backdrop, but as a living tapestry through which unseen currents of air and water flow, carrying warmth, vitality, and quiet stillness to every valley and slope. The placement of a grave was never considered a mere administrative decision. It was a deliberate act of poetry and reverence, a search for a landscape where the deceased could rest in absolute equilibrium with the rising sun, the soft curve of the ridges, and the eternal rhythms of the seasons. To pause upon one of these peaceful hillsides at late afternoon is to witness how death, in its most comforting interpretation, is not a jarring departure from the world, but a seamless rejoining with the natural landscape that nourished life. The rustle of dry grass in the evening breeze and the soft golden light filtering through distant mountain peaks serve as quiet reminders that memory, when placed thoughtfully in nature's care, becomes as enduring, gentle, and serene as the mountains themselves. This profound reverence for the land and its energetic balance found one of its most enduring and beautiful expressions in Korea, where principles of environmental geometry shaped the sacred spaces of memory. In traditional Korean asterisk, Pungsujiri asterisk, ancestral tombs are shaped into smooth, rounded earthen mounds called asterisk Bunsen asterisk, precisely positioned on gentle hillsides, facing south toward quiet river valleys and whispering pine groves. These softly rounded mounds, carpeted in lush green turf that transitions into warm golden tones as autumn arrives, seem to rise naturally out of the hillside rather than being imposed upon it. By choosing south-facing slopes, ancient practitioners ensured that the resting places of their loved ones were continuously bathed in the warming, life-affirming light of the sun, sheltered behind by protective mountain ridges that blocked the harsh, cold winds of the north. Down below, the winding river valley provided a wide, reflective expanse of calm water, symbolizing quiet continuity and peace, while the scent of needle-laden pine branches filled the crisp, fresh air. The elegant simplicity of the asterisk Bunsen asterisk reflected an aesthetic of minimal disturbance, creating a gentle, dome-like silhouette against the sky that mirrored the surrounding horizon. Standing before these peaceful earthen mounds, one experiences an immediate sense of quietude, as if the earth itself were wrapping the memory of ancestors in a permanent embrace, safe from the hurry of the world. As the years turn gently into decades and centuries, the ongoing care of the asterisk Bunsen asterisk remains a quiet, living tradition of familial love respect. During seasonal observances, descendants wander up the familiar mountain paths to visit these secluded resting places, bringing simple tools to tidy the turf, clear fallen twigs, and preserve the smooth, rounded contours of the earth. There is no haste in these gatherings, nor any heavy shadow of grief. Instead, the visits are defined by a calm, reflective warmth shared under the dappled shade of ancient pine trees, while mountain streams trickle gently nearby. Families pause to offer silent bows of gratitude, looking out over the quiet river valley as light drifts across the water. The passage of time upon these sacred slopes is measured not by decay, but by the tranquil cycles of the natural world, the soft melting of winter snow into the rich soil, the sweet freshness of spring rain, and the quiet descent of amber pine needles in the autumn calm. In this balanced harmony of wind, water, and remembrance, all sense of ending softens into restfulness, offering the soothing assurance that those who have passed remain anchored in light, beauty, and undisturbed peace. As human societies sought new ways to honor memory while providing serene resting places away from crowded urban centers, the landscape of remembrance began to transform into spaces of quiet beauty and natural harmony. In the early 19th century, water and sky framed one of the most serene transitions in European burial practices, drawing upon the tranquil rhythm of tides to cradle the departed. In 1807, Venice established the island cemetery of San Michele in its quiet lagoon, where wooden gondolas drifted across still saltwater channels to bring resting loved ones to cloistered gardens planted with weeping cypresses and sweet bay laurels. Floating across the calm blue waters of the Venetian lagoon, these dark wooden vessels moved without sound, save for the soft dip of oars, guiding grieving families toward an island sanctuary set apart from the bustling city. Upon reaching the shore, visitors stepped into enclosed courtyards where tall, slender cypresses reached toward the soft sky, casting long, peaceful shadows across neat gravel paths, while the aromatic scent of sweet bay laurels filled the evening air with a comforting fragrance. The island of San Michele became a sanctuary where the murmur of saltwater against historic stone walls blended seamlessly with the rustle of green foliage, offering a sanctuary of solemn beauty where grief could settle as softly as the evening tide. This thoughtful design reflected a growing desire throughout Europe to separate places of rest from the noise of daily commerce, surrounding memory with the timeless patterns of nature, water, and quiet growth. This movement toward creating peaceful, garden-like environments for the departed quickly spread across continents, reshaping how communities understood both mourning and the natural world. For centuries, urban burial grounds had often been tightly confined within city boundaries, dense and overcrowded, offering little space for quiet reflection or solace. As civic planning evolved during the 19th century, landscape architects and visionaries began to envision burial grounds not as stern, forbidding yards, but as vast public sanctuaries where nature and memory could exist in gentle balance. These new spaces were designed to feel like enduring public parks, where families could wander amidst rolling green hills, ancient trees, and carefully curated flora, finding comfort in the quiet cycles of natural growth and seasonal renewal. The gentle rustle of leaves overhead, the soft, dappled sunlight filtering through tall forest canopies, and the soothing presence of clear streams replaced the stark stone enclosures of earlier eras. In these thoughtfully arranged landscapes, every hillock and shaded trail was deliberately crafted to encourage quiet introspection, inviting visitors to sit peacefully on carved stone benches or walk slowly along winding gravel paths while listening to the gentle wind whispering through the pines. Burial transformed into a gentle act of returning to the earth, embedding human memory into an ever-renewing tapestry of flora, soil, and sky. This transformation reached a defining moment in North America with the creation of dedicated garden sanctuaries that invited the public to seek peace within nature's fold. Established in 1831 in Massachusetts, Mount Auburn Cemetery introduced the rural park cemetery movement, enclosing 175 acres of tranquil woodland canopy and winding stone paths designed specifically for peaceful, meditative walking. Conceived as both a place of rest for the deceased and a serene refuge for the living, Mount Auburn set a precedent that fundamentally altered the design of American cemeteries for generations to come. Nestled among gentle knolls, tranquil ponds, and native forest trees, its carefully sculpted grounds allowed mourners and visitors alike to escape the noise of expanding industrial cities and immerse themselves in the quiet rhythm of the woods. Broad-leafed trees cast soft, protective shade over gravestones integrated into the natural contours of the land, while gravel footpaths meandered past tranquil bowers and flowering shrubs, encouraging slow, thoughtful steps beneath the rustling leaves. The philosophy behind Mount Auburn recognized that surrounding death with living beauty could ease the sorrow of loss, offering a space where memory was preserved within an enduring sanctuary of leaves, soft light, and quiet stone. As dusk settled over its vast woodland canopy, the winding pathways offered a timeless invitation to rest, reflecting a shared human hope that those who have passed remain cradled in gentle, everlasting peace. As the 19th century dawned, a subtle transformation began to reshape the architecture of human remembrance. For generations prior, urban churchyards in rapidly expanding industrial cities had grown increasingly crowded, their stone markers standing shoulder to shoulder in shadowy, stone-bound courtyards near busy, bustling streets. In response to growing public health concerns and a burgeoning romantic reverence for the natural world, a gentle paradigm shifted across the Atlantic. People began to seek a different kind of solace envisioning resting places that departed from rigid stone enclosures to embrace the soothing, expansive rhythms of the living landscape. There arose a desire for dedicated sanctuaries where the living could process sorrow, not within cramped city precincts, but under open skies, framed by whispering leaves, soft mosses, and gently rolling terrain. This movement recognized that the quiet stillness of nature possessed a unique capacity to soften grief, offering a timeless setting where quiet contemplation felt entirely natural. The transition toward landscape-integrated burial spaces represented far more than just a spatial alternative. It marked a deep cultural shift in how memory, mortality, and the natural world interwove, bringing comfort to weary minds. This vision took concrete form in New England through an unprecedented harmony of landscape architecture, natural preservation, and horticulture. Established in 1831 in Cambridge, Massachusetts, Mount Auburn Cemetery was designed as North America's first rural garden cemetery, placing resting sites along winding gravel paths shaded by sweetgum trees, purple beeches, and white dogwoods named after native woodland plants. The creators of this sacred space carefully sculpted the natural contours of the land, preserving quiet ponds, gentle knolls, and ancient rock outcrops, while introducing hundreds of botanical varieties. Here, visitors moved along avenues designated by melodic plant names like laurel, hawthorn, and violet, finding that the simple act of walking along curving gravel paths invited a slow, meditative cadence. Sunlight filtered down through the broad, star-shaped leaves of sweetgum trees, and the rich, dark canopy of purple beeches, casting soft, dappled light across modest headstones and elegant classical monuments. In springtime, the crisp white bracts of dogwood trees bloomed overhead like gentle clouds, bridging the earthly soil with the quiet sky above. The deliberate design ensured that no harsh linear grids dominated the landscape. Instead, each path curved organically around the terrain, offering unexpected glimpses of peaceful hollows and quiet reflecting pools where water lilies rested upon still surfaces. The creation of rural garden cemeteries fundamentally altered how communities engaged with memory, transforming sites of mourning into places of public quietude, natural beauty, and civic reflection. Families began visiting these verdant sanctuaries, not only to pay respect to loved ones who had passed, but to seek restorative quiet away from the noise and soot of industrializing towns. The soft rustle of wind through high branches, the gentle song of nesting thrushes, and the rhythmic shift of seasonal color created an atmosphere where life and memory seemed held in harmonious balance. Monumental stone carvings, urns shrouded in carved drapery, sleeping marble angels, and rustic granite obelisks were thoughtfully nestled into the topography, looking as though they had grown naturally alongside the surrounding ferns and wild ivy. In this calming sanctuary, the natural cycle of seed, blossom, decay, and rebirth provided an implicit consolation. As autumn arrived, copper beeches shed their golden leaves over quiet pathways, covering the earth in a warm, protective blanket, while winter snows settled softly upon low stone walls, preserving an unbroken, restful silence. This pioneering approach to burial architecture soon resonated across the world, inspiring similar garden cemeteries throughout North America and Europe, where land was dedicated specifically to peace, art, and natural preservation. These spaces demonstrated that memory could be preserved not through sterile isolation, but by anchoring human remembrance to the enduring vitality of the earth. Today, as evening shadows lengthen across winding avenues and the last rays of amber sunlight fade behind mature tree canopies, these rural cemeteries continue to offer an abiding hush. The gravel paths lie quiet in the twilight, cradled by the steady guard of ancient woods, inviting all who wander or rest within their borders to sink into a deep, uninterrupted peace. As the 19th century unfolded, the crowded and enclosed churchyards of growing industrial cities began to yield to a gentler vision of final rest. Across Europe and North America, landscape architects and civic thinkers turned their minds toward creating spacious, verdant sanctuaries outside dense urban cores, where memory could flourish amidst the solace of the natural world. These garden cemeteries were conceived not as places of shadow or despair, but as peaceful public parks where the living might wander in quiet contemplation, surrounded by rolling hills, manicured lawns, and the soothing presence of ancient and exotic flora. Burial grounds, once confined to cramped stones within city limits, transformed into open-air havens that invited reflection, literature, and quiet strolls beneath vast open skies. In this new landscape philosophy, the act of remembering the departed became intimately woven with the calm rhythms of nature, offering comfort to grieving hearts through the gentle changing of leaves, the soft song of nesting birds, and the quiet dignity of trees standing guard over sacred earth. This movement marked a profound shift in how human societies approached mortality, replacing grim fear with a restful, poetic harmony between human memory and the enduring beauty of the plant kingdom. Among the most thoughtful expressions of this garden burial movement was established in England during a time of expanding botanical knowledge and civic refinement. In 1840s London, landscape planners designed Abney Park Cemetery as an educational garden arboretum, surrounding resting places with over 2,000 labeled species of exotic trees, including weeping beech and sweet-scented cedar, threaded by quiet gravel walking paths. Here, the traditional cemetery layout was transformed into a living museum of botany, where visitors could stroll slowly along winding walkways, observing carefully placed brass and wooden labels attached to rare specimens brought from far corners of the globe. The design intentionally encouraged an atmosphere of gentle study and serene reflection, inviting people to learn about the natural world while paying homage to those who rested beneath the dappled sunlight. Weeping beeches swept their soft, pendulous branches toward the earth like green veils, while the delicate fragrance of sweet-scented cedars lingered upon the calm air, creating an environment rich with olfactory and visual grace. The crunch of small gravel stones beneath a quiet footstep was often the only sound accompanying the rustle of leaves, creating a soothing rhythm for solitary thinkers, families in mourning, or curious students of nature who sought refuge from the bustle of Victorian city life. By uniting the educational purpose of an arboretum with the quiet solemnity of a burial site, landscape designers subtly altered the human relationship with grief. Death was no longer framed purely in terms of loss or somber finality, but was instead embedded within the ongoing living tapestry of natural history. Each labeled tree became a living marker, connecting human history with the deep time of botany and the natural cycles of growth, decay, and seasonal renewal. Visitors walking through these shaded glades were invited to broaden their perception, contemplating not only individual lives now at rest, but also the vast diversity of creation brought together in a single quiet space. The canopy overhead provided shelter from rain and harsh light, creating cool pocketed microclimates where mosses grew softly over granite headstones and ivy twined gently around stone pediments. In this harmonious setting, education and remembrance softened one another. The act of reading a tree's scientific name alongside a personal epitaph offered a subtle solace, reminding visitors that life in all its forms is part of a larger, orderly, and beautifully interconnected world. As dusk descends over these garden arboretums, the evening breeze carries the quiet hush of leaves swaying gently against the darkening sky. The long shadows of cedars and beeches stretch across the gravel paths, merging into a soft mantle of twilight that envelops monuments and meadows alike. In the stillness of the evening, the legacy of these 19th century parks endures, offering a sanctuary where nature's silent growth surrounds human memory in peaceful, timeless protection. The labeled trees continue their slow, quiet work across generations, drawing nutrients from the soil, filtering the quiet air, and sheltering the sleeping earth beneath their sprawling boughs. Walking through such places in the quiet evening hours leaves a deep, enduring sense of profound stillness, as if the soft, gentle breath of the living arboretum itself were lulling the peaceful world into a rest as tranquil and enduring as the ancient trees themselves. In the low-lying coastal plain of southeastern Louisiana, where river currents meet maritime humidity and the water table rests just beneath the surface, human communities learned to build upward rather than downward when constructing their places of quiet rest. Across the historic quarters of New Orleans, where warm air carries the heavy scent of sweet olive blossoms, stone and brick were assembled into raised chambers that rose cleanly above the damp soil. In St. Louis Cemetery No. one established in the late 18th century near the edge of the French Quarter. Long rows of family tombs stood like modest houses along narrow cobblestone alleyways, creating quiet cities within the city. These above-ground vaults, built from soft local brick and plastered against the oppressive humidity, required ongoing care to endure the passing seasons. Beneath the sprawling canopy of ancient live oak trees, whose broad branches filtered the bright southern sunlight into dappled patterns of shadow, families gathered periodically to maintain these resting places. The atmosphere within these brick corridors was one of gentle domesticity extended across generations, where tending to stone became a natural part of familial life. As the afternoon light softened, the quiet stillness of the avenues invited a slow, meditative pace, offering shelter from the vibrant pulse of the city. During the 19th century, as the city grew and its unique funeral customs deepened, a distinct and practical tradition emerged for preserving the brick tombs against the damp heat of the Delta climate. In 19th century New Orleans, families coated the brick tombs of St. Louis Cemetery No. 1 with a gentle lime wash made of slaked lime, milk, and salt, creating reflective white surfaces that kept the vaults cool beneath the shade of live oak trees. This simple yet remarkably effective mixture was applied with broad brushes during dry spring days, filling microfractures in the plaster and binding securely to the brick beneath. The slaked lime provided natural protection while hardening into a breathable skin, and the addition of milk and salt allowed the coating to cure slowly into a smooth, durable finish that resisted flaking. Beyond its protective qualities, the bright white wash served a thermal function, reflecting high solar radiation and maintaining a temperate environment inside the vaults. As families smoothed the fresh wash over the weathered brick faces, the tombs were transformed into gleaming structures beneath dark green boughs. The physical labor of painting was a quiet, rhythmic act carried out with unhurried care to ensure their ancestors' resting places remained clean, bright, and protected. This seasonal whitening of the tombs was a tactile expression of memory, bridging the space between the living and those who had passed before. The bright surfaces of the freshly washed vaults possessed a soft, luminous quality, glowing gently even in the fading light of dusk when shadows lengthened across the paths. The contrast between stark white lime and deep green live oak foliage created a visually peaceful landscape where order and nature existed in harmonious balance. Walking through the narrow passageways after the community completed its care revealed a setting renewed by devotion, where human effort was visible on every hand-brushed wall. The lime wash carried a quiet elegance, wearing down gracefully over months of rainfall, only to be reapplied when the season returned. This cycle of weathering and renewal reflected the natural rhythm of life, offering a reassuring reminder that remembrance is an ongoing, tender practice. As the evening air cooled, the white walls held a soft radiance, guiding the eyes through peaceful corridors of memory and instilling a deep calm. As twilight descends over the quiet grounds of St. Louis Cemetery No. 1, the cool white vaults settle into the deepening hush of the night. The heavy branches of the live oaks sway softly in the gentle Gulf breeze, whispering through leaves and casting subtle shadows over the clean, lime-washed stones. Within this serene enclosure, time feels unhurried, measured only by changing light and the steady rhythm of the nearby river. The reflective surfaces of the tombs catch the faint glow of evening stars, standing as quiet guardians of history and affection. Here, in the stillness of dusk, memory is held in gentle security, wrapped in cool stone and the quiet care of generations. As the surrounding city lulls into slumber, the cemetery remains a sanctuary of peace, inviting restful sleep to settle gently over the mind. As the late afternoon light softens across the historic landscapes of Western Europe, the traditions surrounding memory and mourning have long sought peaceful forms that could endure far beyond the brief, fragile life of fresh garden blossoms. In 19th century France, as rural communities gathered in quiet churchyards nestled among rolling hills and secluded valleys, families looked for lasting ways to honor those who had passed into restful sleep. When walking along narrow, gravel-lined pathways toward countryside graves, visitors brought with them weather-resistant memorial wreaths called asterisk courons de pearls de verre, hand-threaded with thousands of delicate white and violet glass beads shaped into soft lilies and forget-me-nots. These elaborate wreaths were carefully fashioned in small village workshops, where patient artisans bent fine wire frameworks and threaded minuscule glass beads one by one, creating shimmering floral garlands that would never wilt under heavy autumn rain or fade beneath the intense heat of midsummer suns. The delicate glass beads, colored in subtle shades of soft violet and milky white, mirrored the living blossoms of the surrounding meadows. Resting upon cold gray stone ledges or leaning gently against weathered headstones, the smooth beads caught the faint glimmer of morning dew and reflected the soft pastel hues of dusk. Each violet forget-me-not and pristine white lily offered a quiet, visible promise of eternal remembrance, surviving seasonal turns of wind and storm while remaining entirely untouched by natural decay. For families returning to these quiet burial grounds season after season, the durable glass wreaths provided a deeply comforting presence, assuring them that their gestures of love remained vibrant, peaceful, and steadfast beneath the rustling foliage of ancient oaks and towering yew trees. A similar desire to shield fragile tokens of affection from the harshness of changing seasons was equally present in urban centers, where city cemeteries grew into expansive, peaceful sanctuaries of stone, iron, and quiet shade. In the grand, tree-lined burial grounds of Paris, such as Père Lachaise and Montparnasse, gray granite monuments and elegant marble mausoleums lined wide, peaceful avenues sheltered by rows of lofty linden trees. Here, urban families sought to preserve not only the visual elegance of floral offerings, but also their symbolic warmth throughout the damp, freezing months of winter. During the 19th century in France, families placed glass domes called asterisk cloches over grave monuments in Parisian cemeteries, enclosing handcrafted porcelain lilies and dried lavender to protect delicate floral tributes from winter frost for generations. These rounded glass bell jars served as protective miniature sanctuaries, sealing out moisture, bitter winds, and heavy snowfalls, while maintaining a perfectly still, quiet environment inside. Beneath the crystal clear glass, the porcelain lilies retained their smooth, unblemished white luster, while the sprigs of dried lavender, gathered from sunny southern fields, held their subtle, soothing fragrance through the decades. When autumn turned to winter and icy rain clicked softly against the smooth exterior of the glass domes, the preserved flowers inside remained entirely dry, warm, and untouched, symbolizing a devotion that continued uninterrupted through freezing nights and gray, overcast days. Together, these distinct customs from both rural countryside churchyards and urban Parisian avenues illustrate how 19th century French society embraced glass as a gentle, luminous medium for everlasting remembrance. Whether in the form of beaded wreaths lying open to the soft rain, or protective bell jars guarding delicate porcelain petals, glass allowed the living to leave behind tokens that resisted decay without disrupting the natural serenity of the surrounding landscape. As evening turns to night across these historic burial grounds, the fading twilight catches the rounded curves of the glass domes and reflects softly off the thousands of tiny glass beads resting on stone slabs below. The surrounding atmosphere becomes exceptionally quiet and calm as the rustle of dry leaves in the canopy above blends with the faint, soothing hum of an evening breeze. The careful craft of these glass treasures reflects a deep human impulse to offer gentle comfort to the departed, creating quiet sanctuaries of beauty that remain undisturbed by time. Under the darkening canopy of the night sky, as stars emerge one by one above the silent headstones, these enduring glass tributes rest in total stillness, holding memories safely in their soft, everlasting glow and inviting peaceful, uninterrupted rest. As twilight deepened across the quiet garden cemeteries of the 19th century, a gentle calm settled over the pathways lined with ivy and moss-softened stone. In this era, remembrance became an art of quiet devotion, expressing affection not through grand monuments alone, but through delicate objects crafted with patient handiwork and heartfelt tenderness. Visitors walked slowly along the winding avenues as the soft light of dusk filtered through the overarching canopy of ancient oaks and weeping willows. The air was cool and still, carrying the faint scent of rain-drenched earth, damp moss, and quiet woodland paths. In these peaceful sanctuaries, families sought to create tiny havens of solace where memories could rest undisturbed by the noise of the busy world and the passage of restless time. The act of tending a grave became a rhythmic, meditative custom, offering comfort to those who remained while bestowing a serene dignity upon those who had passed into undisturbed sleep. Every sculpted detail, from smoothed marble urns to small floral wreaths, reflected a deep human desire to capture a fleeting feeling and preserve it against the gathering evening gloom. The silence of the garden was rarely broken, save for the soft rustle of fallen autumn leaves carried by a breeze, or the slow, rhythmic trickle of water from a nearby stone fountain, creating a peaceful atmosphere perfectly suited for gentle reflection, quiet acceptance, and restful contemplation. As dusk settled deeper, the gentle atmosphere encouraged a slow and quiet pace, allowing every visitor to feel a sense of shared tranquility and timeless peace. Within this rich tradition of tender craftsmanship, specialized artisans created dedicated works of art designed specifically to shield vulnerable tokens of love from the relentless elements. In 19th century England, craftspeople produced mouth-blown glass bell jars called asterisk immortelles, placing them over garden graves to shelter handcrafted porcelain lilies, wax orange blossoms, and sweet alyssum from autumn rain and gentle evening winds. Beneath these luminous glass domes, fragile blossoms remained completely untouched by frost, heavy dew, or sudden winter storms, suspended in a timeless state of perpetual bloom. The glass itself, carefully shaped by the steady breath of skilled glassblowers, reflected the fading twilight sky like the surface of a still pond, capturing soft gleams of amber, violet, and deep twilight blue. Inside, tiny petals carved meticulously from smooth white porcelain and delicate flowers modeled from tinted wax formed intimate floral arrangements that mirrored the wild gardens outside, yet promised never to wither or fade. Sweet alyssum, carefully arranged beside pure white lilies and delicate orange blossoms, offered a quiet symbol of enduring memory, purity, and peaceful repose. As the evening moisture slowly gathered in droplets on the outer curve of the glass, the interior remained perfectly dry and protected, a quiet sanctuary within a sanctuary. These bell jars stood as quiet guardians of remembrance, seamlessly blending human artifice with natural garden beauty, allowing loved ones to leave behind a lasting gesture of warmth that would endure long after the sun had dipped below the distant horizon. The presence of these delicate glass domes altered the subtle experience of visiting garden resting places, turning each plot into a personal altar of quiet reflection and gentle rest. Standing beside a sheltered immortelle in the soft half-light of evening, one could feel the profound stillness that connects the living to the long, unbroken history of human memory. The glass dome did not attempt to erase grief or deny the passage of time, but rather transformed emotion into something luminous and tranquil, wrapping memory in a protective embrace that invited quiet stillness and peaceful thought. As night drew near, the soft contours of the cemetery softened further under a gentle blanket of shadow, and the smooth glass jars glimmered softly beneath the rising light of the evening stars. The tradition reminded observers that honoring the past need not be a heavy or solemn burden, but could instead be as light, graceful, and gentle as a flower kept safe from the chilly night air. In the quiet hours when the world turns inward toward sleep, these small glass sanctuaries offer a reassuring vision of care and devotion. They remind us that love finds enduring ways to protect what is tender, leaving a quiet, steady light to shine softly through the dark, guiding the mind into a state of restful quietude and deep, unbroken slumber. As twilight fell across the hedgerows and rolling pastures of the countryside, the rites of remembrance often extended far beyond the quiet hearth and the threshold of the home, gently reaching into the silent spaces of gardens, orchards, and livestock shelters. In traditional agrarian life, the passing of a family member was not viewed as an isolated event confined solely to human grief, but rather as a profound shift within a shared living environment where every creature possessed its own subtle place within the household rhythm. Long before modern industrial life created distance between domestic routines and the natural landscape, rural communities nurtured deep, quiet traditions that sought to maintain harmony between the living, the departed, and the natural world. These gentle practices were rooted in a deep sense of stewardship and cosmic order, where the subtle transitions of human life were communicated to the surrounding flora and fauna as a way of keeping peace and protecting the delicate balance of the farmstead. Small, deliberate gestures of news sharing served as a bridge between the visible sorrow of a family and the quiet, ongoing life of the land, ensuring that grief was handled with soft reverence and an unwavering respect for the living creatures who shared in the quiet sanctuary of the country home. Among these soothing domestic customs, few were as delicately preserved or as deeply resonant as the relationship maintained between a family and their apiary. Throughout 19th century rural England, the practice of telling the bees required family members to gently tap on wooden hive walls, whisper soft announcements of a loved one's passing, and drape tiny silk ribbons over the boxes, so the hive remained calm and undisturbed. It was widely believed that bees, as industrious and perceptive guardians of the garden, held a special spiritual awareness of the household's joys and sorrows, requiring clear and gentle news of any major life event, lest they feel neglected or unsettled by the unannounced absence of their keeper. A family member would step out into the calm afternoon air, walking slowly down the garden pathway toward the row of straw skeps or wooden hives beneath the orchard trees. With careful, measured movements, they would knock softly against the wooden framing to summon the subtle hum within, speaking in hushed, measured tones to deliver the quiet news of the departure. Small strips of dark silk or mourning ribbons were carefully tied to the wooden landing boards or laid gently over the hives, transforming the apiary into a quiet participant in the family's period of reflection and solemn care. This gentle ritual reflected a profound understanding of community, where mourning was softened through shared responsibility and peaceful routine rather than sharp, dramatic expressions of sorrow. By speaking softly to the hives, grieving families found a structured, quiet outlet for their emotion, translating the overwhelming weight of loss into a series of calm, deliberate actions of nurture and respect. The act of notifying the bees was not merely a curious superstition, but a meaningful psychological exercise that reinforced continuity, encouraging the living to care for their surroundings, even in moments of profound change. The soft vibration of the bees inside their wooden homes served as a steady, reassuring pulse, reminding the family that life, work, and nature continued in quiet harmony. By treating the hive as an integral part of the extended household, the tradition fostered a sense of unity across the entire farmstead, assuring the living that every corner of their environment was held in gentle balance, connected by shared history and mutual care. As night deepened over the sleeping fields and the last dim light faded from the orchard leaves, these small acts of remembrance left a lingering sense of stillness across the landscape. The simple practice of sharing news with nature offered a quiet comfort to those who remained, turning the act of mourning into a tranquil dialogue with the living world. The gentle tapping on wooden walls, the hushed whispers spoken into the evening breeze, and the dark ribbons swaying lightly beside the entrance of each hive all stood as testaments to a time when memory was woven seamlessly into the fabric of daily rural existence. In the peaceful darkness, with the bees resting safely within their warm wooden chambers, the memory of the departed was held not in solitude or distress, but in a quiet, protective calm that rested gently upon the earth, bringing rest to the living and quiet honor to the dead. In the high, serene valleys of 18th century, alpine hamlets of Valais, Switzerland, daily life unfolded alongside the quiet majesty of towering peaks, alpine meadows, and deep timbered forests. The rhythm of these remote mountain communities was shaped by patient craftsmanship, quiet faith, and a profound intimacy with the changing seasons and surrounding wilderness. When constructing traditional family dwellings, woodworkers built traditional large timber chalets with a tiny, square wooden hatch called *Seelenfenster*, designed to be unlatched only upon a loved one's passing, so the cool mountain air could drift gently through the quiet room. Crafted with reverence and care, this modest wooden hatch remained securely fastened during ordinary times, preserving the warmth of the central hearth while waiting silently within the sturdy wall. When a family member reached the peaceful end of their earthly journey, a relative would quietly step forward to draw back the small wooden latch, allowing the pure mountain breeze to flow inside. The gentle circulation of fresh alpine air brought an immediate sense of stillness and clarity to the space, creating a peaceful sanctuary that connected the quiet interior of the chalet with the timeless expanse of the mountain valley outside. In the quiet hours that followed, the soft sigh of the wind through the larch timbers offered a comforting presence, reassuring those who gathered that the soul's transition was met with gentleness and harmony. This subtle architectural feature reflected a deep cultural wisdom, trusting the natural elements of air, wood, and sky to soothe the living and honor the departed in quiet peace. Farther north, among the peaceful fjords and forested valleys of 19th century rural Norway, another tender tradition rooted in the natural landscape offered quiet solace to grieving communities. The small farming hamlets of the region, nestled between dark waters and steep evergreen mountainsides, held a deep reverence for solemn rituals that softened the journey of final rest. When a family prepared to guide a departed loved one on their last journey toward the parish grounds, in 19th century rural Norway, families gathered fresh juniper boughs to carpet the paths leading into parish churchyards, creating a soft, evergreen walkway that muted the sound of quiet footsteps and filled the cool air with a subtle pine scent. Neighbors and relatives worked together in silence, clipping the fragrant green branches from nearby hillsides and laying them end to end along the village lane. As the funeral procession moved slowly toward the churchyard gate, the soles of their boots pressed into the springy needles, releasing an earthy, resinous perfume that mingled with the crisp northern air. The thick layer of boughs underfoot absorbed the harsh crunch of gravel, transforming the walk into a hushed, rhythmic movement where only soft rustles could be heard. This aromatic green carpet gave physical expression to the community's quiet respect, enveloping the mourners in a sensory comfort that eased the sting of loss. Long after the service had concluded, the lingering aroma of juniper remained in the cool breeze, leaving behind a lasting atmosphere of quiet peace over the village. Though separated by distance and rugged geography, the alpine chalets of Valais and the coastal parishes of Norway shared a remarkably harmonious approach to grief and remembrance. Both traditions recognized that in times of quiet parting, grand monuments and dramatic displays were unnecessary. Instead, true comfort was discovered in the gentle touch of nature and the steady rhythm of local heritage. By unlatching a small wooden hatch to let the crisp mountain air circulate, or by scattering fresh evergreen branches along a winding parish path, rural villagers invited the surrounding wilderness to cushion the heavy weight of sorrow. The cool breeze moving through hand-carved larch timbers and the delicate, resinous fragrance of crushed juniper needles provided a deeply grounding sensory stillness, reminding all who remained of the patient and eternal continuity of the natural world. In these gentle customs, the boundary between the warmth of the home and the expansive peace of the earth softened, allowing the departed to pass gracefully into memory, while the living drew quiet strength from the familiar landscape. As dusk settled over both the high Swiss pastures and the quiet Norwegian fjords, these time-honored practices continued to weave a sanctuary of deep rest, where love, remembrance, and the silence of the earth rested together in perfect harmony under a calm twilight sky. As our journey through the long history of human memory comes to its peaceful conclusion, we find that the grandest monuments and the humblest markers share the exact same gentle impulse, a quiet desire to wrap the memory of those who lived before in enduring dignity and care. Across thousands of years, through ancient earthwork mounds, carved limestone crypts, painted ceramic urns, and simple roadside cairns, humanity has sought to soften the silence of passing with acts of tender devotion. The rites and rituals of farewell, honed over millennia, are ultimately not intended to hold tightly onto grief, but rather to establish a sanctuary of rest where time itself seems to slow down and the memory of life gently dissolves into the quiet rhythm of the natural world. As twilight settles over ancient cemeteries and quiet sacred landscapes around the globe, the air grows cool and an unbroken stillness unfolds. The stones and earth that mark the soft boundary between what was and what remains absorb the dimming evening light, standing as quiet, enduring witnesses to human affection and respect. Here, where no urgency remains and every story has found its final cadence, the weight of history gives way to a profound and soothing calm, inviting the mind to let go of the day and settle into the tranquil embrace of the gathering dark. In the historic hills of Arashiyama, along the western outskirts of Kyoto, this timeless impulse of compassion found a particularly poetic and gentle expression during the Edo period. At the sacred grounds of Adashino Nenbutsuji, where countlessly many unowned, nameless, and forgotten souls had been laid to rest across centuries without individual markers, the local Buddhist monks gathered thousands of unattended stone Jizo statues under a whispering bamboo grove, tenderly outfitting them with woven straw hats and soft fabric capes to protect them from winter rains. These small, weathered images of Jizo *, the compassionate bodhisattva, regarded in Japanese tradition as the guardian of travelers and souls traversing the quiet realms between life and what lies beyond, were no longer abandoned to the damp hillside earth. Clothed in soft fabric and sheltered by hand-braided straw against the chill of the season, the stone figures stood together in close, orderly ranks beneath the tall, swaying bamboo stalks. Each small statue, worn smooth by centuries of weather and lined with green moss, became part of a collective sanctuary where no spirit was left uncared for, and every memory was shielded from the cold. The rhythmic, soft patter of rain against bamboo leaves and the gentle warmth of simple cloth bound the living, and the departed in an unspoken bond of quiet comfort, transforming an ancient burial field into a serene landscape of perpetual tenderness and peaceful rest. As we look back over the vast arc of human tradition, from the earliest deliberate burials in Paleolithic caves to the solemn mausoleums of antiquity and the quiet, moss-covered gardens of the modern age, we see that every tomb, every rite, and every monument has been a stepping stone toward this same stillness. Humans have always built, carved, and chanted not to fight against the night, but to make peace with it, to ensure that when life's long day draws to its natural close, the transition into quiet slumber is surrounded by warmth and reverence. The physical markers may crumble, and the names inscribed in granite may fade with the centuries. Yet the essential spirit of remembrance remains forever untroubled. It lives on in the care we extend to the past, and in the quiet grace with which we allow ourselves to rest when our own evening arrives. Now, as the final shadows stretch across the world and the stars emerge in their quiet, eternal courses, all the history we have walked through fades gently into the soft background of sleep. There are no more ancient mysteries to unravel, no more stone tombs to inspect, and no more distant eras to explore. The earth is still, the wind has quieted, and the long, wandering path of human remembrance narrows to this single, blissful moment of undisturbed repose. Everything has been remembered. Everything has been sheltered. Everything is safely at rest. As the quiet darkness wraps around you like a soft, protective cape, allow your breath to become slow and even. Feel the tension release from your body, and let your consciousness drift freely into the deep, restorative peace of an unbroken night's rest.